Hey, Duvid here. We are live for Thursday night with a special conversation with our old friend Church of Entropy, Jennifer. It's been almost half a year since she's been on my channel. And Kevin McCairn, my new friend from Japan, that we just started streaming with uh, recently. So good to see everybody. So I guess if you're first time meeting, this is Jennifer and Kevin. So the reason I called this conversation together, people who are watching Week in Review, me and Kevin have been talking like 2 weeks now about a whole bunch of topics, mainly a lot related to Israel and Zionism and the war, but also we have a very common interest of consciousness and neuroscience and just a search for truth. And we had a lot of sparring over dualism and metaphysics. And related to the conversation, briefly came up the other day was reincarnation and transmigration of souls. And so Duvid is a big believer. A big part of my metaphysics is a belief in transmigration of souls. And that's actually what caused me to work together with Jennifer, Church of Entropy, in the first place, was when she came on the Babscast over 4 years ago and told me she had a theory of transmigration of souls. And like, I believe in reincarnation. I don't usually talk about it. And so it kicked off our friendship and doing Week in Review for over 2 years till she had a scheduling conflict and could no longer do Sunday nights. So Duvid is a dualist, and Kevin seems more. Um, you will let him explain his metaphysics, but he seems more a little bit hesitant towards dualism and the metaphysics of dualism, which goes into my understanding of reincarnation and transmigration of souls. And Jennifer is Vedic leaning, and she's specifically, her philosophy is a non-dualist. And so when Kevin was mentioning something about tensor fields and possibly legitimating reincarnation, that the important information of the characteristics you call a person's soul could be stored in a tensor field, that made me think, Jennifer, Church of Entropy, that sounds very similar to her theory of reincarnation. Just for Kevin and his listeners, Jennifer has a degree in physics and mathematics. She has been a regular um, debater on Modern Day Debate. She's got her own channel, Church of Entropy. And so that's the reason I called this conversation together. So I appreciate Kevin saying yes and Jennifer being available. So, and I'll just put my first stream with Jennifer on the topic uh, over 4 years ago was on reincarnation. And then I did an Ask the Rabbi 2 years ago on reincarnation that went over the Kabbalistic understanding of reincarnation. And but hopefully we'll have an interesting conversation. We'll cover metaphysics, and maybe we could advance through putting our heads together, some sort of understanding of transmigration of souls, and even the nature of identity theory. What is our true identity? Does that true identity of who we are survive death? And what would be some possible plausible mechanisms for how that might operate? So if you want to introduce yourself real quick, Jennifer, just express, like, advertise your stream, who you are, some of your work, some of your writing, and some of your background and theories on reincarnation. Then we'll kick it over to Kevin to see how we should take this conversation. And for people
Hi.
watching on my channel, Kevin is simulcasting this on his Rumble and Twitch and other platforms.
He's
And
also on Twitter right now, I believe. So the room was filling up, and then I don't know, I don't see anyone in there at the moment. So I'm not sure if it's working or not. But we'll see if people feel.
yeah, I can't join the Twitter space because then I'll get the feedback of the two sounds. So if Kevin's good with the technology to do these simulcasts,
I wouldn't say good with technology. It's about what technology you're prepared to spend money on. That's the deal. But actually, there's a for people who are interested, there's actually a sort of good quality mixing board now made by Tascam or Mixcast 4. It does all this ability to cross stream, and so you don't have the feedback and the looping that goes on should you try and do the cross, or like you said, if you wanted to do a Twitter space at the same time. So just trying that out there. I don't get sponsored by them or anything. It's just I've been impressed with it. So.
Okay, so
Hi,
Jennifer.
I'm Jen. I've been working on. Hi, nice to meet you, Kevin. I've been working on various projects for about 5 years now, all generally circling the domain of non-dualist philosophy. Mm-hmm. So when I first met Duvid, it was, I think I walked him through my proof of reincarnation, which is fairly straightforward. Basically, if the mind has energy and energy is conserved, then there's some type of subset of the current mind that survives death. Mm-hmm. And I went on from there to talk about a lot of different things that have mainly converged now on metaphysics and non-dualist philosophy. So explaining my positions, starting from non-dualism kind of first principles, as well as correcting errors in reasoning people might have. And in particular, I'm really interested in large language models. I wrote an article about them back in 2018, which is basically how that's the standard for the technology now. It's all sort of based on word prediction, which is what I was talking about back then. So I really like to talk about predictions for that technology, which I don't think we'll get into on this show. But at some point, I'm going to stream on my channel, which please subscribe to it. I don't know, Duvid, can you share it in the chat comments? And yeah, so please subscribe if you get a chance. I know Duvid got a lot of new subs in this recent Twitter space and by talking to Kevin. So thanks and congratulations, and I'll kick it back over to you, Duvid, to continue the show.
Okay, yeah, great. We'll try to keep it relatively narrow on topic to consciousness, metaphysics, and transmigration of souls. So, since I guess you have your own audience. Have you talked about transmigration of souls in the past, Kevin, or do you have certain feelings or thoughts on that?
So, in response to what Jen is saying, I would probably plot very closely in the description that she gave. It was a nice, succinct description, which is once you've got coherent energy, patterns of energy, then how they react in these complex systems is, well, there are unknowns, but we can build out a predictive metaphysics for it. And I think as in terms of science and progression, I see that neurosciences is where sort of quantum physics was, etc., 100 years ago. And in order to understand the principles that were first sort of expounded in that discipline, it's incumbent to have a coherent science, metaphysics of brain, mind, and in this instance, we would add another variable to that collection, which most people would understand as a description of soul. And I like the phrase of ghost in the machine somewhat. And can we point to can we abstract it out with language?
You could use a different word to describe the term. Just because I'm religious and spiritual by nature, I use that your terminology like soul. But if you want to use mind or your own terminology, that's fine. If you for whatever.
Well, I think what I find is that there's a for one person, I think these terms can be somewhat interchangeable dependent upon the culture and the experiences that the individual has had during their lifetime as they come to try to answer these questions. Many people don't even get to or even have the chance to be able to have the free free mind space, as it were, to contemplate such things. So from my perspective, what I would like to do is to try to find the commonalities with respect to what I think all these, let's say, the world religions are pointing at. And I think we can, from a, and I don't want to say reductive sense, but from a, we can build out a framework that perhaps people can agree on, such that where there is difference in worldview, they become less stark and perhaps less abrasive than what we're currently seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed the other day that you had possibly intuitive feelings of a potential mechanism for what you would describe as consciousness, and then how that would allow at least the possibility for that essential entity, identity of consciousness, who we are, to survive death and transmigrate into another life form. I mean, is that right?
Yeah,
What
so
it sounded like you were saying the other day, that like within the tensor field, there's some sort of information template that the essential identity that defines a person's consciousness could be abstracted from the physical body and survive death and then continue in another life form.
So it would depend by what we mean survives that transition state. So just for the record, I would say I think it would be very narcissistically and egotistically driven to think that everything that you assume about your current state would be preserved across that state change. Now, the field structure, which I would make an argument can be described, we can abstract it out with respect to tensor field, has a mechanism for which informatics could be imprinted on it, a bit like to try to, let's think of an analogy here. So if you're using a radio, right, and you basically putting and you're tuning in the dial, so you can basically, just the radio in and of itself is picking up a carrier wave, and then you can sort of tune it in and dial it in, and there would be there are parts where there are some stations where you can just catch it, but you can never quite tune it in, etc. And it's probably, you can think about it as a sort of embedded signal within the larger signal that would be that your radio is trying to pick up. Just as a metaphor, we can dig into the physics and details of what that would mean, but that's how I would view it. But that carrier wave is the consistent feature.
You know, we say identity is multifaceted, and like as a dualist, I would say, well, I'm not my body, and so what aspects of the I that am not my body, that I would include basically all aspects of mind as a strong dualist, that including all cognitive functions, thought, and that the brain, as I said, I'd speculate, just does motor control and sensory perception, and possibly a memory function mostly related to sensory perception, and everything else would be non-physical. That's my worldview. Even within that, to say, okay, just because those things are non-physical, the identity is still multifaceted. And if you say, well, what survives death and what transmigrates, may not be necessary just because all of those aspects of the identity are non-physical, that all of them transmigrate. And so if you're understanding like a layered approach to identity, what would be the essential part of identity that could survive death and be noticeably the same, identifiable as the same. Whatever is notably me in this form, in the next form or in previous forms, could have been identified that that's the same object. And so that's for people who believe in transmigration of souls and the various theories of transmigration of souls. That's an important aspect to differentiate. And then I mentioned Twitter space with Keith Woods this week, where he asked me about Tikkun Olam and the repair of the world, the Kabbalistic concept. And I mentioned to Kevin with the stream of Paul that the Kabbalists understand progression from the Bible, Adam to Messiah, in terms of transmigration of souls, where it's basically the same actors in the same script every generation. And the essential role from the beginning of the world till redemption is this progression, and different souls need to accomplish different things. And just like a person might have a mission in their given lifetime, the soul has a mission that takes multiple lifetimes to fulfill until the Messianic era, where all the souls will have completed all of their missions. So that's kind of a basic Kabbalistic viewpoint that necessitates, and even one of the fundamental postulates of Kabbalah is, in fact, transmigration of souls related to this Messianic era that Jewish Messianism necessitates somewhat theologically transmigration of souls. But we don't have to get too much into that. And since Kevin's got a background in neuroscience and Jennifer in math and physics, maybe we could try to delve into a postulate of some sort of mechanistic function of like mechanistically, how would transmigration, what would be the identifiable aspect to personality identity that transmigrates, and through what mechanism would it operate?
It would be light. So everything would just be interactions in light. Hi, everyone in the chat. Nice to see you. Yeah, so I think the big issue with having a unified basis for approaching religion is that some religions are designed to oppose other religions. So I don't know how you could ever reconcile that. Mm-hmm. And they don't all appear to be having the same goals in mind. And another reason why it's hard to unify the basis is that space is emergent. So it's really hard to dissuade people from the idea that we are something, we're spatial, there's something spatial flowing through time. And that's not really what's happening. So to just get to the point where you can have an understanding, a physical understanding that lines up, at that point, you're going to agree on all the rest of the metaphysics. I think I don't see how you can get people to agree in the first place that, well, we can't understand things as happening in space or in time, because that's actually a contradiction with how causality actually works. So I do want to get a framework where it makes sense. I'm just not sure how to avoid the fallacies of the sort of space-time continuum metaphysics that has been problematic for gaining any type of insight about consciousness.
So if I was to think about, so the issue around opposing eschatological frameworks, it is very problematic. It's why I'm sort of undergoing these discussions, because if we do not find a way to temper them in some fashion, then each one of them has the potential to cause a catastrophic termination, let's just say, or I'd put it in these terms, in a higher mathematical term, which is the vector of travel with respect to the boundary condition of what we are able to perceive and conceptualize of would be shorter relative to others. And shorter in this instance would essentially be used with respect to the lower order metric of time or vector of time. And it's very probable, looking at the archaeology of humankind, that Homo sapiens has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's very likely that we are potentially caught in a sort of cyclical process that leads to a moves towards with evolutionary principles, moves towards higher complexity, and across that framework, abstractions like religion emerge, and then religions can imbue evolutionary advantage, but then how is the whole concert, if you like, the symphony playing out? And you could have a symphony begin to develop and emerge where you're sort of, I don't know, maybe jazz is a better example, although I don't particularly like jazz. There's this sort of a good jazz player or players will be able to sort of jam and in real time sort of make a novel and unheard of combination of notes and vocals to make a jam session that they're listening to. And perhaps as a species, what we should be trying to do is to aim for where there's the most concordant and symphonic interaction across the different protagonists, I guess is a word to think of, that are playing the evolutionary game. And I think that's primarily that's manifesting very much right now as we see what appears to be a Armageddon card played for what I would argue is geopolitical purposes. I don't know if that made sense or if it sounded like a bunch of
it made total sense. I mean, that's been the playbook for the last 2,000 years. So if you understand how it works from a statecraft perspective, none of this is very surprising. But yeah, I don't know what, I mean, do you have any ideas as to what we would be agreeing on an eschatological basis?
What may not necessarily be needed to agree upon, because you like a metaphysical system and understanding of cosmology. I mean, so there's a whole bunch of precursors that may not be needed to agree upon for the purpose of this discussion. Like, so to say, whether you believe in young Earth creationism, old Earth creationism, evolution, biblical, the eschatology, biblical end of the days, Vedic end of the days, cycles. First, we're just talking about the actual mechanism of identity and transmigration of identity. So to say, what's the origin of humankind? One person might believe in evolution, one person might believe in creation, one person might have a truth system where mankind is moving in a direction based on certain spiritual forces, or you might think that there is no direction, or even questions of morality or nihilism. And I think that transmigration of what I'm going to call souls or identity is applicable in any of those systems. Meaning, say, you could be a materialist who believes in evolution, but still have some sort of concept of transmigration and preservation of identity post-death that moves into a new life form, or you could be a complete dualist. So, I mean, we could just lay out like, okay, this is my metaphysics, this is my system, versus actually trying to approach a scientific, then saying, okay, doctrine, like, my scripture, my teachers, the things I believe in, say this is how it works, versus actually trying to agree upon some sort of observable, even testable, understandable, describable mechanism of an agreed upon phenomenon that could just like life and death itself, say that basically we all believe, even if we have completely divergent beliefs on everything else, we all believe in the phenomenon of life and death, and life and death is part of all of our ideologies, metaphysics, theological systems. So just as we believe in life and death, the concept of transmigration could be applicable to any system. And as you see that almost
don't you think that the notion of being judged to go to heaven or hell is inconsistent with transmigration?
No, because the Judeo system includes the judge and heaven, hell, and transmigration. Although you have the Catholic system that rejected reincarnation and said you have the phenomenon of heaven and hell, where there are flat out rejectors of transmigration and say, okay, there is an identity that survives death, but that whatever entity survives death does not get reborn. It gets permanently sent either to heaven or hell. So, not all systems could include transmigration, but I was saying that.
Yeah, so in terms of a shared basis, it just seems like unless we can resolve that, I don't know how you can possibly have a shared basis of anything.
So let's try and think about what the brain would be doing during what would be that transition process. And so death.
Well, it wouldn't be doing anything because it would be dead.
No, but I'm talking about in the process of dying. Okay, so how come a hard doctrinal state has emerged around Christianity, which says that there is just heaven and hell after you're dead? And
yeah, what about it?
And so in this instance, I would say, well, we have to understand fully what death means in terms of the biology, physiology, network interactions, how time can be very elastic in altered states, such that, and I'll give an example that is very reproducible, which is the time dilation, as it were, that happens in psychedelics. And it's if you want to, should you be so inclined, particularly with the stronger, as you move towards the stronger end of the spectrum of what these compounds do, you can enter into what is called a psychotomimetic state. And that psychotomimetic state essentially can seem infinite in its terror, as you're put through, your mind goes through the mill of essentially deconstruction, ego death, etc. And it feels like there's no end to it. Now, this to me sounds like a description of purgatory. By using the same example, it's also possible to reach into the psychedelic state where there is, the world becomes hyper novel, hyper interesting, and the feelings that can be associated with religious and spiritual states, as much as normal sensory input can be amplified, those feelings can be amplified as well. So doctrinal concepts like heaven and hell sound to me almost like self-reports of people who have come close to death and have come back to report on essentially their own phenomenological state.
Are you saying that that's evidence for heaven and hell?
No, I'm saying, well, so again, that would come down to how much weight we put into conscious experience. Okay, so let's try and bring in another variable to that set of equations, which is our ability to essentially at will, or in certain pathologies like temporal lobe epilepsy, induce states of what feels like being touched by the divine. And although that sounds a wonderful state to be in, as a behavior, if every waking moment, every object you look at, you feel like the portals of heaven open and the harps of angels surround you, is going to become a maladaptive behavior, because you're going to be unable to function in a on a day-to-day basis such that you could expect to be evolutionarily successful. A predator would take
I'm sorry,
you out.
I'm getting lost here. I'm getting confused as to where's this going, because it sounded like it was maybe evidence for heaven and hell, but maybe not. So I
So
don't see the
from
point
a
of this.
perceptual, right? So
and now you're saying that believing you're in heaven wouldn't be adaptive, and I would disagree with that, but I don't want to go into a debate about that. So
it's important. It's important to
establish.
It's important to establish what tenets can we look to that are in some effect reproducible, so that we can say that's a concrete metaphysics on which we can.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're appealing to subjective experience to dictate metaphysics. That would be considered a fallacy in my worldview.
No, I'm
individual
not.
perception.
I am not
even
appealing.
A bunch of individual perceptions can't actually justify anything metaphysical.
I'm not appealing. What I'm saying is, Duvid put the contention forward that in Catholic doctrine, suddenly this idea of transmigration of souls, there's a hard stop to it. I've had this discussion with many Christian folks, and they are of the opinion that it's impossible to have reincarnation, because there's no way you're going to come back as a pig as punishment for works that you've done in a previous existence, okay, or a former life. And this is I would argue, a limitation of their language, and we have to. It's impossible to have a discussion of metaphysics without understanding language development and how subjective states have contribute to our increasing lexicon that we use to try to describe reality.
Well, in theology, your Judeo-Christian, possibly some understanding of Hinduism, is reincarnation is directly related to some form of reward and punishment. But you do not have to understand a connection, like even from the Greek understanding of just saying, like, well, there's an entity that survives death. And so, like, if you're a pantheist and you say, well, there's basically just this world. And so after death, the identity that is indestructible has to go someplace else. And so, I mean, we could talk about it within the Judeo-Christian understanding that it has to be related to reward or punishment. That and even my expression within a Vedic Hindu understanding, like higher or lower birth, in the sense that if you lived a good life, you take higher birth, and if you lived a bad life, you take lower birth, in a form of reward and punishment, as opposed to, let's say, a non-dualistic panentheist or a pantheist understanding of just a mechanistic understanding of how does the identity that survives death, what happens to it, and if there is no heaven or hell, it gets recycled in the material realm of this world. Where does it go? And that so you could have alternative systems of transmigration that have nothing to do with the Judeo-Christian uh, understanding of reward and punishment.
So again, I would try to pull the conversation back to we need to at least first agree upon what's meant by heaven and hell, right? And for the
Because
purposes
it usually
of
means you're saying that it's another, sometimes physical or non-physical, but you say if you're like a pantheist, all there is this world. And so for a conception,
but what even does that mean when, if you're saying all there is this world? Do you know the full extent of this world and the physics that defines it?
if you're looking at heaven or hell, you're saying it's an alternative place. And you could also understand heaven or hell in some form of higher, lower, in this realm, or under the earth or in the sky. But you would say generally when people believe heaven or hell, it's dualistic in nature, where heaven or hell means you're in the material realm in a body once, and then the soul no longer returns to a material existence, as where transmigration refers to continual transmigration in the material realm, although you have alternative Vedic understandings where transmigration could be both in spiritual and material realms. But I would postulate the mainstream Christian in understanding of heaven and hell, it means non-physical. It means that the soul is not
I
going to
don't
have a
understand
body.
why we have to define heaven and hell. Are heaven and
I'm
hell
trying to
even,
do this for the
even
audience
defined
that are
in the
listening.
Bible?
Jen, I'm trying to do this for the audience that is
For the
listening.
people who
so we can-
reject the concept, not because they're completely materialist and think that after death there's just nothing, but they agree that there is some element that survives death, but that it will not be migrated into another body, but will go to this alternative place called heaven or hell, which I would say is the most popular understanding. You either materialism, where basically identity ceases to exist and never comes back, or that it goes to this alternative non-material place called heaven or hell. And then the third major option is transmigration, which is so I mean, just to lay out the metaphysics so that we could get deeper into what transmigration is an alternative to.
Like, I would say heaven and hell is the idea that God judges you when you die to go to a place where you're rewarded eternally or punished eternally for how you lived your life.
Okay. So
and that could also be like bodily form, but it's somewhere else. So say if heaven or hell is a body, so that you're in a hell in a body, or heaven in a body, but it's someplace else. So I mean, you could even consider heaven and hell also a form of transmigration if you have a bodily form, because obviously, like, okay, I'm going to die, we're all going to die, and the body that we're in is going to return to the ground and return to its elemental form. And so if we go to a place like heaven or hell, is it a spiritual place where it's just this non-physical identity, or is the heaven or hell location where we actually have a bodily form? And then that in and of itself is a transmigration, because the identity that died in this body gets transferred into a new body. Is that where you're getting at, Kevin?
So I'm waiting for Jen now to expand on what would be the field structure that would be where there is no heaven and hell as the let's say
there is a heaven and a hell in my worldview. They're just not permanent.
Okay.
So if you go to heaven, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be there forever, and same with hell. Like, the idea for heaven and hell comes from my religion, not the books of the Bible. So I think to try to reason
a
unified basis on the basis of heaven and hell.
For sake of clarity, could you just define your religion, just so people can have at least some handle on the direction you're coming from?
Well, most people are going to call it Hinduism. I call it Orthodox non-dualism. So it's a secularized version of the authoritative epistemology of Indian philosophy.
Okay. So now, what I would say is what you just said with respect to those states, heaven and hell, essentially they can be transitory. I would bring it back to the neuroscience example, where we can essentially in a lab reproduce each one of those experiential states. Now, would you agree that there's an experiential component to your, let's call them potentially temporary states, but with the caveat that they could be permanent?
Is there an experiential component to my states? Of course. It's all experience.
Right. So there's this thread of consciousness which runs through any state transition that you're talking about. Yes.
Well, it's not a thread. It's the process that brings the state transitions into being.
Okay, but we're trying to find the language that pulls these concepts closer together, so that when we're writing out a symbolic representation of what that means, we can.
Which concepts, though?
So let's drill down on what heaven and hell means. Okay, and I would say and agree with you that it's very likely that from a conscious perspective, if consciousness is a objective field structure, like we would imagine the field structures of any other of the fundamental particles that we measure in laboratories, with respect to its properties, that it's got to be reproduced. We can see it everywhere. I will make the assumption that you're conscious. David is conscious. People that have tuned in to listen to what we're talking about have consciousness as part of their being. Okay, does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so it's possible with a psychotomimetic experience for people to literally come out and describe hell. Now, their description of hell might be culturally the language that they would use, the symbolic language that they would use to try to relay the conscious experience of that state would be, I don't know, like a common thing would be, I saw demons tearing up my body and being to what was essentially, whilst you're in that state, was eternity. Right? It didn't feel like that it was ever going to end. Now, the same metrics. Now, I hate to be so reductive about these phenomena, but I think it's important that we make sure that we're using the correct language and terms and symbolic representation as mind and brain and consciousness process these concepts, right? So again, it's about trying to find what is the most fundamental symbolic algebra, if you like, that can define as much of these phenomena, let's say, as possible. So
right.
with the same metric and rule set, I would say I gave an example of what people would define as a spiritual state, an amplified spiritual state, which is that during a psychedelic experience, your sensory phenomena, because of, well, I don't want to get into the technicals of the pharmacology right now, but let's just think about it from this perspective. Experiential phenomena get amplified, and the sensorium can be less rigid with respect to how it's perceived. So the common description of the psychedelic state is that, oh, it was beautiful, sounds were turning into colors, and I could I could smell the sun, for example. It's this synesthesia and the elevation of this. Again, we have to have a common understanding of what it means to have a experiential component of I see a God or superordinate consciousness, I would say, as part of that experience. So I loaded that phrase very deliberately at the end.
I guess are you saying we need to account for these experiences of God? Is that what you said, basically?
So we're trying to. So what are we doing? right? So we're trying to get towards a language that can say, is there something approximating a transmigration of souls? Okay, that's one. And so in that language, most people would associate the idea of talking about a soul within a religious or how you called it, a non-orthodox, I guess, Hindu or Buddhist type amalgam of philosophy. And so that from my perspective, I could say that's still a religion. It's something built on faith somewhat.
Well, I'm trying to avoid too much. I'm just saying, like, okay, we're not.
Are you saying that's an issue? That it's a religion that it's built on? It's an issue that it's built on a religion?
No, I'm not saying it's an issue. In fact, I have more problems with people that say there's nothing. It's just.
Well, I mean, we could avoid too much getting into. I mean, say, oh, we're not going to agree on our metaphysics. We all have different metaphysics. We're not going to agree upon a hard problem of consciousness. We're probably not even going to agree to a mutual definition of consciousness.
Well, I think Kevin wanted to see what it would take to agree on a metaphysical basis.
Well, I say we're not going to, so it seems pointless.
Well,
that we
Kevin
just have
seems to think that we might.
Well,
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. That's why you have, like, multiple truth hypothesis, comparative metaphysics, and just say, well, there's going to be different axiomatic systems, and just accepting that there's a lot of uncertainty, and rather than presuming that we're going to solve all of these complicated issues in this stream, just to work with comparative metaphysics where different metaphysical systems, and then you can say, well, this is my system, this is your system, this is Jennifer's system. We could clarify there's alternative hypothetical systems, and then its implications to the phenomenon of transmigration, and then what science or agreed upon mechanisms related to the phenomenon, and how would we apply that to comparative metaphysics, like from like an interfaith type experience, rather than trying to get everyone on the same table and agree. The goal is to just understand each other's different metaphysical systems, understand the realm of
I disagree. I think we can actually go farther in what it would take to agree, and I would just put it to Kevin to say, like, it appears we're reasoning on a completely different basis because you keep appealing to individual experiences of people in cultural development, and I would never appeal to that for an argument about consciousness.
So this is.
I don't think it matters whether we agree. So it's just like, okay, like,
it may not matter if we agree, but it's good to get to the point where you understand what it is you're disagreeing on. And I would never say that somebody experiencing God when having an outer body experience is a germane fact to how we should understand consciousness. So I think there's some type of misunderstanding.
You're going to have to flesh that one out then. You're going to have to flesh that one out. So
what would the opinions of some random person matter to metaphysics?
So it doesn't matter about random.
Then can we just stop there for a second and just separate? I mean, because we could go through all this, but just so the conversation isn't so sloppy, to separate between hypothetical metaphysical systems and then questions of evidence that would support various hypothetical metaphysical systems, because like then the conversation just gets very sloppy, and then you could have certain pieces of evidence that might support various that might support various systems, or might be an element against various systems. But it becomes very complicated when we're throwing in different, just like, well, this is a hypothetical system, and then we're throwing in the different element of what phenomenon could actually be considered evidence for these various systems.
Okay, so let's make sure the discussion is disciplined, which is that you have to have at least some fingernail grasp of what it means to be talking about consciousness, metaphysics, the idea that there are hyper complex states that some people would perceive as heaven and hell. And so just those 4 items that I listed, okay, you need to get to something approximating an understanding about which, and I would argue that consciousness is implicit in each one. Now, you might want to get into about, well, then what's consciousness? And we had this discussion before where you tried to say, well, there's soft and hard consciousness. I've said, no, that was a flippant remark made at a conference where Hameroff and Tegmark were talking about the quantum nature of consciousness. And they basically said, well, you can't really define what the consciousness of subjective experience is. Well, I would disagree with that, because we can look at what is the informatic substrate that we see as being the most conscious elements around us right now, and just in this constrained space of this discussion, which is the human beings that I'm talking to. Now, it's a more complex discussion to say, is the screen and the table have some consciousness in it? But we must constrain into that space. And so perhaps it's probably easier to start with, well, what's soft and hard consciousness? What do you see as soft consciousness? And then what do you think is hard consciousness? Problems.
Yes, I mean, then we get into the word game terminology, because
no, these are measurable
phenomenon,
and there's physics that you can pull on to say that there's a universal here, or some mechanism that can be described. Like Jen wants to use the idea of light. Okay, well, light has properties which we can measure, and we can write out. Okay.
So the fact that you're saying light has properties is something, a metaphysical presupposition, because you're presupposing that light is fundamental, and that
all
it's
the
a
physics
substance,
that
and
we
that
draw
substances
from
have
light.
properties.
Jen, stop. All the physics that we draw from being able to measure and manipulate light and the electromagnetic spectrum, you're saying is not real. Stop, man. This is there's no point in having this discussion if that's going to be the level of
like, can we not, like, we're not even an hour in, and can we not have an emotional
you're not even making any logical sense, right? I actually thought you were going to make some sense when you started
because
talking
you got to separate metaphysics. You're saying
this stuff is extremely hard to understand.
Okay,
so if you're expecting it to make sense the first time you hear it,
we can measure about light. Jen, there's stuff we can measure about light. Okay,
I know.
Do you agree on that statement?
Every statement has metaphysical precursors. So saying, unless you establish your metaphysical precursors,
you're quoting me now.
You may not agree on anything.
Well, that was the whole point of the discussion, was to see if we could hypothetically agree. What it would take to hypothetically agree. Now it's been dragged into a substance dualism conversation about consciousness.
No, but Jen, you've made a whole series of statements about, what was it? Light as this substrate for essentially these ephemeral states, almost, if you want to talk about heaven and hell being transitory, right? But you use the phrase light. Okay, what do you mean by light? Light has a very specific set of definitions that we can use, and if you're not going to use those definitions, you need to find another word. Now,
Kevin, you're making a category, because there's
like physics doesn't define properties.
Dude.
Physics doesn't define properties of light either.
There is no universal.
That's a misunderstanding.
There is no universal we that we define light as this.
Light is light.
There's just metaphysical systems, and there's various metaphysical systems.
Light is
every
light,
metaphysical
David.
system
light,
can have an
light
alternative.
Is light. It's part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Okay,
no, but
it has
wave
and particle duality. If
Kevin, do you agree or not that everything has metaphysical precursors? You can't just say light is light. You have to have metaphysical precursors for any statement.
Metaphysics is merely an abstraction that we use to try to describe phenomenon that we see in the environment around us. So again, you've got a sloppy definition of what metaphysics is, David. So let's drill down on what light means, right? Because there's something that most people are going to be sitting here and saying, well, we can't even have a definition of light. Well, then the two of you are just going to be talking essentially psychobabble.
No, because
are you really telling me you don't have any intuition about what light is? I mean, there's light in the room, there's light everywhere, so it's It's something.
I have an intuition about light, but it's also something that I know we can measure. Your camera is using light and converting electromagnetic energy into information.
Yeah, so you're not measuring light. You're measuring things with light. That's not the same thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I would have to say she's correct. Like, you don't measure light, you use light to measure.
Right.
Okay. Right. So, what is
been
light?
Talking to me for years,
what is
so
light?
he has an
What is
understanding.
light? What is light?
Yeah, but light's very difficult to define. You can't measure.
No, I can tell you what it is. I've already said what it is, and said that there's tons of examples of it.
Do you agree that it has a speed with respect to transmission of information?
Upon the condition of the presupposition of rectilinear propagation, it appears that there is a maximum rate of temporal propagation equal to c.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that the speed
so now
of light
you're starting
c.
okay. So there's a speed of propagation of information when using the term the speed of light. Okay, that's
I didn't say
something
anything about information. I just said that was the definition.
No, so when we're going to drill down into the math, Jen, what you'll find is that we're going to get closer towards something that's basically informatics and number theory. Okay,
and I'm going to deny that you can describe this stuff with math. So.
okay. Look, man. If we're going to try and have a discussion about metaphysics and we can't agree that there's a speed of light and that there are different frequencies of light that we can perceive, and there are frequencies outside of that range that we can still use, this is a pointless conversation, and it's not.
Jennifer's the one who actually has the degree in physics here, Kevin.
Yeah, I've got pretty advanced degrees too as well. Okay,
but you don't have a degree in physics. I mean, saying that
just as equivalent, and I would say I would have
you don't
very
you don't have a degree in physics from academic level. She actually has more qualifications in physics than you.
I'm beginning to doubt this, but so she started to use language which was something causal, okay, with respect to the properties of light. Okay, so this is something we're going to get into. And what does that mean? She's going to get into, well, there's informatics, okay, retrocausal interactions. Okay, this is something that you have to understand when you start getting down into the basically.
Without getting all worked up about it, you say
no, because
but you're starting with this presupposition. We all know.
I just watched someone. You're just denying what just happened on the screen, which is that there were not properties of light that are essentially that we can use to have a discussion here. Okay, so eventually, after 10 minutes of wrangling, I got out of her, well, with respect to the algebraic representation of C in Einstein's law of relativity, there is a speed of light. Okay, now let's proceed further. Let's go further with what we understand with respect to our definition of light. Not this psychobabble.
You're making this misnomer again of this we. You mean that you or the I?
People who are listening, David, stop playing this game of this we, I, etc. It's a stupid little bit of Jewish pilpul. As the operational space gets pinned down, okay, you try to wiggle out of. So Jen, let's go more. What is light?
Not super crazy about the direction it's going in. It seems like super
aggressive. Neither am I. Holy fuck, you've pulled me out to have this stream and you're gonna tell me that you can't even make a definition of light? Well, we know that you're talking about C with respect to relativity and the speed of light.
I'm not talking about C with respect to relativity because I deny the rectilinear propagation of light. Light is a concept upon which other concepts can be built. And if you understand the concept correctly, you won't have fallacious presuppositions riddling your composite concepts. But in my worldview, to define a primitive concept, it doesn't, it's a self-refuting notion. The definitional regress to try, and it sounds like you're doing definitional regress to try to establish the veracity of your information-centric perspective, which in some sense I'm sympathetic to.
You're trying to have a discussion about metaphysics, okay? And what is the commonalities that we can agree on, where we can say this is something with respect to objective phenomena of the universe, cosmos, the metaphysical superstructure in which it's embedded. So let's get back to light. What is light? So do you agree that there's things like energy that we can measure?
Do I agree that we can measure energy? In principle, sure. I mean, we do it all the time.
In principle,
that's why we can have things like chemistry.
Okay. So in principle, we can measure light, right?
We can't measure light in principle because everything's made of light. So measurement is a derivative process.
So you're using light incorrectly. Your term light is incorrect in this instance.
Incorrect in what sense?
So what you're talking about is essentially energy, okay, and informatics. And what is that informatics made of? Okay, so that's where you want to get to with respect to what the substrate is that we're talking about. But
actually, there's no information on the fundamental level.
Light as an objective phenomenon is something that exists, right? We can make measurements of it, intensity, spectrum of color that we see. Okay. We can use it, okay, everything, right? If it can be used in this world where it's reproducible, that I would argue that's the definitions upon which we must move forward with this discussion. If we can't have that agreement, this conversation is pointless.
So what is it about light you want me to agree with here?
So is there again, just describe to me the physical characteristics of light as you understand them, and how do they differ?
Light doesn't have intrinsic characteristics. It brings characteristics into being, or more specifically, the appearance of characteristics into being. So it's a fallacy to attempt to say that a primitive can be defined, which is what you're asking for right now. You're saying, how do I define the primitive? And I'm telling you can't define a primitive, because that's why it's a primitive. The whole idea with primitives is that they aren't defined. They define ranges of ideas. So you're saying define a primitive, and I keep trying to tell you why that's impossible.
No, so
why we can talk about light in a derivative way, but we can't derive light from anything else because it is truly a primitive in a physical sense.
Okay, so we can get into what the tensor space of what that primitive is that you're talking about, but I would argue that you're making fallacious associations by saying light because it has a commonly agreed upon set of definitions with respect to physics.
And if people are defining it wrong in physics, whose fault is that?
Okay, but we've got to start with something that we can move forward with that's tangible.
That's right.
Otherwise that people, you can engage in logic fallacies. You've just engaged in a whole bunch of logic fallacies where I've had to pin you down, I've had to pin Duvid down to make sure that the direction of the conversation we're going in is productive. I've had these conversations with Duvid multiple times when, like I say, you start to close down the probability space in which the wiggle room around which his understanding of the nature of the universe suddenly doesn't work logically. He'll try to wiggle out. So you have essentially tried to do a wiggle out around what light means with respect to what our understanding of light means in our current state of the art. Okay, and I'm going to use the current
because
state
I don't
of the
agree
art.
with the Anglo-supremacist doctrine of light. Therefore, we can't have.
So now it's racist. It's racist to have maths and physics. Okay.
Well, it's definitely colonialist.
Where did you get your physics degree?
In a colonialist country.
Right. One that's been subverted by deconstructionist ideologies, and one where
you can't be subverted by something you were instantiated by. But that's not what this conversation is about.
Okay.
We should just move forward with the idea that if we're
you haven't put forward any idea, except we could maybe start to that you want to talk about primitives. Okay, so
sure.
Substructure to the nature of reality. okay, we can start to go there, but I have to make sure that you're not going to be pulling a Duvid and trying to do
I'm not
a
going to
little
do
bit
that.
of pill pull. But I can already tell where you're coming from, which is, oh my God, colonialists and all this. So I know I can take a good guess prediction of what your how should we say,
Yes, and I'm sure
philosophical
your
framework
priors are just
encompasses.
perfectly accurate on that matter. But perhaps
Well,
we should
I think,
continue.
so I think that we can say every framework, okay, is only as good as the predictions it makes and how reproducible it is. And if your framework is such that it just folds at the first initial contact with actual reality, then it's obviously has failings in it. Okay. And so what you're engaging in is you're engaging in fictive reality belief. And I'm acting essentially as actual reality. And your edifice is collapsing right now. So you can say that there's no gravity. Fine. Okay. Well, the ground will have an argument with you. Okay. And so it's this is if this is the level of the argument that we're going to have, that you think you can step off a building and the laws of gravity
your
are
whole
not going to
frame,
apply.
Kevin, is just inaccurate. I mean, because you're like, I mean, it goes back to this pilpul of the I and the we. Like, you're talking like you're the spokesperson for science and accuracy, as opposed to
I'm going to have to do it
there's
in
a
this
metaphysical
conversation,
system
David. I'm going
to
to have to do
understand
it.
reality through, and you're not the spokesman for objective reality. You're just a spokesman at most for your own system, or if you're saying what you were taught in mainstream universities.
there are again, it comes down to the ability to make predictions with your metaphysical framework. Okay, so let's wind the clock back. Wind the clock back.
Kevin, are you trying to put yourself into, you're the mainstream science and you're speaking for mainstream
No, I'm
science?
not. In fact, I would be considered very much on the edge of what would be considered mainstream science. But you've asked me to come in and have this discussion. And I want to have a serious discussion about what it would mean to have something approximating existence cross a state, a boundary condition, such that something like the concept of soul can be imagined, because I think this is important. But if we cannot have we can't build out on the simple basics, like, okay, when you talk about light, what are you talking about? Well, energy. Okay, energy.
A metaphysical system. So I mean, just for you,
we're not in a physical system. Okay.
For you to insist, like, even to say science rests upon metaphysics, and to even to say, well, we're talking science, like, no, I mean, you can only talk science within metaphysics, and therefore, so we said we're talking about the accepted canonization of science in the Western doctrine according to Western metaphysics, or just say, like, we're talking hypothetical metaphysics, where there's a bunch of uncertainty and unknowns, and it's unimportant whether we have the same system or not.
Do you think that there are laws of physics that are pretty universal, let's just say across this planet, rather than trying to complicate it? Okay. And so it doesn't need a complex metaphysics to understand when you're walking along a ledge on a cliff that if you go down it, you're going to enter that state transition and cross into that.
I mean, you're completely missing the point.
So there's no gravity. Okay.
Well, no, because all of those have metaphysical primitives. And to say, like, no, I'm not my body, I do not fear death. You're not going to say, Kevin, because you could die. You must accept. And if you don't believe me, maybe I will torture you to death. And being in torture to death, then you must accept the physical reality. No,
David, that's the response of someone who's never had
of metaphysical primitives.
That's the response of someone who's never had a child.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying, oh, well, when you gravity, you're going to fall. Basically, they're saying, well, if I torture you to death, you're probably going to scream. You're probably going to beg for mercy. You're like, I'll prove to you science by torturing you.
That would be a good prediction.
You cry for mercy. You're
that
saying,
would be a
no,
good prediction.
There is no way to force a metaphysical primitive. So you just have to accept that there's uncertainty.
You're speaking
and we're
in
going to
the
have different
abstract.
metaphysical primitives.
You're making an abstraction, and that abstraction is about the physical existence that we must have some agreement exists.
We don't even have to agree there is such a thing as physical existence. You can have a metaphysical system where you say the physical world is an illusion.
So you're just spilling nonsense.
No, I'm not spilling nonsense.
You are.
Even in the philosophy of science, even in consciousness, there's people who believe that the ultimate physical realm is an illusion, even from a mainstream
and
physical
fictive
purpose.
reality will always crash into actual reality. Fictive reality will always crash into actual reality. You can believe what the hell you want.
No,
okay, but if it's not predictive of your environment, okay, then you're gonna on the trajectory of the vector of time, okay, and experience, it's gonna be what we would consider a short vector. Now, in that termination process, it might feel like hell as you're falling down off the cliff and spasming for 5 minutes as you're coming in and out of consciousness and all your limbs are broken. Okay, but because you didn't have a good enough representation of reality, you went running right off the edge of the cliff. Okay, you thought that you could fly when the acid trip was peaking. Okay, so.
Yeah, but it gets back to these primitives. You say predictive means measurement. And if you're talking a form of physical measurement, then measurement is mediated by light, and light is ill-defined. And you say, well, light is the primitive that can't be defined.
So I want to let's get into these primitives. I don't mind getting into these primitives. But like I say, what I just listened to was a whole bunch of psychobabble about what light is and how it relates to metaphysics. Let's constrain the conversation for the people that are listening. Okay, if you want to write out some algebra and send me the proofs for it, I'm fine to do that as well. But in a discussion like this, you must have some axioms that we're going to work with. Okay, and we can then we can get into, well, what are those axioms made of? So right now we have to, Jen, is there gravity?
So right now we're asking questions about a physical model when we haven't even established that we're talking about physics yet. So
I would absolutely
gravity
say
is obviously a thing in my worldview.
Consciousness is embedded in physics, so we have to use physics in order to describe it. Okay.
No, that's your metaphysics. So just speak for yourself.
Well, you
according to your system. According to your system,
you can engage in fictive reality. Okay, you can engage in fictive reality bullshit. Okay, or we can have a serious discussion.
Yeah. So why don't you just say according to your system as opposed to saying,
is there gravity?
Any reasonable explanation of reality?
Is there gravity? You obstinate Jew.
Gravity is an ill-defined term that requires a metaphysical basis to have it defined.
Open that window and dive headfirst out for me. Just do that.
Okay, well, let's torture yourself to death. Why don't you just commit suicide on the stream to prove it for me? I don't believe that you exist. And let's just kill ourselves on stream.
For all your emotive argument, you are saying, well,
your emotive argument, because you're
saying because I'm pinning you down this time, David. I'm pinning you down and you don't like it.
You're not pinning anything down. You're just spouting nonsense.
I'm spouting nonsense about there being gravity. Okay, I'm spouting nonsense about there being properties to light. Okay. I'll let the people listening to this conversation be the judge of that.
You're implying that there's an objective system of metaphysics, and that's what's making the conversation not capable of moving forward.
I would say that there has to be an objective metaphysics. If you can't agree on that, then essentially, again, you're just going to get into psychobabble nonsense. Now,
but there can't be an objective. By definition, you can't have an objective metaphysics. You have
prove to me that you can't have an objective metaphysics. If you're saying that metaphysics is something that's describing a primitive and gravity is some form of an underlying primitive, okay, you've got to prove to me that those frameworks are stretchable and bendable to your view of metaphysics, and they're not. Okay. Except that, but you want to start getting into super high energy plasma physics, etc. Well, then we can start talking about how light can be
falsely implying that you have some access to the
I'm trying to keep the conversation. I'm trying to keep the conversation grounded. Okay. And what I just watched and what I've witnessed for the first hour is evasiveness as individuals know that this type of questioning will destroy the metaphysics upon which they wrap their existence around. That gives
Well, it
them
just sort of
comfort.
feels like
It's
you're
a
trying to paint
security
me into a
blanket.
corner with presuppositions,
Well,
and I
you've
don't
done
want
that.
to commit to
You've done
those
that by saying
presuppositions.
you've done that by saying by talking about light in the abstract sense and not even defining what the primitive is in the first place.
Well, I can talk about primitives if you want, and I can give examples of primitives if you want, but at that point, you have to stop asking for definitions of primitives because it's a self-contradicting concept.
I'm not sure we can get to that point if you're going to make sweeping statements about objective reality, okay, and trying to make a metaphysics, right? So so let's take a leaf from the Christian worldview, which is that, well, you can have the any type of belief system, but you must have logos, okay? And this, you might want to call it just philosophy, right? But you must have logos. You must have an ability to make accurate measurement. And if you can't make an accurate measurement and define in your vernacular and language a degree of precision, then most people are just going to think you're talking nonsense.
But I mean, what about Heisenberg's uncertainty? Like, we know as per fact you can't make accurate measurement according to mainstream understanding of physics.
But
you can only make, you can't, I mean, right? I mean, basic understanding of physics is you can't actually make accurate measurement.
Well,
so we have to work with
what that would imply is that there's a deeper level of physics, okay, that you're not able to grasp with your current understanding.
No, that implies that
the nature of what it is you're looking at.
Measurement. It's not like you could have this deeper understanding that's going to overcome the uncertainty principle. It's a hard limit on understanding.
It's a hard limit.
Level is impossible.
It's a hard limit within the framework that was defined using the math of a century ago. Okay. Now, I would like to argue that there's a broader math. There's a bigger physics that we can draw upon to try to make it. So I would like to go towards these primitives.
And it goes back to light.
Unless we're making
mediated by light,
unless we're agreeing
our understanding of light is minimized. That they're saying we can't actually understand what light is, but light is the tool that we use for measurement. That's what Jennifer was saying. Light is the primitive that measurement is based upon, and you can't actually measure light.
Light is as understood in C for this conversation, I would argue, is the electromagnetic spectrum and the properties that we can derive from it. Now, if you want to get into,
can you measure something using itself?
Well, it depends if you want to. So
can you use light? Can you define light by light itself? I mean, you're agreeing that light is the tool that's used. All basis of measurement is based upon light. Can you use the tool of measurement to measure the tool of measurement itself?
So, how do you think they measure light?
Using light.
Okay. And what happens? They draw out a constant, essentially, right?
No, I mean, it always has primitives and presuppositions. So you can say based on a series of presuppositions that physics is based upon. So like Newton, like three-dimensional space, masses, objects, even calculus, mathematics. But there's always presuppositions, there's always primitives, and there's always uncertainty. That's why you have metaphysical systems to deal with ambiguity, presuppositions, primitives, and uncertainty.
So what we try to do is reduce, right, the statistical uncertainty around what is ambiguity in any measurement of the system. Okay, this is, and consciousness tries to do this in a manner that enables you to achieve lineage progression. Okay,
but consciousness is still just a hypothesis.
Okay.
I mean, you could say that
like gravity and light. Okay.
No, I mean, so gravity and light is much, consciousness to a large extent can't be measured in the same way. Light and gravity could be measured much more directly and scientifically than consciousness.
I would beg to disagree.
You can't measure the mind. You can only measure the product of the mind. If you could argue that about light, but
Again,
so
you
if
don't
you
know
could
enough
measure light
neuroscience.
directly,
You don't
you
know
could
enough
measure
neuroscience
gravity
and
directly.
physics.
You could only
You don't know
measure
enough
mind
neuroscience and physics
indirectly.
to even be making that statement. What you're doing is you're relying on other people's interpretations and making a statement and thinking that it makes logical and coherent consistency. It doesn't. Okay. So we still
This is a
haven't got past.
philosophical accepted thing that you can't measure mind. You
Yeah,
could
but
only
some
measure the product of mind.
philosophy is just junk.
You disagree. You think that you could measure mind, not the product of mind.
I think that we can measure
You
mind,
disagree with the
brain,
fundamental tenets of the
consciousness.
field of
Yes.
psychology.
Yes, I think we can measure mind, brain, consciousness, as well as we can measure things like gravity and light, because it's a unit. It's a fundamental force of nature.
No, but mind is ill-defined.
For you, maybe, but that's
mind is a non-physical
that's just the
object.
chaos of the Jewish brain, I'm afraid. So I can't help you with that.
Of whatever you're mixed
Dude,
up.
I'm not the one sitting here spouting off psychobabble nonsense. Okay, we can get into the physics of what this stuff is.
Precise in what I'm saying.
You were being incredibly imprecise.
You can't measure mind. You can only measure
the product. Let me say, David, I think you're doing a really good job, and so maybe you can understand where I've been coming from all these years trying to explain this shit.
Well, that's why you don't stream, but I mean, because that's what
that is not why I don't stream, but it makes it very hard to have a conversation because, as far as I'm concerned, we haven't even established what we're even talking about.
We're more likely to get into death threats than actually the topic at hand. Let's just get straight to the death threats. Like,
why would I go to death threats?
I don't think we were anywhere near that. I don't think we're anywhere near that. I mean, let's not talk about
that. Again, let's talk about it's a fallacious proposition put forward by David, which he does. It's part of his behavioral repertoire that he does when he's losing an argument.
What, the death threats?
Yeah, so you've used things like, oh, you want to beat me up, you want to do things like this.
Confrontational. So it'd be nice to just de-escalate.
You're being confrontational, so let's take the confrontation just straight to the death threats. So if you want to be confrontational, let's just put it straight to the death threats. If you want to have a conversation, enough with the confrontational. Just try to understand what the other person is saying. You want to kill each other, let's just fight it out and kill each other.
Well, maybe it'll get to that. But I would say we're far from that.
Let's just do it now then. Why wait?
Well, that would be Jewish impulsivity again. So
okay, so let's just have a conversation and accept that we have different metaphysical systems and do the best to understand the other person's perspective and saying, of course, the other person disagrees. Of course, the other person has a different system.
Can objectivity apply to metaphysics?
Why don't you start by defining objectivity?
So that there's essentially a statistically repeatable set of measurements that we can make around a phenomenon. How's that for a definition?
So objective means there's a statistically repeatable set of observations we can make about it.
To start with, yeah. Let's work with that.
So then words and language would be
manifestations. Would be manifestations of the conscious process, okay? And we can look and we have a very good understanding of how that emerges across neural networks and what it means to want to even make words, why you would have a part of the brain that's devoted towards language. You can lesion parts of the brain and take out language centers. You can stimulate those regions. You can have abnormalities in those regions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot my original question. So what word was it I was asking you to define?
Objectivity.
Right, objectivity. Okay, so your definition of objective can't be verified beyond the contents of language. And languages aren't objective in any sense because they have different words for different concepts. Are you supposed to be a
physicist? Come on. Come on.
Well, if you want your definition to mean something, I mean, you're asserting a definition that, in my view, is meaningless or doesn't rise past the standard of meaning of language, which isn't high.
Okay, so I could.
So if that's what we have to agree on, then there are infinitely many of such assertions. So it doesn't seem to really narrow down on any one solution.
You're essentially engaging in a kind of what I would call a sort of Marxist deconstructionist worldview. Okay,
well, which thanks, I guess
there is no meaning right? And it's all subjective, and language is inherently
that
plastic.
wasn't implied by what I said. I was just saying that language doesn't verifiably convey a high degree of meaning, and I was pointing to your definition of objectivity being problematic in the sense that it doesn't rise past the definition of a language.
Well,
I mean, you got to agree.
you're
You're
using mathematical principles, okay, which go beyond, you could say, the normal language that we're the dialectical language that we're using. Okay.
Okay. So what is in your definition of objectivity that accounts
we can
for that?
agree. So you measure the speed of light, and I measure the speed of light, and within 10 decimal places, we can agree that that was the same measurement.
Okay. So that's objective. Right. It's subjective because it was measured the same way.
Yeah, I mean, generally, objective means mind independent. Subjective means mind dependent. And objective, whether there could even be something objective, is disputable whether there is anything that's mind independent. So, I mean, if you're just saying, what does objective mean? Objective means it's not dependent upon our minds.
So, yeah, it exists in reality, and you can make consistent measurement about it that's essentially statistically.
No, but you could. you even said the other day. Now you're switching your own argument. You were talking the observer effect. You're saying, well, you can only make measurements.
That was an entirely different discussion. I would like to get to things like observer effect. Okay.
Well, what means mind? How do you measure something without using a mind?
Okay, so you're saying that if the tree falls in the forest, there's no sound. I would beg to disagree.
That's a paradoxical question. You're saying objective means mind independent. So it's saying that if we were all dead and didn't exist, your supposition, your metaphysics is that the material world would still exist. If all humans died, if there were no minds, that the material realm would still be here. That's your supposition.
Well, so this is when you're going to have to get into what is conscious, okay? And what do we mean by conscious? Is a monkey conscious? Is a dog conscious?
Are you agreeing with my definition? I mean, it's the Greek definition, classic definition. Objective means mind independent.
Yeah, I'll go with that. It's measurable. Okay, outside of my own subjective interpretation.
Anybody's mind independent.
Yeah.
And some of the supposition and the general dualistic Western system of Descartes, Galileo, Newton is that the material realm is a given, that even separate minds, that the material realm exists.
So you're agreeing then that there can be an objective reality out there. Okay,
that's the supposition
independent of the mind exists. Okay, so that's what we have to get to, and you trying to engage in, like I say, it's classic Pillpool, where you're saying, well, that metaphysics doesn't have to be.
It is Pillpool because according to Panpsychism and possibly monism, there's no such thing as objective because everything is mind dependent. So if you're saying, and I would even say that objective necessitates dualism. You only have objectivity in the dualistic realm where you have a separate realm between. I mean, it derives that the whole terminology of objective and subjective derives from dualism, where you have a separate realm of mind and matter.
Before we get into your word games around metaphysics, let's just agree that there's elements out in reality that are independent, okay, of our subjective experience.
But we don't agree because Jen's a panpsychist.
That's a different statement. That's a different statement than saying there's no consciousness, or it's independent of consciousness, because you have to then flesh out your definition of what consciousness means. Okay, does any higher,
as a dualist, I believe in objectivity. As a panpsychist, Jennifer does not believe in objectivity. She thinks everything is mind dependent. And I don't know, because you still haven't even stipulated what your system is to say whether you even.
I've staked out very clearly what my system is that consciousness is it's a fundamental component of reality as much as the electron
field. So then how can you have objectivity? If consciousness is a fundamental part of reality, how do you have objectivity, which is consciousness independent? Or you're just using word games that you think consciousness and mind are different things. So you just said objectivity means consciousness, mind, independent.
No, but then I'm trying to work towards a vernacular that we can use to get to what you wanted to talk about, which is transmigration, of souls. Okay.
Yes. So you just said, so you just admitted, according to your system, there's no such thing as objectivity because consciousness pervades everything. Therefore, there can't be anything
I haven't
that's
said
mind
that.
independent.
I said objectivity means that there's something beyond my own personal consciousness that exists that can be measured still.
Not your own. Objective doesn't mean that's beyond my consciousness, my mind.
So again, you're leaping ahead. You're leaping ahead, and you're using.
So to you, the definition of objective just means independent of your mind, as opposed to independent of minds in
not
general.
Independent of just my mind. Is there something out there?
It's independent of minds. It's independent of consciousness. It's implication that there's a separate physical reality that corresponds to physical rules that has nothing to do with consciousness or mind.
So you're complicating the question again, as usual.
I'm not complicating the question.
You are.
These are the necessary metaphysical precursors.
I'm trying to set the parameters of the debate so that we can move forward. And so we can understand that Jen is a panpsychist to the point where if there was well, essentially what that means is that the universe is inherently conscious, and I would tend to agree with her, right? But when you're saying that the universe is inherently conscious, you're saying that there's a field structure, right, that can be described by tensor math, if you like, that is that can be abstracted out, that we can make objective observations about, that we can agree upon, that we can agree upon.
Objects like in Newtonian physics, that you have an independent object, that the laws and interactions of that independent object is not dependent on mind. And so if you have this pervasive system, do you have independent objects?
That's the moon.
Are there objects that are independent that are not dependent on mind?
When you die, David, do you think the world ends or not?
Well, we haven't even established whether the world.
But that's where you're going. That's where you're going. So the way to cut down on the bullshit here is when you die, does the world stop?
When I die, I would assume the world will continue after I die.
Okay. So by definition, there's an objective reality out there. There's an objective reality out there that is of sufficient complexity that your part of it is not inherently necessary, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Jen, when you die, does the world and the universe stop existing?
I mean, I think the answer is obviously no, and I don't understand how this is germane to the discussion.
Because we're trying to get to, are we trying to talk about souls and consciousness?
Yeah, so I can tell you why there's no objectivity in the sense you're describing in my worldview, but I mean,
yeah, but like I say, there's this issue about
so we can't. So basically, what it boils down to is no, we can't agree on an objective reality in that sense. We can agree on an objective reality in another sense, but it's not in that sense. No.
So that just sounded garbled to me. So okay, so let's try this. So you believe that there are superordinate primitives that essentially define the boundary conditions of the emergent phenomena that we see, that we ascribe to light, gravity, mass, etc.
Right.
Okay. Right. What is that made of?
So your question presupposes that it's made of something.
Well,
it's not made of anything. It's what makes things.
Okay, so what's the root upon which you would base that assumption then?
The basis of the assumption that light is primitive.
So what you've done is engaged in circular reasoning. Okay, so as a metaphysics,
I'm still trying to understand your question. You asked me the basis of the assumption. I just want to make sure you asked me about the assumption about light.
The primitives, okay,
right?
The primitives that we're talking about. That I think once we sort of get past I
can tell you where the primitives come from. They come from investigating phenomena and logically determining in what order they must have come about in.
Go on.
Well, that's how it's determined that the mind is primitive, because a mind can exist in absentia of every other thing. So for that reason,
So
it's considered primitive.
That's a very big statement to make. What would you base that premise on?
I already told you how it was deduced.
No,
Logical examination of evidence.
You engaged in circular reasoning. Okay, so you have.
Well,
I
described to you the process of coming to that conclusion, and I said it involved an examination of evidence. So I don't see how that's circular, because it would appear to contradict the notion of circularity, as it invokes evidence, which is external to my reasoning.
So what is your evidence then? What's your evidence for that statement?
The evidence.
There's a mind that is independent of any substrate that we as we understand it.
Because through logic, other people determined that the mind is the first cause because it can exist in absentia of other causes. And I'm repeating myself now.
Okay, so we'll try to build off that to at least move the conversation forward. Okay, so you're not. The only evidence that you have is other people's suppositions in this instance, but
other people's experiences and their reasoning.
Oh, so now other people's experiences are useful in this discussion. Whereas
the reasoning of scholars is definitely
you tried
to invoke the testimony of random people. I'm invoking the testimony of scholars.
You made the claim earlier that that's not possible when I tried to give you a reason for why.
Okay, number one, I'll repeat myself here. It's a fallacy to appeal to the testimony of random people. It's not a fallacy to appeal to established conventions of scholarly. Are you denying that there's an established scholarly tradition of philosophy in India that has standards that can be adhered to?
I would presume that if they have a metaphysics and somewhat predictive physics, that there must be a chain of knowledge that you could point to. And if you okay, so in this instance, again, what would be? So let's go back to who would have been the first mover in that instance that started the chain.
There's no first mover because the universe is uncreated.
So where did that chain emerge from? What's in a historical sense? Just give us a date.
Uncreated things don't emerge. Uncreated things don't have a beginning. They're just always there.
How did that scholarly chain come into existence? And who you're talking about individuals here, right? Human beings.
Yeah, the story is that the Vedas were revealed to 7 rishis who wrote 4 Vedas. That's the source of all knowledge. And I don't know why we would want to go into all this. This to me is even farther from what we started.
You've already made contradictions, which is we can't
contradictions according to your worldview. Do you know how silly it sounds to say that? You think there are contradictions in my worldview?
Your statements,
like, honestly, I'm willfully contradicting myself. Hope he doesn't notice. Do you honestly think that's what I'm thinking right now?
I think that's a kind of argumentative technique that you're trying.
It's like you presumably, in Gödel's incompleteness theorem, all systems have contradictions. What's the advantage of, you just said something, let me try to point out all the possible contradictions to what you just said? So you can't prove metaphysical systems. Metaphysical systems are based on coherence. So you say, well,
are they predictive or not?
Coherence.
And if the prediction fails, then the metaphysics is wrong.
No,
it's not a hard concept.
Science, physics is based on prediction. Metaphysics is not based on prediction. It's based on coherence. And then you say, well, is there even such a thing as a coherent system? And then you just go, okay, so Kevin just wants to prove Gödel's incompleteness theorem and that any system is going to have contradictions. We already know that. And so the point, okay, here's a metaphysical system. It's not science, it's metaphysics. Therefore, it's not provable by prediction. It's provable by coherence.
Okay, so, but you can have...
And then you're trying to argue that,
I found the contradiction. Wrong.
I found the contradiction in your metaphysics. Kevin just proved Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
If your coherent system is wrong, okay, how do you go about making a correction to it?
You can't, because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. There is no
But you
coherent
can
system.
refine it.
So all you're doing is reproving Gödel's incompleteness theorem by demonstrating that you could find a contradiction with any given system.
So
what's your point
systems,
in trying to demonstrate that you could find a contradiction in a given metaphysical system?
So again, we're trying to get towards, is there something called consciousness that we can that we're working with?
It has to be an assumption. It has to be a postulate. It has to be, you could postulate it's a primitive. It's a metaphysical system, and metaphysics, by definition, that's not predictive. That's science.
So
all you
it's
can do, you
beyond,
can say some metaphysical systems
measurement.
are more coherent than others. And then if you're going to go
So
through,
some systems are more coherent than others. Some systems are more coherent than others. You said it. Some systems are more coherent than others. Okay. And what that means in the real world is they are more predictive of reality than others. Okay.
No, metaphysics is not, science is predictive. Metaphysics is a system of which science is contained in. Metaphysics doesn't make predictions. It's a system that
all right, let's
you have
break
the
this down.
Correspondence theory of truth.
Let me
the coherence theory.
let me show you the limitations of your thinking. Let me show you the limitations of your thinking, David. Okay.
No, it's a limitation of your thinking. Because you don't have a background in philosophy or metaphysics, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about.
You're the one who's draped yourself in Judaism and arguing from
I haven't even brought up Judaism.
Okay.
I mean, you're the dumbass who doesn't know the Greeks.
I don't need to understand the Greeks.
I haven't even brought up Judaism.
Okay, so this is the example I'm going to give you. Okay, this is the example I'm going to give you. Right,
and the Greeks. We're talking metaphysics.
We have cavemen,
not Judaism.
Ugg and Stig, who are proto-Greeks. Right, they live around
now you're
the Mediterranean.
You have no education of philosophy and you don't know the Greeks, and I have to teach your sorry ass that, and you have to give these stupid nonsense bullshit because you haven't read a book. And that's why you don't have a single book in your background, because you don't know shit.
But when you go and rely on canons of knowledge, okay, that you think are coherent, but when it comes to the actual road testing of them and seeing if they're useful or not, okay, in the modern sense, are essentially useless. Okay, so Ugg and Stig, okay, are trying to survive day to day. Okay,
not useful in that sense.
Ugg and Stig are trying to survive day to day. They build up a pattern of behaviors. They talk about a metaphysics of the reality that they're in. Now, one day, okay, lightning strikes the tree that they live near, they're encamped near, and fire emerges into their environment. Ugg thinks it's a gift from the tree. Stig thinks he saw it come down from the sky. Okay, now which one has the more accurate metaphysics in this instance? These are proto-Greeks, remember, so you've got to believe them.
I mean, metaphysics is a Greek conception. There wasn't metaphysics.
You got trapped into a corner and you won't answer the question and you spiral up.
And don't have a good education.
Keep them coming, Jew boy. Keep them coming, because you're the one that's making an ass of yourself.
You don't understand metaphysics and philosophy. Instead, you just keep on repeating your nonsense bullshit rather than learn something. That's why we're not getting anywhere.
Okay. So, Ugg and Stig have a difference of opinion.
What's with your stupid Ugg and Stig? We're trying to talk metaphysics.
Because it's your stupid example, idiot.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Ugg and Stig. We're trying to talk about metaphysics, the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth.
Okay, so
and you're talking predictive versus coherence. You're talking
because you have to bake those. You have to bake those
science. You're talking correspondence.
You have to bake those concepts down into something that we can use quickly, that we can say, okay, we've done that, we can settle that, we can agree on that.
You're dumbass because you never learned philosophy?
I know enough philosophy, okay, to know when it becomes an impediment, right? You're so wrapped up in it, it's become an impediment to you that you can't move on to the next stage of the conversation and realize that you've been bested and you've run up to a limitation.
We're trying to have a philosophical conversation, and the problem is you don't know philosophy.
Okay, so I want to get to primitives, okay? I want to get to the metaphysics of consciousness, okay? So as much as you want to rely on Ugg and Stig's definitions and their metaphysics, okay, I would say it's important to know that they exist and had that dialogue and dialectic, okay, thesis, right? This is just these are things that we have to. There are some concepts we have to say, okay, that work has been done. Okay, it's why I'm making a point of saying, okay, well, you want to talk about light as being this primitive. Well, that's not the right term to be using then, because light has a manifestation in this reality that has a set of properties that are measurable, that by the state vector that we're on. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't understand philosophy or metaphysics. You're not here to
well,
be
you keep going back to that point, and because
you're trying to correct.
You've been jammed into a corner and you can't get out of it. You've been jammed into a corner and you can't get out of it.
You're the one jammed into a corner. You just demonstrate that you don't
I
know
want
shit.
To move forward.
Like you don't even have a basic background in philosophy and metaphysics. I want to move
forward with consciousness. Okay.
Somehow you got a PhD.
I have a whole bunch of measurements. I have a whole bunch of measurements which I can rely on to build out a coherent. You hear those words, David? Coherent framework. So forget ancient Jews and fucking ancient Greeks in this instance, right? They've served their purpose. Okay, they're part of. They're a small brick now in a expanding, hyper complex structure. So let's get to these primitives. Okay, do they have an electromagnetic signature?
Do primitives have an electromagnetic signature? No. In this case, the primitive would be generating the appearance of electromagnetic signatures.
Okay, so how would you define, or what scale would you put that primitive on? No scale.
It doesn't have a scale. It brings scales into
essentially, you've been backed into the corner of a kind of
I said dualism. It doesn't have a scale. It brings scales into existence, and you're saying, "Oh, you backed into a corner." It's like, stop saying that. Nobody thinks that.
You're saying, like David, that there's a dualistic component to life. So there's the material, the non-material, and outside of that is this superordinate structure. Okay, I will make.
She's a non-dualist panpsychist. You didn't pay attention when she opened up. Her philosophy is non-dualism.
So, but she's just made a dualistic attempt to try to describe reality.
I'm not sure how it would be dualistic. What I said exactly.
So
the notion of starting off with light and saying we're not going to qualify it at all is a strategic, philosophical choice to say, okay, well, if we imbue the fundamental thing with properties, then we can't actually establish what those properties are mind independently, and more importantly, instrument independently.
So in those mechanisms of primitive interactions, are there different primitives, or is there just one primitive?
Light would be the primitive process from this perspective, but there's a lot of other ways we could look at things where something else could just as easily be primitive. So this is not a global primitive.
How would you describe that then using language?
I would attempt to explain why primitives can't be defined. And I generally don't put this stuff out for wide-scale consumption because it's something that's very hard to understand and takes a long time. And
no, I understand what it is you're saying and the framework that you're coming from. Okay, but we need to get to this, right, with respect to consciousness. Okay.
Okay.
Is consciousness imbued or a part of that primitive?
Well, you could also call the primitive consciousness.
Okay.
So you could throw out light and say, well, let's just call it consciousness.
Okay. So
you could do either of those things, but you can't do both because they're only they're two aspects of the same thing. So they're not both true.
You're using a dualist argument. Okay.
How is that? I'm not sure how that would be dualistic exactly, but There is conditional dualism in my system. It's just that the fundamental aspect is non-dual. So it's
there
not
is
really
conditional
a fallacy.
dualism, but the final aspect is non-dualistic.
The fundamental aspect is non-dualistic. So even to posit light as a primitive, I have to state the conditions of
but
material
you've put yourself into
observability.
a condition where you can't. There's nothing. You've basically boxed yourself into a corner where you just say it's light, and then, well, the immediate questions become, well, how do we know what we have a measurement of what light is as it emerges from that primitive hypertensor structure? Okay.
Yeah, so you're thinking that there's a primitive and then stuff emerges from it, but actually what's happening is that the primitive is causing the stuff. And the primitive is present in the final cause.
I wouldn't doubt that it's imbued all the way through it to everything that we see. Okay.
Right.
This seems inherent in the systems that we're looking at. And so when we're looking at consciousness, okay, so let me try and help you move forward so you're not stuck in this circular process. Okay, what you have to look for with consciousness is a form of scale invariance and pattern invariance. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but it's not an understanding of consciousness that's consistent with my worldview, because it's dualistic. It's assuming that there's consciousness and then patterns for it to fit into. But what's actually happening is that there's no fundamental pattern. The appearance of patterns emerges from fundamental consciousness.
Okay, so now the fundamental is consciousness. This is something that we're going to agree. I would agree on, but it's part of the it's the substrate around which everything is emergent. Okay, does that make sense to you?
Well, what I'm saying is that it's the process within which appearances are emergent. So I'm not sure if that aligns with what you're saying, but
okay. So what you're trying to do, and again, this is the problem inherent when trying to use things like language, because these are an evolved and continually evolving set of systems and processes that you have to work with, okay, to try to describe the nature of reality around you. Okay, so if there's an agreement that consciousness, right, reaches back or through however you want to, whatever observer position that you take, okay, you can maybe say inward. There's consciousness at whatever level that you want to try to understand the systems that you're looking at. Is that a fair assumption to make?
It was pretty long. Just in short, all processes are conscious processes, but it's not happening within anything. There's nothing inside anything else. Something being inside something else is a property of space, and space is emergent.
Okay, and in that model, is there essentially an event horizon or boundary condition to those states?
Well, what's a boundary?
So it's the point at which the your predictive framework, you can't take it any further, and you have to, from a logic perspective, have to say there's an element here. That's where ambiguity comes in, and there's elements around which are you comfortable around ambiguity? Now I would infer from your position, yeah, you're perfectly happy with ambiguity. You understand that there's a boundary condition to the type of philosophy that you're using, and it's there's cases.
I don't see how this is relevant,
because we still haven't even got to defining what consciousness is yet to talk about.
I've defined it about 12 times, but you for some reason don't accept the definition that it's a primitive process. And I can't define what a primitive process is.
I'm going to go with a primitive. I'm going to go with a primitive, right? So that means there's essentially, from a mathematical point of view, there's essentially a field structure, okay, around which logically there has to be a boundary condition to the abstraction. But from that, the emergent properties of the universe and consciousness are extant. right? This
So
is what's
why is the boundary logically required?
This is the comparative metaphysics of dualism, and it's basically Galileo, Newton, Descartes, where Newton accepts as a given masses in three-dimensional spaces and objects operating in three-dimensional space according to physical laws described by universal mathematics equations. And say if you're a dualist, that's a given. You have masses, three-dimensional spaces, and universal laws that these objects operate within three-dimensional space. And then you have minds, and there's no necessary crossover relationship between the two. That's dualism. That's the system I subscribe to. I still don't understand. I mean, I've talked to Jennifer. I know her system. I'm not sure your system. And I mean,
because
like
the
we're just
science
walking you
and the
through
philosophy
basic
is beyond your
metaphysics. So if you're
framework.
saying you're
David.
not a dualist, either mind
Let's say
emerges
I'm a
from the physical
pragmatist.
or the
Let's say I'm
physical
a
three dimension. So Jennifer would hold that three-dimensional space and objects emerge from consciousness. And that's why she's a non-dualist, that three-dimensional space and masses and universal laws are not a given independent of mind. They emerge from mind.
And that's
And I don't know if that's your position or if you're the opposite. You're a non-dualist materialist where you're saying that what the given is three-dimensional space and object and minds emerge from three-dimensional.
I'm a pragmatist, okay, that would like to be able to take some of the concepts that are not going to fall down some of the linguistic dead ends that Jen is bringing to the discussion and try to formulate a working vernacular of consciousness that essentially we can at least agree that there is consciousness.
Yeah, but then we have to get into the philosophy of language where you're saying like, no, I mean, science does not deal with language. Science deals with symbolic logic and mathematical expression. So if you want to describe science, like, no, I'm sorry, you have to learn calculus. You have to learn symbolic language. Some language could be reduced to symbolic logic, but even so we're speaking in language, but if we were actually trying to have an accurate conversation about metaphysics, it would be something that would not be represented by language. It would be represented by symbols, logic, and forms that language is not an accurate representation of.
So language, right, for a working definition is symbolic cognitive representation.
No, language is what we're using to communicate to each other. If you actually were publishing a paper or trying to code it, you wouldn't use these words that we use to communicate. You would use some sort of mathematical form, symbolic logic, and whether what we're saying or not
talk
could be
about
reduced
math
to
then?
symbolic logic or not.
Can you talk about math?
We could talk about math, but when you actually do math, you don't talk about it. You write symbolic representations that words only attempt to describe. That's like
Right.
when you do math, you don't talk about it, you just do it.
So writing down math, okay, has a essentially symbolic cognitive representation that in your mind, when you put the sum of, right, equals, and you do the motor process of drawing it out, that's instantiated in your brain. Okay.
That's your supposition.
Okay.
Now you're coming that you're a materialist. You're saying that and saying we know your system, and if you have your system, you want to propagate your system, it's fine. You're on your channel, you're preaching your system, but like no, me and Jennifer each have alternative systems that's not our understanding, and we're not talking about brains. We're saying that math, language is imprecise. When we're talking metaphysics, coherence, and correspondence of truth is not derived from language. It's derived from symbolic forms. And so if we're trying to get to a deeper level of truth, we're just using language to refer to things that language itself does not represent. And that's these deeper symbolic forms represented by things called logic and mathematics. And that's we're talking about. Presumably, okay, and we're just having a conversation here, but if you wanted a deeper understanding, it would have to be reduced to the symbolic language in mathematics, of which science is not based on language. It's based on coherence and correspondence of equations. Language is not predictive. Mathematics is predictive.
So suddenly prediction becomes important. Okay.
Well,
Right.
prediction's important for
Mathematics
correspondence.
isn't predictive. Science is predictive.
Yeah, I mean,
Mathematics is
science
descriptive.
uses mathematics. Science is predictive through the use of mathematics.
I would agree
Two
with
different
Jen
things. There's
in this
coherence.
instance that the
Coherence is based
math
on
is
logic.
descriptive.
Correspondence is based on prediction.
So let's try and work with Jen here, which is math is descriptive, and the math, the representation of the math, when someone, let's say Archimedes, wants to work out the volume of something, okay, he has a conception of it and then makes a symbolic representation of that is a description. I would agree with Jen about that. And then we would use scientific methodology to test what that concept is that has been written down. Can we agree on that?
I don't think you described that correctly. I mean, I think I know what you're trying to describe, but you didn't describe it correctly. You say if you have, I mean, first of all, there's different language. You have like piano arithmetic, and Frege's. There's different forms of logic and how to describe arithmetic, and even like calculus and some. There is no universally accepted symbolism, but theoretically, you have some form of
understand that they have
universal
to have
symbolism. In
You
current
understand that they
mathematics,
have to have
usually either
conventions,
use
David.
Frege or piano. And I
David, you
don't know how
understand
much
that they have
background
to
you have
have
in mathematics, but
conventions.
I mean, have
They
you
have to
actually
have
taken?
conventions to agree upon what the symbols mean.
Well, I mean,
Right?
currently we use like the convention of piano or Frege, usually when we use mathematical language, and there's other conventions, but whether those conventions of how we represent mathematical or logical form, whether that's actually a representation of truth, but using those conventions. So if you have a concept that describes reality that's predictive, and also in mathematics, then it becomes written or described in the symbolic language, and the symbolic language is objective, meaning it's not dependent on any of our minds. Theoretically, there's this objective symbolic descriptor that our minds just agree upon the symbolism, but it's describing something objective that's not dependent upon our minds. And then it could become predictive in the material realm, such as things like gravity or basic laws of physics, where there's an equation or a symbolic logical representation. It's descriptive of how objects operate, such like as the speed of light. And therefore, any mind could observe the descriptor of reality and then test the descriptor of reality and correspond it to reality. And that's what we call scientific truths, as opposed to metaphysical truths, which can't be tested in the same method.
So I don't want to.
This philosophy 101, which unfortunately you didn't take, so Duvet has to give it to you live on your stream.
No. There's exact. We have to move forward, right? And so again, what is the language we can move forward with? Right. So let's say that math can be descriptive of reality, universe. What is it a description of? Jen, would you like to expand on that point?
Okay, so why do I have to accept that math can describe the universe exactly? I mean, isn't the burden of proof for that assertion on you if you want to make it?
Well, that's why I would write down a set of algebraic equations following the rules of algebra, and then say, does it?
But you haven't done that.
Well, but I have done that with respect to, you see all that stuff behind me on the walls behind me. Okay, that's all measurement of the brain and brain states and emergent. Listen to that word, emergent behavior. Okay. Now, I have done the experiments, formulated out a descriptor, and I will make the statement that you can use tensor mathematics to describe the interactions of these complex systems. Does that make sense before I add the caveat?
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know what it is in the systems that you're measuring, but the principle of measuring
cortex,
things
basal
and
ganglia,
representing them with tensors is fine. I'm familiar with that idea.
Okay, so from
he's going to when he claims that he's measuring mind. So
but you don't understand what mind is, David. That's the problem.
I understand what mind is.
No, you have this essentially
I'm a
spinning
dualist.
of the wheels philosophy, and I can deconstruct it and bring out a more elegant,
you don't even know
more elegant system.
You don't even know the history and precursors that your knowledge is based on. And I'm using the system that was built up.
I understand
Galileo and Newton,
okay?
and the Royal
I
Society
understand
of London,
which I know who Galileo and Newton is.
Due to probably your bad behavior that's demonstrated on the stream.
Okay, dude boy. Right, Jen. Okay, let me try and explain to you, okay, what systems I'm using tensor math to describe. Okay, so we'll delve into some neuroanatomy. Is that okay? How can I just ask a question? How familiar are you with brain anatomy and physiology?
Well, I'm not that familiar with brain anatomy, but I asked you, why do I have to give a mathematical basis for the universe? And it sounds like you're saying because you've given a mathematical basis of the universe, I have to as well.
No, so again,
then I guess I don't see the relevance of this digression.
Okay, so the title
you're just happy of your research and you want to share your research, and it's like, okay, maybe Jennifer's interested in hearing about your research, but you haven't connected it to the conversation.
Consciousness, David, consciousness, brain, mind. I literally like Oppenheimer was there messing around with the subatomic structures of heavy elements, right, to cause criticalities. I've been in there measuring the substrates of consciousness. Okay.
No.
Does that make sense to you?
No, because I mean, you're not even correctly describing what you did. If you're saying you were doing anatomical measurements, you were doing physical measurements of physical phenomenon that happen in the brain, maybe electrical or chemical, magnetic, whatever. But consciousness is still ill-defined. If you're talking about psychology,
to you it's ill-defined. To you, it's ill-defined.
No, because you still haven't even defined it.
Okay, so let's start with the soft consciousness. Okay, what's soft consciousness in this instance, as you understand it?
Well, I mean, if you're talking like the David Chalmers in terms of the soft and hard, I mean, if you're using the terminology of David Chalmers,
I would say that's where the sort of cutting edges with
David
respect
Chalmers,
to
1995, where he defined these things, you're using his definitions.
Yeah, and what do we understand?
Like, your sorry ass hasn't even read Chalmers' book.
I know who David Chalmers is.
Yeah,
and Tegmark and Hammeroff. Okay, and I've been doing the experiments and the formulations to work out from those problems, right? The philosophical problems that were brought up when Hammeroff said that there's a quantum layer of processing, informatic processing, inherent in consciousness.
Yes, I mean, consciousness has classes of definitions from different people. So when Stuart Hammeroff organized the Science of Consciousness conference starting in the mid-90s with Sir Roger, with Penrose and Liebe and David Chalmers participated in the first major Science of Consciousness conference, and Chalmers is the philosopher. And the philosopher, he philosophically defined these terms. Hammeroff is an anesthesiologist, and Penrose was, I mean, he's a physicist, but Penrose, part of it was based on information theory. So if you're talking about Penrose, consciousness in terms of information theory, Hammeroff, consciousness in terms of brain anatomy and anesthesiology, and Chalmers, consciousness in terms of philosophical definitions. So those are three different definitions of likely the same phenomenon, but they're different definitions. So if you're talking soft and hard, those are philosophical definitions. If you're talking Hammeroff, you're talking anatomical, medical definitions. If you're talking Penrose, you're talking information theory definitions.
Okay.
And you want to just play around with one word, and it's supposed to mean all three things, even though it doesn't, the understanding like that doesn't exist. So I mean, you're the one who, like, I mean, you're the one who needs the ABC lesson in philosophy.
The eternal Jew. The eternal Jew.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid you took such low birth that you haven't been educated. And you need a Jew to tell you what's going on because you don't like to read books.
I think the low birth is being
so, like, thank God you got a Jew who's willing to put up with your
the low birth
and
is being
explain
amply
these concepts to you.
demonstrated. The low birth is being amply demonstrated by your intransigence in this discussion. Okay, so let's just say, right, you gave a good historical accounting of what happened when we've tried to move forward. Why have we moved?
Information theory, anatomy, and philosophy, 3 different fields converging to define consciousness.
Okay, now,
so when you say consciousness, you mean the combination of all 3 of those, even though it's unclear that those 3 things could be combined.
I've been very clear about all those statements, okay? And so this is what we have to get to, okay? So those 3 elements. Now, Chalmers' objection, or his statements in that discussion, I would put forward the premise or the statement that his objection to the data that was aggregating was a fallacious one.
Chalmers was giving a metaphysical, philosophical framework to understand it in. That's why he uses the term soft and hard consciousness, where soft consciousness, if we call them like the easy problems of consciousness, are individual phenomenon of experience, as opposed to the hard problem, which is the overall totality of a conscious being. So like soft problem, you're just saying one phenomenon. Explain to me one simple conscious phenomenon.
Okay, so embedded in the idea of talking about consciousness, right? You've stated it correctly.
And just to explain one single phenomenon, you still need to connect the 3 different things of information theory, anatomy,
to try to approach, right, the superordinate problem, okay, which is, are we able to come to an understanding of consciousness by having this exchange between those different worldviews? Okay, so I would argue that yes, you can. Some have more merit than others as we've progressed through the problem-solving process. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, without all the, I mean, I guess I kind of enjoyed the back and forth. Maybe Jennifer doesn't, or the confrontational nature, like blood sports, intellectual debate. But yeah, I mean, maybe we're getting at something. And now if you're going to try to give like, well, where does mathematics, like mathematics is really, that's the descriptor. That's the information
right in this
theory.
Instance. It's the descriptor that you use to try
that goes into the information aspect, the information theory.
Yes. And I've run out of juice to drink. So if you just bear with me and the 2 of you can.
Okay. Well, maybe Jennifer will have a chance to talk. Well,
I'm interested to hear Jen's statements. So don't go too far off tangent, please.
Okay. Well, you could pump up the volume so you could hear while you're getting your more medicine. If you're still there, Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Having fun yet?
I can only control my own behavior, so I'm pretty happy about that so far. Otherwise, it sort of comes back to the constant circling of the conversation about like why you can't define a primitive, and hopefully we can establish that with some degree of certainty. But I'm not sure about the arguing pro mind dependence. A lot of people seem to think that's impossible. So I would
think
just
Kevin's
say,
trying to like T-jump you, Socrates you, where he's like, I mean, as opposed to just like, well, here's your system. Maybe he could point out some contradictions or flaws in it, but he appears to be like T-jump Socrates you, where he's trying to like lead you through a series of questions to see to it that his view is actually the correct view, even though like I've been speaking to him for tens of hours, a few weeks now, and I'm not even sure he has a view. I mean, he has research, like obviously he's a PhD, he's ran a lab, he knows a lot of information, but I don't actually think he has a theory.
I think it's something to the effect of that the intrinsic complexity is God, and it's the mediator for the cosmic justice.
you could say he has more information. He's ran a lab. He has higher education, more experience, papers, but he doesn't actually have a theory. You have a theory, and so he could try to pick at your theory, but I'm not sure if he's even trying to understand your theory, or if the metaphysical precursors are too different to even.
Well, his manner of inquiry suggested he was trying to find some sort of, like a Socratic inquiry, which generally entails finding some sort of a contradiction through presupposing some type of substance realism, though I doubt that was what he was actually
Well, he claims to be
doing
like
at the
non-dualist. That's why I brought you to speak with him.
Yeah, but just because you claim to be non-dualist doesn't mean you aren't presupposing dualist metaphysics on some level, because we aren't privy to our conceptualizations necessarily. So just saying, oh, I'm a non-dualist, and then positing a bunch of dualism, well, all that's saying is that you don't care about the veracity of your title. So, I mean, it's pretty hard to commit to non-dualism. It does have quite a lot of entailments, even though it seems like it wouldn't, since you're starting from an unconditioned place. But the manner by which you impose conditions is quite regular.
Yeah. So, can I ask Jen a question? So, do you ascribe to an entirely phenomenological worldview, which is that your mind, in creating this experiential state right now, is essentially all that there is? And
no, but we think that there's a gap between individual experience and anything else.
Do you think it's possible that you can influence in some way the emergent series of events?
I don't think anyone doubts that.
Anyone doubts that you can influence the emergent series of events? So do you recognize that you have good days and bad days?
I recognize that it's conceivable that things could have been different if I had acted differently, for sure. I'm lost as to the relevance again, but
because I'm trying to establish some framework around. So we've got to the point where
Jennifer despises the Socratic method, and that's what we're discussing.
That's a bit of an overstatement. I actually support it in a limited fashion when you already are teaching, when you're established as a teacher and teaching someone something.
Yeah, so we're thinking that Kevin is basically overutilizing the Socratic method, and you're trying.
Well, I'm having to.
I wouldn't say that it's a Socratic method per se, but he's doing definitional regress and presupposing that that's informative. And I've been trying to sort of interrupt things and say and show why definitional regress really isn't informative here, because it's presupposing that there's information in language that pertains to consciousness, which there isn't, because language is quite emergent down the process chain of consciousness.
So again, we can get into those statements of things like language. Okay, it's important because it's a tool that we have to use to describe consciousness. But we've reached a point where David has agreed that you need, or in our current instantiation, our emergent evolutionary trajectory, we've got to this point where, in order to try to, our best attempt at trying to define consciousness involves a combination, a triad, if you like, of some form of neuroscience, in this instance that came from Hameroff, which was around the concept of well, he has this idea of microtubules, etc., doing this substrate of computation that was amplified by Penrose's informatics and field theories. And then you have this, you need a philosophy in order to tie it together, in order to have our best attempt. And you could argue that it's a kind of reductive way.
The philosophy frames it.
I think that's a good way of putting it. So that's why it's important that you can look at some philosophy and say, well, it's premises and objections that are baked into it, and what you would call coherence. Sometimes it skews off and requires redirecting so that it's acting in its most optimal form. Okay.
I mean, there might be more, but I think generally those three you could have a working system, and it's say from a dualistic point of view, the neuroscience, the anatomy, that's material phenomenon. The philosophy is non-material, and probably the informatics is also non-material, though the informatics might reside somewhere in between the material and non-material. So if you have a non-dualistic system and you're going to claim that, well, I mean, it's going to be hard to claim philosophy and informatics is material. And so that's panpsychism will say the precursor will say is of even the material, the precursor is consciousness, and that's the precursor to all three of those functions. So I don't know in your system what is the primitive of philosophy in informatics. I mean, I assume you would agree the precursor to neurology
plot
is material.
I would plot closer to Jen, which is that there's this again, I tend to use the phrase superordinate, but all encompassing structure, or whatever you want to call it, framework, okay, around which the sense of emergence happens with consciousness. Now, let's have a thought experiment right now.
That's going to give rise to the material, which gives rise to the anatomy and the neural structure that you're saying that it's. I mean, so I mean, generally, like you have monism and dualism and materialism, and like I mean, you could possibly define some others. Most people are materialist. Classically, most people were dualist, and then in between, you have a revival of some sort of like monist. And so Jennifer, a panpsychist, or most likely would call her a monist or dual aspect monism. And I mean, this is like the philosophical framing of how you're understanding. So if you're going to say the same laws, so we're trying to talk consciousness, you need at least three different aspects just to define consciousness: the informatics, the philosophical, and the material. But is there a universal language that can be used to describe all three of those: philosophy, informatics, and material phenomenon like anatomy? And if you're going to say, well, it's mathematics and logic, that you say, well, mathematics and logic is the glue, the basis, the primitive of all three of those various things, or is mathematics and logic actually just part of informatics?
That's a question to Jen, right?
Well, me and Jen have discussed this many times. I mean, it's more a question to you.
Well,
I mean, she wants to opine on it.
I think what we need to understand consciousness is consciousness. So the way that shakes out is metaphysics, in particular parsimony. So I don't think you need any of the more gross disciplines like neuroscience. I think it's a fallacy to reason based on the results of neuroscience because they presuppose the correctness of the mathematical interpretation and the physical interpretation.
Okay, so
to appeal to evidence in the first place requires a pretty high understanding of what exactly evidence entails, which is kind of where the problem is happening with regards to understanding the hard problem of consciousness.
Right. So let's, before we delve into try to tackle this issue around the hard problem of consciousness. Okay. I'm 99.999% sure that with my understanding of neuroanatomy, that I could go in and modulate your behavior and make it go in a specific direction such that its emergent properties would be predictable. Does that make sense to you?
Well, you mean behavior, like we were talking yesterday, that you could like
for behavior.
What's the point? Let's just skip forward to
and it would cause my arm to move like this.
So that consciousness can be manipulated, right? As if consciousness is inherent and it manifests through brain and mind, okay, is it possible to go in there and manipulate it in such a way as to make someone's thought processes, consciousness, and behavioral repertoire go in a particular direction
Well, you're not altering their consciousness, you're altering their perceptions. You can't alter
So-
consciousness because it's a fundamental process of matter. You can't alter the processes of matter.
So let me ask it in this frame. Do you think matter can take on different forms such that it will behave differently moment to moment?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that.
Okay. So if I said to you, if I had a virtual set of hands and I reached in and activated a specific network in your brain, I know that I would induce what we would define as obsessive compulsive type thinking and behaviors, where your consciousness has been altered.
Okay, so what?
So well, again, we're trying to get down to what has the best description of reality. Okay.
Yeah, and the
so
ones that are playing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with people's brains probably don't.
I'm not going to disagree with you in this instance. There's a massive failure of ethics around the scientific.
Yeah, and that's
pursuit.
because they don't understand consciousness, which I have the capacity to correct, but it's not going to be on your terms that it's going to be corrected. It's going to be on mine, which is going to involve correcting your false logic.
Yeah, but you so I can already tell though, because you don't have enough of the so I don't want to make the same mistake that David is doing and saying your lack of experience within a particular domain shows with respect to you wanting to implement change in the other domain.
Are you saying that neuroscience doesn't presuppose both mathematical and physical attribution?
No, it incorporates it. I would say it has to.
Yeah, so it presupposes it, and that attribution is completely unjustified. So the results would be tainted by that lack of understanding.
And so why wouldn't your approach be tainted if you don't understand the fundamental interactions that are occurring within the vessel that's enabling consciousness to act out in this way that you're looking at?
Because the brain isn't what allows the consciousness to act out. It's the mind.
Okay, so where is the mind aggregated? And I could change your
I think you know the answer is that it's in the brain.
Okay, right. So now you're starting to get somewhere. So when
I don't think so. You're still presupposing that the mind is coming from the brain.
I haven't made that supposition yet. I'm basically saying that you need right, but you can't ignore that other component.
Yes,
right?
I can. I can just focus entirely on beliefs. Beliefs
can
account for the entirety of phenomenological experience. I can exclude the brain if I want. You studied the brain. Why do I need to study your domain? It's just like a complete backwards reasoning.
Okay, but you've made the statement that you could go in and change the nature of reality as it exists.
Yeah,
at the
I
moment.
can change the way people
David
experience
would call it
phenomenal reality
David would
by,
call it sin,
by
right?
modifying their
There's
beliefs.
too much sin occurring.
Well, she would say the opposite, that the mind doesn't emerge from the brain emerges from the mind.
Well, it's the interplay between the two, right? And you have to ask, where does consciousness begin to emerge into animate matter, right?
It's
versus
intrinsic. That's like saying, where does light start? It doesn't start anywhere. It's intrinsic.
Okay,
a beginning is a contradiction.
Is my cup more conscious than my cat?
No.
Or is my cat more conscious?
Your cat's way more conscious than your cup, and I think that would be obvious, but that doesn't mean that your cup doesn't undergo the process of consciousness.
Okay, so we can make a distinction here between inanimate and animate matter, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so there's a duality there, if you like, if you want to put it in those terms, but we can make that distinction.
And distinction is not a duality.
Reckons.
And the metaphysical basis of both is the same. So it's still non-dualism.
Well,
just because you can say, there's a distinction between animate and inanimate matter. There's no dualism there.
I would ask people, as we try to work towards a refinement of consciousness, right? This primitive, okay, and that primitive is, I would say, a bad term to use, because it implies a more basic proto form, and I'm
It
not
doesn't.
sure that's what it is.
A primitive implies the opposite of that. A primitive negates the possibility of anything more fundamental. That's the definition of a primitive. That's why I invoked the term so early in the conversation, trying to show you that asking for definitions is a self-refuting notion, because I'm referencing a primitive.
Like for you have to work with the language where an audience is listening. So
yeah.
David would say, oh God, that Kevin, he's primitive and low birth, whatever, right? And that's it implies that there's a loss of sophistication around a subject
if you want
matter.
to imply that from a technical term, that's on you. I mean, primitive is a well understood concept from math and physics and philosophy. I'm using it in the normal sense here.
I'm using so let's just do this. Let's take a look at the dictionary. Or would you like me to
I don't want
use a large language model? Would you like me to use a large language model?
I just said definitional regress is pointless, and you're saying let's look in a dictionary.
But
are you even listening to what we're talking
you're making
about
a definitional regress and basically putting an artificial boundary on it. I would argue, much like Chalmers has made an artificial and therefore a
I think the word you're looking for
in the
is
formulation.
An arbitrary boundary. It's not artificial. It's definitionally real. It's the irreducible process of mind. So that's, you can say that that's arbitrary, but then you're saying, why should I be the arbiter? And then I can justify that. And no one else can. So I still win, even if my definitions are arbitrary.
And a pure definitional regress would be to symbolic form, not to more language. So I mean, like a dictionary definition.
The symbolic form would have to have unambiguous meaning, and it's not clear that we can establish that. So only in theory is your assertion true.
I mean, saying like if you want to define light scientifically, it's not going to be through a dictionary definition. It's going to be in some form of attempted universal symbolic representation, such as like what the symbol C is representative, and then even that, it's only definitional in relationship to other properties, where in terms of science, you're going to have your constants and then your things that are determined that could be measurement, like mass, velocity, various things that science has determined is measurable. But so scientifically, a definitional regress is the relationship between those properties. It's not a word definition. So if you say light, where E equals mc squared, you have your various units in your correlation between mass, velocity, energy, or whatever are given scientific units that have been accepted.
So this is, let's let the large language model, where there's contention, I'm all for letting large language models have a say in this discussion. Okay, define the term primitive. It's given me 4 operators. Okay, basic or simple. In general usage, primitive often refers to something that is basic, simple, or at an early stage of development. This can apply to technology, cultures, tools, and more. For example, a primitive
it's pretty clear we weren't using the conventional sense of primitive. We were using the philosophical technical definition of primitive. So I don't know why you're giving the conventional definition.
I'm going to get to technical and mathematical, and it's not going to confuse people. You are suddenly making a hissy fit because suddenly you're going to get backed into a corner like I'm backing David into a corner.
I presuppose that we were using the philosophical sense of a term during a technical discussion. How dare I?
Okay, early or ancient. In historical or anthropological contexts, primitive may refer to early stages of human society or ancient cultures that existed before the development of more complex social structures or technologies. Do you have any disagreement so far, David? There's 2 more to read.
Yeah, I'm saying we're just talking conventional language, but if we're trying to get at truth, it's not going to be through language. It's going to be through some sort of symbolic representation of something that can't accurately be expressed in language.
Well, you would make essentially what we would call a lower order representation of a higher order function. right?
When we talk about objective, mind-independent language.
Before we get off on tangent, let me finish the other definitions for the
audience.
audience.
Language is only useful for minds, and
Okay.
we're talking like science.
So let's finish the definition of primitive.
Also.
Okay. Not developed or evolved. In biology, primitive can describe an organism, organ, or feature that is considered less evolved or less specialized compared to others. This usage is often considered outdated and potentially misleading, as it implies a linear progression of evolution, which is not always the case. Technical or mathematical context. In mathematics and computer science, primitive can refer to a basic operation that can be used to build more complex operations. For example, in programming, a primitive data type is a basic type of data provided by a programming language as a basic building block. It is important to note that when referring to cultures or peoples, that the term primitive is often considered pejorative or derogatory, as it can carry connotations of being inferior or less advanced. Modern anthropologists and social scientists typically avoid using this term in favor of more accurate and respectful descriptions. Okay, now, I think that covered most of the commonly understood definitions of a primitive. Now, my objection was that to try to describe the superordinate field structure of consciousness as a primitive doesn't carry the appropriate weight with respect to what we're trying to do, which is measure and codify in some form a discussion between individuals to say, can we agree upon that there's a phenomenon that we can accept is happening, right? And we seem to have got to, well, yeah, consciousness is there, but is primitive the right way to be describing it?
Relative to our experience, it's not, but relative to physics, it is.
Which physics?
The general
saying
idea
a primitive
of
here is a set of partial differential equations.
Now, that's not what is meant by a primitive. We want to look at the definition, the technical, philosophical definition of a primitive.
So,
or the general mathematical or physical definition of a primitive, but you can't start invoking your own little dumb side theory,
in
pet project,
and computer
and
science,
all of its metaphysical inheritance.
Primitive refers to a basic operation that can be used to build more complex operations. For example,
that's right, and
in programming,
consciousness fits that description.
Does it? Are you sure?
That's how my system is defined it since antiquity, and we have better results than everyone else. So I'm going to go with
where
yes.
are these better results? Show me these better results. So suddenly we can have a prediction. But suddenly we can have. But it's not a prediction.
That's the thing. It's not a prediction. It's a framework for making predictions.
Okay.
You're already in this framework where you're assuming that you need to make predictions.
Where are the results then by which we can make an objective measure?
Is itself a contradiction.
Where are the results that we can make an objective measure of?
You can't measure metaphysics.
You just said that there's a whole bunch of results that we can look at which shows that it's objectively better, and suddenly it's no longer there for us to look at.
My approach is better, but you're not going to get to it through.
You haven't shown anything. You haven't shown anything.
Well, I haven't really been given a chance to, but Duvid knows exactly what my system is. He knows how advanced and developed it is, and he knows that everything has to be emergent, otherwise it's completely incoherent.
Well, that's a big statement around the nature of consciousness.
But you don't even know what it is that I'm saying, right? You're so sure I'm wrong. You don't know what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to have you make and bring evidence to the assertions that you're making.
Why?
I can bring a whole bunch of evidence and say, here, what I see as the substrate that you need in order to make a formal metaphysical system of consciousness.
And how do you distinguish the effect that your measurement machine has on those observations? Oh, that's right. You never even thought of doing that, so you can't.
That's another good question, which is my results.
You can't do it because you never thought of it, because if you had thought of it, you would have come to the same conclusion as me a long time ago.
My results are reproducible. And the thing is, Jen, I don't think that we're actually that different. I just require more precision more precision and less woolly language than you're using. Okay. Now, how can I be sure?
Is that really your best criticism? My language isn't clear enough?
Oh, I can come up with a whole bunch of criticisms.
And you're citing advanced physics to prove some sort of quasi-deistic hypothesis about the structure of the universe, and I'm the one who's too obscure?
So again, you made a whole bunch of assumptions. Quasi-deistic interpretation of the universe. Okay, so consciousness is quasi-deistic. Is that what you're saying?
It's not. It's phenomenal.
Okay, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal from what? Some form
Literally
of God?
Just phenomenal. And it would be
Okay,
phenomenal
so
to our experience.
Is there a superordinate consciousness that, from our perspective, we would define as godlike?
Well, there's an aspect of consciousness. There's two aspects of consciousness you could define as godlike.
Go on. I'm still waiting for all the results that you can bring with respect to superiority, but carry on, please.
Are you?
I am, but
it just kind of seems like you've presupposed the correctness of your own worldview, and you're trying to undermine mine.
No, I'm just going off the stuff that you're saying, right, and the assertions that you're making. So you've made a whole bunch of assertions.
But you're assuming you can fully understand what I'm saying. It's like you're not initiated in this stuff. You have no.
I think I would.
You really think you're going to understand what I'm saying about non-dualism, the most difficult philosophical school by far?
Yes, and
so I think that's a bit arrogant, don't you?
Well, probably. Well, you're presuming that I don't know this this system, as it were.
I'm not presuming that. I'm open to the possibility that you understand stuff, but based on your testimony, your understanding is exceedingly limited.
So
and you can't think outside of the Anglo-imperialist worldview.
I'm trying to restrain the conversation so it's not. So are you aware of the experiment? Are you aware of the experiment where they basically set up two computers, essentially using deep learning and large language models, where eventually they were trying to understand how the computers were talking to each other, and they couldn't, and they basically had to pull the plug because the computers were just going off in a symbolic interaction between each other that was beyond our comprehension. Are you aware of that experiment?
Yeah.
Okay. So rather than us sitting here and throwing high order terms around that people listening might not have a appropriate or a sufficient. I don't want to use it in derogatory terms.
No, I get it, but it's very naive to expect to understand stuff. You're not going to understand much. Why would you think you could understand extremely advanced ancient philosophy?
Okay, so we're trying.
I can't understand this, but there's something there to understand. So you got to start with that.
Okay, so we can agree there's something there to understand around consciousness. Now, that type of conversation for people that are listening can go off and it can sound ridiculous, particularly if you haven't stated what the terms are, what make up the operators in the symbolic language that you're using. Like you used light, and like I said, most people will have an intuitive understanding of light, and the conversation would have gone to essentially nothing unless I held you to a standard and said you need to define these terms. Okay, so
well, if you had stopped asking for definitions, you might have actually understood something, which I don't think has happened yet.
I haven't. There's nothing that you're going to say about
emergence. Asking for definitions is totally pointless.
There's nothing that you're going to say about emergence. There's nothing you're going to say about emergence and hyperdimensionality, constructs, asymmetry of energy to symmetry processing, etc., unified field physics, etc. That's going to be a surprise to me. Okay, what is going to happen is there are going to be a whole bunch of people that ascribe to a particular worldview, and let's put it in its most basic forms, which is, and this is a problem that I'm encountering at the moment, is the schism between the Abrahamic faiths. Okay, now I would like that schism is essentially mitigated to some extent, because the consequences of it spiraling out of control are essentially it has the potential to drag us back to a more primitive state. Okay,
well, she's going to agree with you on that. I mean, Jennifer's less Abrahamic than you are.
Maybe.
Well, he's saying he wants to resolve the conflict between the Abrahamic faiths.
And I would say
I'm not necessarily committed to doing that. So.
I would say all faiths should be able to talk to each other if they do it in a.
How has this conversation gone so far?
As I expected. So
not exactly setting a great example for all religions being able to talk to each other. I mean, you've ridiculed me, said I was contradicting myself, demeaned me. So it's kind of like, again, I wouldn't send one of my students to talk to you because I wouldn't think that it would be productive for their intellectual development. So no, I don't see that as a very productive conversation.
Even though
I will send my students to talk to Duvid because I respect that he is coming from a place
you would rather nonsense propagation than actual getting to more.
Well, Duvid maybe spouts some nonsense and is loose with logic, but he can justify a lot of his positions. So I'm interested in
I will justify my position, which is I have formalized a way to describe emergence with respect to consciousness as we understand it, with respect to the implements that we know or we should assume are conscious, which is brain, mind, body interactions. Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Is that supposed to be a justification? Because I would say that that's absolutely not a justification because it doesn't depart from a principle. A justification would say, this is my principle. Here's all of its inferences. And here's how I didn't contradict myself at any point based on the principle, which you didn't depart from.
Yeah, I haven't contradicted
we ought to be able to know stuff, okay?
I haven't contradicted myself at any point. Whereas what you've done, again, is engage the use of language. Now, I'm sure that in the ancient Vedic scripts...
yourself like 100 times because you use consciousness ill-defined.
No, I'm not using it ill-defined. It's got a very specific definition. We work towards that, David. We work towards it.
Different subfields that give different definitions, and you loosely use the term to apply all
of those three to come to a more sophisticated.
But you contradict yourself by you use the term and you try to get the benefit of all different three subfields of definition when it's unclear whether the different subfield definitions could cross over to each other. So every single time you use the term consciousness, you're contradicting yourself.
So is Jen contradicting herself when she says, or is she engaging in fallacious reasoning when she's talking about consciousness being essentially a prime mover in the emergence of reality?
Well, I'm not sure in that sense. I'm saying, if you're going to talk like Gödel's incompleteness theorem, like everything is going to be contrary. It's like some things are more contrary than others, but giving a primitive isn't
I'm sorry, but Gödel doesn't speak to contradictions. It speaks to whether all truth statements are verifiable within a given language, and has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
And so, again, it's where are you taking a abstraction like Gödel's theorem and trying to lay it where, as Jen would say, it's not applicable in this type of discussion, right? So I'll go back to that historical event that took place around consciousness, where the philosopher tried to make an objection around soft and hard correlates of consciousness. Okay, and I would say philosophy made an objection.
David Chalmers tried to distinguish between soft and hard problems for a philosophical framing to help people from different fields, such as yourself, move forward. So people within physics and mathematics and psychology and anthropology and neuroscience and the
problem is, though, is that it's stuck.
Do you accept that consciousness is defined differently in all of these different fields? The psychological definition, the neurological definition, the medical definition, the philosophical definition, the informatics. So the
first three that you mentioned there, psychological, medical, and what was it?
They all define it differently. Right. Psychology,
but there's coherence between them. Right, there's
some coherence, but there's contradiction. They're not interchangeable. They're not interchangeable. The medical and psychological definitions of consciousness.
Well, as the concepts become
And
more
even
refined,
neuroscience, like neuroscience isn't
as
medicine.
the concepts become more refined and we build out a better data set, they should be. Otherwise, it means
You
that
say
you're
they
wrong.
should be, but they aren't. Currently, if you want to look at consciousness and you say, well, how does medicine, psychology, and neuroscience define consciousness? And your claim, are they actually converging upon a single definition? I would say no.
Okay, so again, this comes down to this principle of if your underlying premises are wrong, your metaphysics, what you think is a coherent metaphysics, doesn't jive with reality. Eventually, those differences are going to become very stark.
Why do we have a different subfield of psychology, medicine, and neuroscience? Why are they different subfields? Because they have different metaphysics. They have different metaphysical assumptions. That's why they're different subfields.
So I would say that there's let's say there's
why
a
is there a
constant.
difference between medicine, neuroscience, and psychology? Why isn't there just one field?
Well, you could argue that it is one field, right? But you're essentially trying to ascribe, like physics.
No, they're obviously not one field.
You could have
You
physics.
could attempt to make it, but they're obviously not. And it's saying if you want to go into detail,
So if
I
you
could
have something like
differentiate the metaphysical presuppositions that are different between medicine, biology.
If you have theoretical physics, something along the lines of quantum field theory, and you have another discipline of high energy plasma physics, right? The fact that they essentially take up different parts of the physics department, does it mean that they're not working around the same subject matter? And you must agree that there has to be coherence among them in order to even give themselves
There's some coherence, but they're not
being
coherent.
in the physics department, right?
I mean, that you could claim that chemistry is applied physics and biology is applied chemistry, but there's coherence problem, there's scaling problems, and factually there's there's coherence problems in any of the given fields. So just within physics, there's coherence problems, or chemistry, or biology, or medicine, or psychology, and they can't be derived from one another because they have different propositions, and each individual field has its own unique coherence problem. So when you talk about consciousness, which is an interdisciplinary field, it becomes especially problematic because you have the exponential coherence problem that you're trying to give one definition for something that relies on multiple fields that have each in itself internal coherence problems, let alone to compile those. Then you have to compile all those coherence problems.
So that's a long way of saying that each one of those sub-disciplines within an umbrella term of a discipline basically are working from incomplete data sets. That's what you just said there.
Yeah, so consciousness is usually understood as an interdisciplinary field. So
I
consciousness
I agree. It's an interdisciplinary
and
field.
So you make these regular issues when you try to give this consciousness. You're talking about neurological consciousness, medical consciousness, psychological consciousness.
Well, if I have to keep going back and giving the historical reasons for why anesthesiologists would have a different definition of consciousness as to a cognitive psychologist trying to work out crowd behavior. Okay, then we're not going to get
because they may be describing different phenomena. You make the assumption that they're all describing the same
we're still trying to get towards, just because
they use the same term.
We're still trying to get towards, is there something or is there a soul that is somehow propagating across time such that there is coherent information kept?
Yeah, I didn't even mention theology. So
right, and if you want a discipline full of contradictions and fractured schizoid thinking, go to the theology department.
Well, I mean, reality that consciousness is a discipline of theology. That they say.
I would argue, in order to have a more complete understanding of consciousness, you have to include the theology department. Right, as we move towards the essentially the emergence of
Yeah, but then you're not going to have a coherent theory because, I mean, you're not even going to have a coherent theory if you reject theology, even if you reject psychology, even if you're just trying to use physics, anatomy, and neuroscience, whatever the philosophy. Even if you're just trying to use one of those, you're not going to have a coherent theory, let alone if you try to use all of the sciences, all of the soft sciences, and it's going to be even less coherent if you add in things like theology.
Okay, so
like
there are ways and operators that you can use in tensor field maths to basically say, okay, that's our theology metric, that's our neuroscience metric, that's our philosophy metric. Can we write out a coherent set of equations in order that we could build out a let's what are we trying to do? Let's say we need a architecture that can reconcile differences.
You're trying to attempt to do something that may be impossible. Like, oh, we could discover the truth, and we could discover the truth by using this method. And if you're saying it's the scientific method or some advancement upon the scientific method or some sort of philosophical process that you believe will help with this, that's just your supposition or your hope that may work. It could be that there's nothing we could do to figure out this phenomenon. It could be that there will always be contradictions. It could be
call
that
me the eternal
there is
optimist
no unification. I mean, we're just talking like unification in physics. Like we can't unify physics, let alone unify physics and chemistry, and unify physics, chemistry, and biology, and so on.
Well, according to Jen, we can unify physics if we use her metaphysics.
But I mean, definitionally, because she's just saying that they all source from the same primitive.
I mean, and again, I would take issue around the type of language that would be used to describe a higher order dimensional construct around which emergence happens. Okay, so you have to go through this iterative process of refinement. Now, the problem we have at the moment, particularly the Western domain of thinking, has this very reductive worldview, which is that you can break a system down into its subcomponents. Basically, once you know each individual subcomponent, you can then bootstrap it back up, and you'll understand implicitly the emergent behavior that it displays. So is it enough that I basically, excuse the metaphor here, I turn you into ash and then basically do a mass spectrometry of your chemistry and say, well, with that chemistry, I can bootstrap up and build Duvid again, right? That seems nonsense, right?
Well, I mean, if you're talking, as said, like physics, chemistry, biology, and that, I mean, none of those fields are well understood. Like the reality is biology.
So we go through this iterative process, Duvid, of refinement of language. So if the philosophy
let's just get
falling short
a little step, because you're in neuroscience, and the problem of theology, and that is still unresolved. Saying biology from like the Kantian view or the precursor, that biology is not actually a science like physics or chemistry, because biology necessitates theology. Because when you talk about objects, like this cup does not have a purpose. I might have given the cup a purpose. I might use the cup to hold the drink and drink from it, but biology presupposes a purpose. And when you say the neuron does this, the neuron has a purpose, that makes it intrinsically non-scientific. It's the theological presupposition of biology.
This is where I would say that philosophy is falling short of describing actual reality in this instance. But
I'm not even talking about consciousness, even just talking about organism. You say like the heart, as opposed to like the mind, or if you want to say theology like a panpsychist, that how does it that a cell, a mitochondria or something, has a function? So say that is
why is there something when there should be nothing?
It's a historical philosophical problem of biology, and why biology is a weak science compared to physics, because it has
actually biology is where
non-physical
the complexity
presuppositions.
biology
does
is
not
where the
uniquely rely
complexity is,
upon.
David. Okay,
You can't reduce biology to a series of differential equations. And so we say primitive. One definition of primitive is a series of differential equations. So we say mathematically or scientifically, when you say what's a primitive is a series of differential equations.
So in this instance,
do you agree with that? That in essence, a primitive is a series of differential equations.
So I would agree with Jen's contention that the algebra is descriptive, and so you can make a best swing at, if you like, at trying to describe something in symbolic form, so that other people can look at it and say, "Aha, that concords with my experience."
I mean, that's algebra. You're saying you need. That's what you say. That was the
symbolic.
You're talking
symbolic
about
cognitive development.
It has to be differential equations. It can't just be algebra.
So
I mean, Newton.
Again, so this is where you have to get down to, well, what's the substrate upon which the symbolic representation.
Yeah, I mean, according to Newton, according to the Newtonian system, it's only science if it's reducible to differential equations, and biology is not reducible to differential equations. It is not science. And so we talk neuroscience. You're not. Neuroscience is a misnomer, because really it includes theology, includes theology, because you can't have neuroscience without the supposition.
So
of
again,
purpose can't be derived from
you're trying to make constraints, and I would argue that
I'm not making constraints.
Impedimental constraints.
Canon. This is how the Western canon.
Okay, but if the canon
These
is falling short,
if the canon is falling short, Society of London, this is how they designed it.
So if the canon is falling short, we have to be able to iterate it and evolve it.
No, I'm saying it's not iterative or evolvable. So when you say that
understanding, David,
beyond the purview of science, biology is beyond
consciousness is beyond the purview of science. Okay.
Even biology is.
So again, that's a nonsense statement.
It's not. David. It's not a nonsense statement. I mean, you haven't studied the history of science. You might call yourself a scientist, but biology is not a proper science. Physics is the only proper science, and you're not a physicist.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I just hit my soundboard by mistake. Again, you make a whole bunch of suppositions from your supremacist Jew viewpoint. Okay, they fall short. They fall short. Okay,
you're the one falling short. You don't even know the history of your own field.
It would be awesome if you could stop making those insults, because this could get the YouTube stream in trouble. And plus, it's a very horribly stupid way of debating.
I don't care about YouTube, so I'm not on
the YouTube. But yeah, I don't.
Well, you are.
Yeah, I mean, just.
So we're not allowed to talk about Jewish supremacism. Okay.
Well, you don't. Well, the stream, first of all, wasn't about that, and you don't need to.
When someone's
acting, appeal to stereotypes
in a fashion that is stereotypical.
Do you think you're espousing any negative stereotypes right now? Would you like me to
start
reciting all them?
But I do that.
Is it going to be conducive to the conversation for me to start reciting all of those things? I do it for entertainment
purposes and lancing nonsense like you're spitting out.
Well, I would love it if you could not do it for the duration of this stream, because I really don't like it.
You don't need to keep on repeating the fact that I took higher birth than you.
Yeah, keep thinking that, dude.
I mean, it's obvious to anyone listening to you that you took low birth.
Keep thinking.
So yeah, I think it's pretty clear that we can't agree, and this is what I was saying.
No, there's some things that
you are coming
agreement.
From a position of being a bad person, and I hate to say it, but you are not being
only because I'm calling out your bullshit, and you don't like it, and your ego is taking a little bit of a beating as it's getting roughed up by rigor.
You really think my ego is affected by this?
It looks like it.
This is actually providing support for my worldview. This is telling me, Jen, you're right. Look at how triggered this person is.
I'm not triggered at all. I see you being triggered. I'm just doing this for entertainment purposes. I've got an audience to entertain.
Oh, so all of the emotional outbursts that was fake for entertainment purposes.
Well, because you've got to constrain the nonsense machine sometimes, and sometimes you have to put it in a headlock and choke the fucker out.
Yeah, I mean, your own audience thinks you're a dumbass.
Ancient philosophy is total nonsense, even though you don't know anything about it. It just sounds kind of
if
dumb.
If what you're talking about, which I can see that you're trying to move towards emergent consciousness as being the prime mover. Okay, then
I'm actually saying that consciousness is not emergent, because emergent means not primitive, right? So I'm saying consciousness is primitive.
So I would take
Kevin
issue.
Doesn't have a coherent philosophy.
No, I have a coherent philosophy.
He has a consistent epistemology, which is being a Socratic
getting
pissant.
chewed up and spit out.
Like she
yours
told
is
me
getting
something
chewed up
that
and
I
spit out
disagree
because
with.
one,
But you
you
can't
think,
even
you think you have a special third soul.
Information.
Jen
have
thinks she has a super insight that comes from ancient India, okay, where they shit in the streets still, okay, and this is the fictive reality coming up against actual reality.
Isn't your wife
I don't mind sitting here calling out your bullshit, dude.
Dude, your kids are half Indian.
I know, and you know what? They're not shitting in the streets.
Oh, look, the colonial savior. Thank you.
Maybe we need maybe there is such a thing as white man's
of
burden.
Their ancient religion.
Maybe there is such a thing as white man's burden in this instance.
Like, thank God you converted your kids to Christianity.
Yeah, and then now's the time to take a step back and say, look at me, I'm a fucking train wreck. My presuppositions are wrong. Look at Jen. She's super strong and amazing. Maybe her presuppositions are right.
You don't.
But you're not going to do that because all you're doing is laying back.
You don't look super strong and amazing to me.
And thinking about how right you are the whole time.
You seem like a hysterical ideologue.
He converted his own half Indian kids to Christianity.
Yeah, and I'm the ideologue. I'm the hysterical ideologue. He's like, wait a minute, maybe white man's burden is right after all. You're the hysterical
ideologue. And I bet you. Let me ask you a question.
Ever heard?
Let me ask you a question. Do you ascribe to genders?
Oh, are you asking me if genders exist on the fundamental level of causality? Because if so, the answer is no.
Okay.
But if you're asking me if I deny sexual dimorphism, I would say, are you stupid? Like, do you think there's any chance I deny sexual dimorphism?
Okay, so again, there are base realities that we need to work with in order to get towards trying to understand.
What's the probability that base reality has a penis? I'm going to go with 0.
Probably very little, because you're taking a superordinate construct and trying to map it down to this.
Oh, so masculinity has nothing to do with penises. I'm glad you brought that up, but that's probably a conversation for another day, if you want to get that subtle. But I just don't see the relevance here, because to me, this is all about agreeing on metaphysics. And we, to me, haven't got to a point where we can agree because we haven't established how our views even differ. Like, I haven't got into top-down metaphysics, which makes me think you don't have an actual formal thought process for reasoning through things, which means you're just appealing to previous memories and kind of having a
appealing to previous memories. So again, a big rev up of the nonsense machine. What's a memory?
Really? So you think you're going to get me?
What's a memory?
You're going to get me on this one.
No, let's pin down some of the language you're using, like we had to pin you down around.
I'm using the conventional definition of memory. So if you don't know what a memory is, then how are you engaging in this conversation?
Kevin's incapable of using like propositional logic or building up what his worldview through a structure, and he constantly uses this Socratic method of like, and no one thinks you're actually
holding you down to standards, David. Holding you down to standards, like saying, prove that you have a third special soul. Prove that your genes are somehow superior. Prove that you have this right to heal the world. Prove that you came from a different dimension to this planet to rule the rest of us. Okay, dude.
And like all you're trying to do is like Socrates people into. It's not even clear what you're trying to do. Like, I mean, I guess like you're just performing for your audience to make money.
Primarily at this point, because once we got into the nonsense machine within 20 minutes, I knew where this was going.
Why don't you just drop your pants? Like, like someone give Kevin a $50 super chat so he can just drop his pants and save the effort.
I am Jewish, dude. Okay, I have standards when it comes to money acquisition.
Yeah, so, you're just dropping your pants to the audience for some money.
No, I'm not. I'm just sitting here, and look, this is like I say, your so-called superior position, okay, is full of fallacious holes that is just easy to dismantle. Okay,
yeah, but when I ask you to define
specific terms
it's
that
not
you're
the
talking about.
purpose of
I
these
have
conversations to try to dismantle other people's systems. You don't even have a system.
I have
and
a
so
very specific
we
system,
haven't
dude.
even
And
attempted.
you know
to,
what?
okay,
You know
Kevin,
what? I'll go as far. I'll go as far as to say it's superior
he
to
just drops
yours
his pants
and
in
your
front of his
magic
dumb
third
audience
soul.
for tips.
How about that?
He
How
doesn't
about
have
that?
a
It's
system.
superior to you and your magic third soul. How about that?
You don't have a system.
I do. I do. And the fact that you don't want to recognize that it turns you inside out, okay, and your dialectic wriggling doesn't help you in this instance, because I hold you to standards and evidentiary
Don't hold me
standards.
to standards.
Okay,
I mean, you just, I mean, really, it's you who's like second.
dude, you're the one that's going around claiming you've got a magic third soul that no one else has on this planet.
I'm not the one claiming that.
Yes,
Judaism,
you've done it multiple times.
Yeah, but that's not my claim. That's the claim of Judaism itself. And saying, well, you're just a Christian. You don't have a system. So, like, God forbid you raise your kids as a Christian. So, presumably, that's your system. Or you have a Western education. These are the ideas you had to do to get your credentials. But you don't actually have a philosophy. So, it's like, what's Kevin? He's a Christian. Obviously, if he wasn't a Christian, he wouldn't raise his kids as a Christian. Or you're like, really, God forbid. I mean, you're just some reject who had to flee to Japan.
So you're not Jewish then, and you don't believe you have a third magic soul. You don't believe you have a third magic soul and came from a different dimension. You don't believe you have a third magic soul that others don't have. Okay, that the dumb goyim don't have, and you don't have a superior genomics and physiognomy because you've come from this superior
dimension. That's why you're
raising
your kids as a Christian.
I'm not raising my kids as a Christian. They're giving experience with respect to trying to understand some of this philosophy. Where does it come from? There's an ancient system there that they can use and learn. And I won't have an objection to them wanting to explore things like Hinduism, Buddhism, Shintoism. In fact, I would encourage them to do that. In fact, you know, I made a flippant remark earlier to Paul that was in the chat, which is, well, they're trying to get rid of Christianity because, especially the Jews, because they don't like it, etc. I think this is probably a bit of a nonsense argument because, and his premise being that, what are you going to replace it with? Well, there's plenty that you could replace it with, and I would say replace it with something like Bushido. Bushido seems far more pure in essence with respect to a framework that you could use around which you could build an ethical and moral framework. And it's superior to Judaism. And superior to Hindu psychobabble.
Yeah, I don't understand what the issue is with Hinduism. Like, it's just this strain of hatred towards it. But like, we're having a conversation. I'm not just talking about you, but if we're gonna have a conversation, an abstract conversation, it's kind of hard. And it's like, mine's the one that's been around since antiquity. Which one do you think is going to stand the test of time? Because it's not yours. So you should be trying to learn what is actually going to last. Which isn't what you're.
So you think that I don't understand these philosophies which talk about emergence. It's
clear that you have no understanding of Hindu philosophy.
Okay, Jen. You keep thinking that. Okay, are you Jewish, by the way?
I'm just not even going to go down that path.
Okay, right I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so there's...
you can take it any way you want, but all you're doing is exposing how fucking bigoted you are. The audience can come to their own conclusions. You should just be making arguments, but it doesn't appear that you're capable of doing that.
Because there are patterns of activity which we can plot statistically, right?
Oh, sure.
You can say,
yeah.
yes, there are, and I just fucking lazed you. I just fucking
you want to appeal to your subjective priors, and I'm going to say that's not epistemically valid, and you're going to say but feels, and I'm going to say civilization comes from India, not your shithole.
Are you sure of that? Are you sure?
Yes.
Where does civilization come from? How long have human beings been on this planet?
I'd say there's been civilization for about 200,000 years.
Okay, that's probably a good estimate. Where's your evidence that India is the proto or
Vedas.
the heart?
Vedas.
So there's evidence elsewhere.
I have other
point
evidence too that I can point
Okay,
to. For
let's
example, the
hear your
underground
evidence.
castles.
Let's hear your evidence. You haven't brought any evidence in what? How long have we been streaming?
Okay,
2.5 hours.
if you want
You haven't brought
linguistic
any
evidence.
3 hours, right? And again, you'll go down into psychobabble and ill-defined terms.
This is
Bring
not
evidence.
a show about evidence. This is a show about metaphysics. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay,
thinking that you can justify metaphysics with evidence is actually a category error for reasons that are clearly beyond your understanding at this time.
I do understand, and I can see where that type of thinking has fallacious holes in it. Okay, it's like Chalmers
Based on what?
Based on current state of the art.
Oh, so you defer to them as authoritative.
I take the aggregate of all the information sources and see which one fits reality the best. Okay.
Oh, really?
Now, I like this idea of mind consciousness being this prime mover, if you like, where it's coming from a source that's outside. It exists in a higher dimensional structure for the people that are listening. That is essentially, you could. And so I'll ask you this, right? Is there such a thing as time?
Well, yeah, it's just not fundamental. So if
Okay,
you're reasoning on the basis of it being fundamental, it's already a fallacy. Right.
So you would make the supposition essentially that at a higher dimensional level there is no time, right? All essential probability paths have been taken.
Because dimensionality is also emergent in my worldview. So no, it doesn't work like that.
So eventually you just devolve into essentially nothingness, right?
It starts from nothingness, which apparently is something certain people can't get their heads around.
No, I do get my head around it, but then what comes next, okay, with respect to trying to make something practical, applicable. Now,
you have to decide what it is that you're doing.
If I was to look at India and say, well, if that India is the product of
a 100-year occupation from some shitheads who think they know everything, it is.
So they weren't shitting in the streets 500 years ago.
Let's not have a historical conversation here, okay?
Right, makes you uncomfortable, does it?
Well, I mean, I'm actually feeling great. Why wouldn't I? I mean, I'm obviously winning.
Okay. Delusion.
Anyone who doesn't already agree with you knows I'm winning, and anyone who agrees with you, I don't give a shit anyway because they're wrong.
Okay, so keep up the delusional thinking. So most people who would watch this would say, what is practical? What makes for a better human condition? Okay, and so if you just regress to, oh, there's nothing, I can't describe it. It's
but that's not what I'm regressing to. That's not what I'm saying.
No, but you've stated that multiple times. You've stated it multiple times.
That's the metaphysical basis. That's not the entire basis.
There's
That's
nothing.
Where you start from. You start from nothing.
There's nothing.
Because if you start from something, it's going to be wrong because you're a human and humans are always wrong. It's a good rule of thumb to go on. That's why God's necessary for knowledge.
Yeah. Just someone said in the chat, when you say my worldview basically sounds like, and I agree with this, I identify as.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. I guess you wouldn't understand about that because you're too busy trying to convince yourself that you're right.
Fuck diplomacy in these instances, right? Because it's not very often that I'll get a couple of lolcows like this together where you can compare and contrast, right? The nonsense that's being spewed out, right? David,
I'm just shocked
that he has a special soul that other human beings don't have. You think that there's just
He's recounting attributes of his religion,
supremacism. There's a Hindu
What's he going to do? Contradict the attributes of his religion? He's just, in his view, he's just recounting the attributes of his religion. You're taking it super personally. It's like, why?
No, I'm not. I'm just relaying. I'm relaying his worldview, right? Which is one of Judaism. Why doesn't he renounce the Judaism for it's having this superior?
The point of this conversation is not renouncing beliefs. in the name of an idiotic.
No, but you should be able to have your beliefs challenged, and you should be able to bring evidence forthwith, right? Because you've got to be able to show. Look, sometimes, right, it's like the martial arts, right, where they would have all their special kung fu schools, right, and they would think that there would be masters that could blast people away with super chi, etc. And you would see these demonstration videos of the master just rolling people off and and then what happens? Oh, you put them in the cage with a real fighter and they get fucked up real quick. And I would say the two of you got fucked up real quick.
Yeah, right, says the sorry ass who had to flee to Japan, who's debanked, who has no money, who has to drop his pants and act like an ass and beg money on the internet to the few idiots that watch them.
Like I say, you think that I've...
Yeah, I mean, says some broke ass... How come it can't be? How come it can't be? Who had to flee his sorry ass to Japan.
How come it can't be? How come it can't be? How come it can't be? How come it can't be that this is the emergent state, right? And everyone...
I mean,
God forbid, you always have to work
in your title. You took such low birth that you have to put PhD in your title. You to say, well, how did I end up a sorry ass degenerate dissident in Japan with no money?
Degenerate. How would you in any way make the assumption that I'm degenerate? I have wife and children. You essentially have gone down the evolutionary dead end. Okay, I bet you're jerking off all the time to all your Jewish porn non-stop.
God forbid.
And I bet Jen as well is probably a sad person off camera.
For you has to beg money on the internet because he got kicked out of the West and had to flee to Japan.
Wow, this got personal pretty quick.
Yeah, well, you know, this is what happens when you want to step into the ring and you want to try and levy some fucking superiority with respect to your framework. It's gonna get so superior that
your sorry ass had to flee and run. So I mean, you're talking real tough. Your sorry ass, like your sorry ass had to run.
Yet somehow I've managed.
Oh yeah, you're so tough. That's why you ran.
I've managed to maintain principles.
Your mouth on the internet.
And you know what, David? You know what, David?
What happened when you
more people listen to me than listen to you.
What happened when you yapped your mouth in the West? You got you're a dissident. You got debanked, and that's why you're a sorry poor ass.
So that's not a reflection on me, dude. That's a reflection on the degeneracy of the West.
No, degeneracy
that's led by Judaic messianism.
Your personal failure.
It's degeneracy led by Judaic messianism.
You're going to blame it all on the West. You're going to blame your personal failures. That's why you ran to Japan. That's why you're broke. That's why you're begging money on the internet.
Why would you think that I'm broke, dude?
Because you're begging money on the internet.
I've got 3 kids. I'm infinitely richer than you.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid.
Infinitely richer than you. Infinitely richer. And this you'll never understand. You'll never understand, bro.
Yeah.
This is why.
He's so infinitely richer that all the people who watch his stream and give him money, he doesn't need anymore.
Yeah, you still have to
work
with systems. I have to work with systems, and I provide a service. I provide a service for people.
But yet he's begging you money.
I'm not begging. I provide a service, and I never put anything behind paywalls, etc. And if people feel like they would like to contribute, so they would like to see me skewering supremacists, ideological supremacists, then yeah, why not? Why shouldn't I do it? It's fun. It's fun, dude.
Because you're a failure.
How am I a failure? I've been reproducibly successful. I've got myself into the canon of human knowledge.
God bless you and your half Indian kids that you're trying to raise as Christians. Let's see how that goes.
I'm raising them as Christians. Closer would be Bushido.
Okay, I mean, we'll see. Like when your half Indian kids beg Jennifer to teach them about their traditions.
I can't see them going to someone like Jen, I'm afraid. Sorry.
You've never seen anything I've put forward.
I've seen the nonsense you've spewed in this stream. Okay, so that already tells me a whole bunch.
You
right?
trusted your own judgment. So you're a bigoted supremacist who thinks his own judgments are better than everyone else's.
Says the person who literally claims that no one else can understand her worldview unless they go through Hindu Vedic
I didn't
lenses.
say that.
Yes,
I never said that.
You silly
I said
cow.
it originates in the
Fucking
Vedas. I said it
Okay.
originates in the Vedas.
It
I never
originates
said
in
you
the
have
Vedas.
to understand the Vedas to be able to do my philosophy. I said it's hard because it's ancient and complicated and you have no initiation to it. So you shouldn't have any
Okay.
expectation of understanding it. But you didn't really come in
Okay.
with a lot of humility.
Okay, I don't have to come into humility when I'm seeing nonsense being spewed in the manner in which it has been.
Ran to the Japan. He makes a living off of complaining and being a troll on the internet.
Maybe I also do a whole bunch for humankind. Like I say, the fact that I've been standing up with respect to tyranny, right? The things like vaccine mandates.
You fled. You're so good at standing up that you had to flee.
No, I'm standing here holding ground like a powerful colonial. I've come in and dominated.
The great warrior for the West who had to flee.
Maybe I'm doing a better job than you, right? This is the issue.
Well, no, because
right?
now I'm colonizing the West.
Yeah, I mean, you're
how are you colonizing the West?
I mean,
how are you colonizing the West?
You're just there trying to eke out a tiny living so you could raise your half Indian kids in Japan. You've already ceded your ground in the West, and you're just begging online so that your half Indian kids could somehow get by in Japan. Like, God bless them. I wish them success. Maybe one day they'll merit to have a teacher like Jennifer.
Oh, thanks, stupid.
What's Jen teaching though? That there's essentially when you work through the abstraction.
My main domain that I teach is yoga, but there's not a lot of yoga students around, so I teach other things like physics, philosophy, metaphysics.
Okay, and what level are you teaching?
What level? That implies there's
where can we see your written contributions to the canon of Vedic philosophy?
I haven't submitted them to the canon of Vedic philosophy, but I do have a blog. I have a blog.
You've got a blog. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't know what's on it, so you don't really know how influential it is.
Well,
so
you're
you kind of sound like a
talk
tool.
about consciousness and emergence. Okay, I get that bit. I get it, right? It's an important principle to incorporate. But you going around think that it's the most superior worldview and the way
I never said it was superior.
Yes, you did, because you said it's been around for the longest and it will continue to be around. Well, where's the fruits of this? India, where they shit in the streets? Okay. India that got partitioned
there's still
by
people
Islamic
practicing
conquest.
this in spite of hundreds of years of attempts of conquest. So it is pretty impressive that they've been able to hold on to their ancient traditions.
Why
we're not able to do that at all. They were completely overrun by Christianity.
Why isn't Bushido and the Japanese way a more superior form? They have.
I bet you think you're really clever. I bet you think you're really clever. They have the same
principles. They have the same principles with respect to consciousness.
Yet you think they're cool, but Indians are losers.
No, I like Indians. I'm married. I'm married to a Pakistani. So there you go. That just.
How many times have you talked about street shitting on this stream again?
Plenty.
And how India apparently needs Britain to save them.
Who said India needs Britain to save it? How about them getting off their own arse and figuring out systems for themselves? Why
his wife probably supports him? He's not saving India. His wife is saving him. His wife.
Why do they have a caste system? Where do you sit in that caste system, Jen?
Wow.
Are you a Brahmin?
There is no caste system in the West, fool.
There's no caste system where?
In the West, fool, where I've taken birth because it's overrun with idiots who think they know everything. Yeah, you might. This description might sound familiar.
Like I say again.
Do you think there is any chance that you're smarter than me?
I would put good money on that. Yeah.
Why?
Why? Again, because you've. If you're going.
What have you ever believed that didn't go along with what someone else said?
Again, it comes down to how powerful is the predictions that you can make. And you haven't made any predictions beyond, well, the culture goes back
Have
a
I
long
been
way,
allowed
and
to
it will
explain my
endure.
model? Have I been allowed to explain how predictions work in my worldview? No,
Well,
because you
so
can't stop
so
screaming
you've
like a
been
monkey, which
held
are
down.
very common in
You've been
India.
held down to standards, right? Where you said everything is just light.
To
Well,
disgusting,
okay, so
shitty, horrible
that's just
standards of muddying the waters. Okay, yeah, great. You held me to your terrible colonialist Anglo standards. Thanks.
I could, okay, lay out my system very, very quickly and point to anatomical and
No, you have no system.
abstracted.
You don't have a
We've already
system.
established that you have no system.
Yes,
You can't
I do.
deduce it on the basis of a principle. You just have
Yes,
a bunch of
yes,
memorized
I do. Yes, I
facts.
do. And you don't like the fact. You don't like the fact. You don't like the fact that it just came in and trampled you and kicked your ass all over the internet for the last 3 years.
You don't actually have a philosophy or system. You just have generic university training.
I've just wiped the floor with the both of you single-handedly in like I say, you just keep coming back to the same point.
Way
All you did was wipe your own head with your own ass.
Illuminate us with your system.
Or your own audience.
This system.
Like,
come on,
God
please.
forbid, you just wiped your own face with your own ass. That's all you did.
Sure, bro. Sure. So please, Jen, lay out your system. We know that Duvid has a third soul and he's superior to others, and he chose this mantle with his his high birth. So you believe that you chose this birth station, and this was a moment that was preordained, if you like, as part of this emergent system. Tell me more about your system, please.
Well, it starts with the primitive process, which is consciousness. And if you want to look at it from an observability perspective, you can say that it's light. And then from there, you would invoke other conditions to explain the possibility of finally deriving a measurement from an instrumentation device. So the most important thing in the system is not how devices solve things, because that can more or less be solved through reverse engineering with neural nets and large language models. The important part is understanding the logic of how causality itself comes into being.
So you said some important things there. I'll not pick you up on the contradiction where you said before, a few minutes ago, that something always comes from nothing. Okay, we'll let that one slide. And you said that.
Yeah, I never said that.
Yes, you did. You can go and listen to the replay if you want. And like I say, you can keep denying all the things that you've said.
This doesn't really sound good faith to me anymore.
No, I'm trying to be good faith to you. So let's you said an important.
Shut the fuck up about contradictions, fool. You don't know anything about my system.
Oh, getting a little salty now. Right. So you got to the point where you realized the importance of neural networks and large language models. Okay. Now, why don't you expand on that a little bit? With the neuroscientist here, he could perhaps help.
You asked me something else just now. You said for me to explain my system, which you didn't give me a chance to do. Now you're asking me to do something else. I'm not your fucking dancing bear. Are we getting to an end of?
I thought you finished.
You really think that's my entire system? Yeah.
I said, were you done? And you said yes.
We haven't even gotten into anything. I've stated the original premise of philosophy.
Okay,
if you think that that's the end, then you have a misunderstanding as to what philosophy is, because in my worldview, you can start at philosophy and end at physics. And you can't do that for shit in your worldview. You don't even know what's wrong.
I can.
With your understanding. Like right now, if I ask you, what's wrong in the modern understanding of math and physics? You can't tell me.
There's a whole bunch, depending on where you want to go. And, you know, the dimensionality problem is a big one that I struggle with, and about how we establish what is essentially a computational substrate with respect to when you pick out, you increase the dimensions such that it becomes essentially intractable, such that the compute time is essentially, it's impossible to get around. This is one that I wrestle with. And how does the brain do it so well with respect to switching and attending to essentially pulling on very, very large complex matrices and almost do it seamlessly? How about that for a problem? There you go.
Right. So I don't understand what the question is. I thought the question was, can
you asked
derive
me a
your
question
system
about a problem,
from which
a
we've
fundamental problem
deviated
in
now
mathematics,
twice.
and I explained to you that there's.
Well, you didn't
there's
actually answer my
dimensionality.
question, because I said, what's wrong with math and physics? And you said something you didn't understand, which tells me you didn't understand the question. So can you answer the question now?
So you perhaps have to define your question then a little better. So
no, I don't. You can just say, I don't know, Jen. I don't know what's wrong with math and physics, because my understanding of math and physics doesn't extend past what I've read about it, which I did uncritically and completely assimilated into my patchwork nonsense worldview.
Well,
which I'm now
enlighten me,
enlighten
me, Jen. Teach me. What's wrong with it?
So you've conceded you have no idea what's wrong with our modern understanding of math.
I'm not conceding anything, right? I gave you, a paradox, a mathematical and physical paradox around the dimensionality problem. Okay, so you think
that's
that
not
it's
a problem in math and physics. That's something you don't understand. So you've confused yourself with the domain of math and physics.
What don't I understand about the dimensionality problem? I've got a solution for it, but please, if you.
So is that what this show is going to be about? Pretending to ask questions about my system and then it digressing into your system?
Well, so I'm waiting. You asked me a question, and so there you go. I gave you what I think is a problem.
I asked you a question to prove that even if I don't have a model, which I do, you can't push back on me, because I can offer actual good criticisms of modern science, and you can't. So you have no perspective to offer criticism at all.
Give me this failing of maths and physics that you think I'm not getting, please.
Well, you're not getting it, clearly.
Which is?
Because you can't state it.
What?
There are several. I could go on for hours about all the problems in math and physics.
Please list them out. But what you should be able to do is to make an abstract of your premises and statements in 200 words, right?
Oh, really? In 200 words, not 201.
I'll give you 201 if you want.
Now, I might have had to listen when the English were occupying India, but why the hell would I have to meet your standards now?
You had to listen when the English were occupying India. Go on. Tell us more.
Really? Because I don't sense you actually care at all about my history.
I do care, but again...
But I really thought I was trying to explain my system here. Because we haven't actually gotten anywhere in that. Like, are you so stupid you can't focus on an explanation?
You made a statement that you had
to
listen
I've got
to
my
English.
thing screen
You had to listen
here.
to the English when they occupied India. Okay. Now, I would say, looking at you, you're probably 40 something. Don't take it the wrong way.
It's fine. Just fucking get to the end of it. Get to the. What is the point
so
here? Am I explaining my system or not? I guess I'm not explaining my system. I guess I'm not explaining my system anymore. So what are we talking about now?
Please carry on. So you had to listen to the English. I'm waiting. So you can't explain the system. You don't want to.
Duvid, are you going to screen share my screen?
Oh, sorry.
So that's the quantum periodic table. It's the regular periodic table, but depicted in 3 dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the informational basis of observable consciousness.
Okay.
So that is an embodied 3+1 dimensionality, which gives what you could call an ontological basis, but I wouldn't, for causality. So it's an embodied 3+1. So that accounts for all the confusions with regards to dimensionality. So this thing exists in the classical sense, in that it is an object that doesn't change, that dictates causality.
So I have a question.
I think we can agree that that's what the periodic table is.
So I have a question. In this metastructure that you've built, or abstract structure, what would correspond to what fundamental particles that would make up chemistry periodic tables?
Oh, there's no fundamental particles. There's only the relationships between the components of that structure, which doesn't have any particles in it. So particles don't exist in my worldview.
Okay, so just so we establish that. So
but hydrogen and helium would be in the center, and then it would be going out with additional protons in a similar way to the periodic table.
Okay, and how many elements are in that periodic table that you've made?
All of them are there, but each one would contain 2 elements.
But
It
the
predicts that there's
representation,
118 elements.
it predicts that there's 118 elements. Okay, which is close to what we kind of observed. But
Well, you can argue that I didn't really predict that, but yeah, it predicts. It says why there won't be any more than 118 is because it's a dimensional limit, and dimensionality is fundamental in the sense of 3 plus 1 being the innate or intrinsic structure of that object.
So you want to find a heuristic that says that we can, in terms of islands of stability with respect to energy, there's this upper limit with respect to elements. And so if we were to, let's, as a hypothetical, say that we manage to overcome some of the forces and hold.
Now, how are you going to overcome dimensionality?
Well,
you're going to stop there being 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. How are you going to do that?
There are synthetic elements that they've made, which they would say, this concords with our understanding of chemistry and physics, that shouldn't be there. With
Such
respect.
As?
Oh, I'd have to remember the name of it, but I want to say that actually was done at Recon. But
yeah. So anyway, I don't know anything about this. As far as I know, the periodic table is doesn't have any violations to it, and I don't know about any of these synthetic elements or anything. So I can't really speak to that. But yeah, anyway, in my worldview, this is fundamental structure. If you want to call it information. I'll just give you a quick description of what they are. So super heavy elements are known as transactinide elements, and transactinides or super heavy elements are the chemical elements with atomic number greater than 103. Okay, and so that's not a contradiction of the periodic table, so I don't see the relevance of that.
Well, they can, in theory, they can. If you've got so from a physics perspective, right? If you were operating at the super high end of energetics, which essentially what these accelerators and reactors are doing, that if they could maintain that, then that atom could be a stable form. And so the assumption is made that, well, that energetics can exist in certain areas of the universe, and so we might see these super heavy elements in more abundance. And that
doesn't contradict the periodic table, because an element being
heavy, I'm not saying it does. I'm just trying to understand this worldview, and like I say, I'm understanding.
Yeah, so talking about facts that you already memorized isn't going to help you understand the worldview, because we haven't even got into how the worldview works. But anyway, that object is real, and then all appearances derive from the one real object.
So this structure that you're looking at here, so David, correct me if I'm wrong. So he said that like the center point is essentially the proton and electron, but
no,
you've
it's
derived
hydrogen
it
and helium. There's no
hydrogen
protons or
helium.
electrons. Okay, there's no atoms in this worldview.
So what are the other circular objects that you've got around? So the other elements. Okay, so yeah. I just want to help clarify as we move forward. So the in this instance, in what way would it be predictive with respect to, I don't know, let's say drug design?
It predicts all possible chemical configurations based on their energy levels, and their energy levels are how likely they are to form chemically. So that would be an advantage of it.
So if I ask...
It's also a complete logic as opposed to the octet rule, which is an incomplete logic.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I like the way you're thinking in these instances, that there's a lower, not lower, more fundamental way of trying to view matter and energy. Now, perhaps a specialist in chemistry and physics may have objections, but I don't have an objection.
No, they wouldn't have objections, because there's nothing I'm saying that goes against any of their doctrines. So they don't have any way of disagreeing with me that isn't going to sound ridiculous, because they'd have to say, well, the periodic table can't be 3 dimensions, it has to be 2, which is presupposing a knowledge of ontology that is absolutely unjustifiable from that position. Because if it was justifiable, as I said, they'd already agree with me.
So this, so you would consider things like nuclear strong force as being an artifact of the mathematics that they're using right now?
It's not a mathematics, it's an art. Oh, well, no, it's a real effect. It's an artifact of that structure. So that structure can predict that effect as well as all the other effects. So this structure doesn't involve atoms. So you have to reason about it completely differently.
Just to put this up here for a second, it might help clarify it. Although this is not her model, it's just a template of an alternative periodic table that might clarify what she's doing in three-dimensional, although she's not doing it in the same way that would have like the elements. But if you pictured like here, the hydrogen, helium, then the lithium and boron, and then the 6 other elements and 6 going to the left and right, and then the expansion as an alternative model. So it's hers is doing something different, but
it's well, again, it would be, is it a model of chemistry, or is it a model of what we would understand as the fundamental particles?
What she's not doing,
there's no particles.
She's not doing exactly what this chart.
I'm just trying to help clarify for people who are listening.
But if you wanted to see the elements, how they would come, if in her model they would come, according to this pattern of dividing it like this, except here's a 2-dimensional template of what she puts into 3 dimensions. But the elements here in this 2-dimensional template would correspond to her 3-dimensional template.
And this is
that right,
where,
Jennifer?
So just to help clarify a little more for the people who are listening, it's almost, I would sort of interpret this as, again, this sort of harmonic and island of stability not interpretation, but model with respect to why we see elements in the functional groups that we ascribe to the periodic table, which is you go from the alkali metals over to the noble gases on the other end of the table.
Right.
Yeah, if this is like the Lavoisier, the one, the functional, the reason why we put it in this method is the most useful for the information that chemists use, but you could put it in this 2-dimensional template of essential expansion of hydrogen, helium, and then 2 more electrons or proton that lead to 6 more, and that in the first 2 charts, and then there's 4 charts, and then there'd be the higher elements. But Jennifer's not doing that. I mean, she is doing that, but her system's doing something else also.
Okay.
But I mean, she has another chart somewhere. I'm not sure, is it ready, that has the actual elements listed on it. But I guess that she's trying to say something different than just giving a template that has the same elements.
Yeah, I don't have the one with the elements on it here, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's the starting point. So that doesn't have properties. It is a form. But its permutations or motion, its intrinsic motion, brings the appearance of properties into being, and the model accounts for how that form brings appearances into being.
So the first, this would be defined as your tensor space around which essentially you're building the rule set. It's a higher order rule set for
it's a boundary from which all causality is a deviation therefrom.
Okay, so in this instance, we can say that there's a boundary condition with respect to.
Well, it's not a boundary condition. It's a boundary, and it's the matter boundary.
Okay, but okay, we'll beg to disagree about what a boundary condition is. But in this instance, you can. It's a way of describing what is essentially a higher order dimensional structure. And when you essentially shrink those dimensions down into what we see as the elements around us, this you're saying that it would, is this in a structure that would be implicit with respect to the model of the atom itself, or just the structure?
No atoms. There's no atoms, but the matter that you observe is a result of the motion of that structure.
Right, but we still have to work with the fact that we do have atoms that make up the chemistry.
No, I don't have to work with that. Not if my model can account for all the effects without atoms. I don't need to embrace atoms.
Okay, so what then is the reactions of chemistry in this instance?
Energetic transitions involving charge.
Okay, I mean, I don't have a objection to that description of it, but you know, that's sort of fundamental in chemistry around oxidation and reduction, etc. But
yeah, I know it's fundamental, but because my knowledge is so amazing, I can blast through your wrong fundamental suppositions and correct them.
It's not my suppositions. It's just how chemistry is.
It's your civilization supposition.
Okay, so I'll wait on the next Hindu.
It's really just.
Yeah, you can wait for the next Hindu periodic table. Oh no, wait, it's already here.
No, I'm saying atoms do not necessarily exist. It's just a symbolic representation to represent reality, and even most physicists and chemists would say atoms don't really exist. I mean, so
right. There's an understanding that these are sort of reified concepts. No one thinks that in these days that the atom is a little solid ping pong type ball with tiny charges floating away in essentially one-dimensional orbitals. That would be no one thinks that.
Your even representation is like molecules exist, and you could understand like Duvet or a larger object is being composed of molecules which are composed of atoms, but that you say may only be descriptive of a symbolic representation of what actually reality is.
I would say that anyone that gets into the higher realms with respect to higher realms, but the more advanced areas of research in we'll just use chemistry as an example, would accept that. You would, there's an understanding that physics is it's only a, excuse me, I just need to put this cat out a second.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking earlier about the...
Just give me a second, otherwise she's going to wreck everything!
You know, when we were talking earlier about the coherent problems of just physics itself or chemistry or biology, you say chemistry is not exactly applied physics because you have this... Physics has the...
Look, an emergent Schrodinger's cat. How's that for...
Well, I say physics has the...
how's that for a representation of reality?
So you say...
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was putting my headphones in, bro. So
yeah, physics has the presupposition of independent objects with masses operating in space. But say that it's actually problematic to assume that there's such a thing as independent objects. And if you look at chemistry basing those presuppositions of independent objects, or if you're talking of macro objects built up upon micro objects, these are all metaphysical presuppositions that science is based upon. And so we have representations of things like the atom, the element, the molecule, and then objects operating as a unit. So the problem of theology exists in chemistry, and then even more so in biology. So when you say, what does it mean that a molecule acts as an independent object? And then in biology, when you say, what does it mean that a conglomeration, a molecule operates as an independent object that has a function? So if Jennifer's trying to build her precursors, and if it's monistic, but it alternative, so I mean, you could just understand one is just an alternative model of the basic understanding of like the 2-8 the 2, 8, 14 model that we have for our periodic table expanded in 3 dimensions?
So, I mean, I'm following the line of reasoning. I don't see it as being that much different from fundamental physics as it's sort of being promulgated right now. But please carry on.
All right.
So, would it, one more question. Sorry to interrupt. Would it be fair to say that this, you can describe it as a tensor field?
No, because I don't define math on this level. Math is something that comes into being later on when a distance is well defined, because you can't talk about math without your definition of distance already being defined, and distance is something that is complicated to define.
Okay. Just clarifying that point. Please continue.
So we start with the periodic table that has no motion. And the reason it has no motion is because the positions of the elements relative to each other doesn't change. Like hydrogen's always in the same place relative to helium. So it's intrinsically motionless. And then within our material realm, motion within its components appears to happen. So the most important motion that happens is its intrinsic motion. And this picture here I've got is showing it's not very big. I don't know if you can really see it, but it's showing how you would induce motion on the periodic table by connecting all the balls together with the same color, which is the balls of the same, representing the atoms of the same. It would be the orbital subshell. So SPDF would be represented in different colors. And then you connect all those subshells together. And then you imagine that the balls are moving at infinite speed along those connecting paths. And then what you're looking for is
there would be. I'm following, and like I say, I don't have an issue with this type of physics. What I would do is I'm going to try and think of what would be the objections to people who would listen to this. And so essentially, you've talked about infinite speed in terms of information transmission from one point to another. And so
there's no points in this, remember. We're still at the level of abstraction.
But across time, right? So if you're saying there's infinite speed, it's a measure. You've drawn in a
I said it has zero speed right now. That's what I said.
Yeah, you're working with the Newtonian paradigm where 3-dimensional space and time are primitives, but her system is not Newtonian, where 3-dimensional space and time are primitive.
I mean, I honestly, trust me, I'm getting where you're coming from, because like I say, there are issues around things like essentially what is perceived in things like quantum mechanics, where you can put particles into superposition, and essentially information transfer is occurring essentially instantaneously once the measure is made. And so by deduction, we would say, well, there has to be a framework around it, that can incorporate the informatics of that. In this instance, the up and down spin component of a
so we incorporate the information about those things in a slightly different way.
Okay.
So sorry, you spoke for so long, I forgot what the original premise was.
So you said that essentially there's no, it's not talking about speed, although you use speed to say.
Yeah, the periodic table has zero motion. So we're not talking about speed, we're talking about motion, which is the primitive underlying concept of speed.
And then my question was,
speed is a type of qualified motion. So the periodic table has no motion. I explained why. We haven't got to motion yet. And you're already saying infinite motion is a problem. I'll just stop you right there. For the people who are looking, hold on a minute. I know you want to push back in good faith and representing your audience. This stuff is designed, reverse engineered, to have no logical problem.
I get it. And
so I know it seems like you can make it seem like there's something wrong with the system.
I'm not saying there's a lot.
That it's hard to understand. There's no other criticism of the system because it's designed
there's a lot that I get about
to be able to be defended in a debate as the simplest system of reason.
I'm trying to
so
help.
You can't,
I'm trying to help
you
people
can't really
understand.
criticize it.
I'm trying to help people understand the framework. So there's a problem,
and that'll happen by allowing me to go through the entire explanation rather than interrupting with probably nonsensical objections.
So it's not a nonsensical objection. Excuse me if I'm doing the Socratic method for people who are listening, and I'll say that there's a problem in physics where there's this information transfer that happens beyond the speed of light, which, if you were to believe Einstein, is not possible. Right? That's the point I wanted to get to. And all I would say is that there has to be a architecture of some form around which this is occurring, if you like, a geometry of some form.
Yeah, so I followed you up until the part about the geometry. So the way we resolve the issue of faster than light hypothetical travel is we start with superposition. We don't postulate that superposition could happen if we interfered with a system. We say every system is starting in superposition, and then that superposition is breaking, and the system is descending into particular states, and then going back into its original superposition. But actually, there is no deviation. That the apparent there are only apparent deviations, which are based on perspectives.
So just to throw in a comment here. So it's nearly 100 years ago now. So there was peers of Einstein, guy called Lancelot Law White, who tried to address these issues around which we needed. So 100 years ago in physics, they were trying to work towards unified fields of understanding with respect to observation. And he tried to bring that discussion into, can we have a unified field theory of biology in this instance? And it's an important conceptual pathway that people have to go down if you want to be able to take the reductive Western approach to science and physics, chemistry, etc., and think about you have to have by logic you would say there has to be a set of unifying principles that can help you understand these interactions.
A set of unifying principles that can help you understand these interactions. So that would be the shape.
It's
so
one
all
way
causality is going to be contained to that shape. So you're just looking at particular variations of the shape, not something different from the shape.
Yeah, so this is the variations in the shape. So one of the discussions that I would try to bring up is the issue around Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometries. And we haven't got to that yet because we haven't established a distance yet. But I'm trying to, like I say, what might seem intuitive to you may not to other people.
No, I don't think it's going to be intuitive. That this stuff isn't intuitive because you have to think about it in a way that you're not used to thinking about things as. So normally we think about things as building up from a series of facts that gets larger in a pile. Okay, like that's bottom up. Whereas, and bottom up is how you build your memory basis. So bottom up is like is a biological inclination. Your cognition is top down because you're experiencing a unified self and then particular states of that unified self. But your memories are bottom up because they're built anecdotally through experience. So it's just this agglomeration. Whereas in non-dualist thinking, we're not reasoning on the basis of anecdotes. We're only reasoning on the basis of specific interpretations of perception, and we're reasoning from the top down. So we're starting with zero conditions versus the bottom, which has a bunch of conditions that we can't disambiguate. We're starting from the top with no conditions and then saying, what condition does it make to impose first upon no conditions in order to build down to the phenomenal experiences we would like to have our system account for. For example, distance. We want to be able to express distance as a map from that shape to what we're calling distance.
I get it. Please carry on.
So that would be the ideal, right? Is if we could have it all in terms of one system. So that's what the non-dualist goal is to have.
So
You start
unified
at something.
field.
You can call it a field, but sometimes a field presupposes space. So we don't want to think of it as space, even though it's something like we can't really not visualize stuff in space, but we always want to have that sort of asterisk on the side that this form is what brings space about. It's never something we observe in space. Like we didn't observe the periodic table in space. We realize something like the periodic table exists because of a bunch of experiments we did that had some level of validity, at least enough validity to allow us to extrapolate a unified form, which is where the power of non-dualism comes from. So there's no analog to this in the West. The closest I can describe it is like if you imagine you don't have numbers, but you have to start counting. So what number does it make sense to start counting at? It doesn't make sense to start at a finite number. It doesn't make sense to start at 0 because we can't observe 0. Because 0 is nothing. Whereas what we observe is always an interval. So the only numerical concept we can start with to count physically is infinity, because there's like this hypothetical universal infinity that we want to connect our reasoning to, so that we don't lose any of the diversity of the initial infinity, but also bring into it that initial infinity is unqualified, specifically for the reason that you brought it up. It's not infinite motion in the true sense is not observable. So but we can also say, well, the universe is some type of infinite motion machine, but it's not as much motion as it could be, right? Which would seem to be the case in the case that, it had infinite energy or infinite motion rather. So we have to account for the appearance of non-true infinite motion in this worldview. If you're starting with infinite motion, you have to account for non-infinite motion. But if you're starting from no motion, you have to account for motion. So starting from no motion, again, that would be bottom up. That would be considered a fallacy. It's not a contradiction in the worldview per se, but it's considered a fallacy in that you can only derive a coherent worldview, i.e. one where the ground accords with the emergence, if this is the case. So only if your particular states are maps from your original state, specific maps that you can count all the steps to, only in that case do you actually have a coherent metaphysics, because any observable can be accounted for in terms of the original philosophical or metaphysical object, which in this case is this periodic table, which is meant to show that 3 + 1 is a transcendental quality of causality, that the periodic table, like you're asking about scale before. What's the scale of the periodic table? It doesn't have a scale because matter exists on different scales. So like a reaction with salt on one scale versus a reaction with salt on another scale, those might be the same.
Mass is included in the periodic table with respect to protons and neutrons and
so in my system, the mass would be an emergent property of this superpositional structure.
So it's the totality of mass in respect to...
Do you know what a standing wave is?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if you have, like, imagine that's a jump rope, and then you make the jump rope have a standing wave.
Yeah.
So that's the analogy there. It's part of it. It's just like mass is a standing wave, and the periodic table is the jump rope. So you can think of the periodic table as a substance from which appearances emerge. But I think it's not a good idea to call it a substance, because what we intuit, like, I want my definition of substance to accord with what we as subjects call a substance. And what we as subjects call a substance is the perspective from inside a boundary. So if there's a substance, if you've identified a substance, that implies that there's an apparent boundary. And when you say substance, you're talking about whatever's inside that boundary. Whereas there's nothing inside that. If that's a boundary, there's nothing inside it. So it doesn't make sense to think of the periodic table as a substance, because a substance presupposes a boundary in the conventional sense. I'm not saying that there is or isn't a boundary on an abstract substance. I'm saying that since we already have this So we're sort of wedded to a certain view of substances that philosophically, I wouldn't want to deviate from that view unless I absolutely had to. Like, I have to deviate somewhat from conventional notions about consciousness to talk about consciousness, because the conventional notions might not be right. But for something like substance, it's a conventional concept itself. I don't need to define it on the fundamental level, so long as I can account for its appearance on the emergent level, which is what I do. So you could say that that's a form. You could say that that's a crystal. You could say that it's a substance. I don't know what you want to call it. Like, you can call it a lot of things, but what matters about it is how many steps there are between it and finally getting to what we're calling measurement, which is interferential observation. So some sort of instrument is acting on a system, and we want to pull those two apart in our conceptual understanding and make sure that our interpretation of that interaction is as close to correct as it can be.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
So we start with a periodic table. Was it clear what I said when it has no motion? Why it has no motion?
Yes, because you're essentially coming from, again, what I would define as a higher order dimensional state. Now, you can't have, it would be essentially, how can you have an observation with respect to tell its motion from a lower order or a lower dimensional state that we would perceive stuff
so
from?
we're in a lower dimensional state, if you want to call it that, relative to this, because we can experience something like that appearance, but it's not actually the case.
You get into these discussions around like manifold structure of that higher dimensional space. This is and so you would say three dimensions plus one is the essentially minimum that you could boil it down to. And
no, it wouldn't be dimensions. It would be like pre-dimensional, because we have a conventional understanding of dimensions, right? The dimensions are
but for us
on
to
our
represent
level.
it.
So I call it dimension. I call it dimensionality, which is kind of like the thing that is the universal that brings our perception of dimensions into being.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to stay real quick to get through. I'll just go through this diagram. I won't necessarily go through every aspect of this because this is really complicated.
I don't mind. I don't mind this science aspect.
I just want to make sure. Oh, so you're enjoying this part?
Yeah. I don't mind this part.
Okay, good. So we start with, basically the logic is that there's no motion in the periodic table because there's motion between elements, but that motion is anchored to the structure of the periodic table. So basically, if the periodic table had motion, that would mean that the relations between what we're calling atoms could change. And we don't observe that. The only reason we're able to make the periodic table is because the relations between the atoms upon reaction doesn't change. Like, that's how we can establish stuff like the Gibbs free energy. So in this sense, it has no motion. So then what we want to do is say, okay, since it has no motion and there appears to be motion right now, like, I don't think anyone can disagree that there appears to be motion in what we're doing. It's necessary. I think, even
motion,
just talking
motion seems implicit in
just talking. You have to have some sort of motion. So in this very limited sense. So this is why I don't like the idea of like a steady state universe. Like, some people ask me, like, oh, is your model steady state? And it's like only in this very limited sense. But the thing is, your model's also steady state in this sense because you agree the periodic table is static. So that's the only sense that we're talking about is static. Physically speaking, that's the only sense in which it's static. Then we have all this motion that we have to account for. So we go through that accounting process logically and say, well, we don't have actual infinite motion, but there's no end to the universal motion. So there's some type of cause that allows motion to happen on an ongoing basis. And then we infer from that it had an infinite source, but that its source was restricted by how much matter was observable. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following. I'm just
so what you have is a dependent arising. Go ahead.
So I can just see the questions in the chat, which is the obvious question comes up is, well, can you describe that higher dimensional construct as what was envisaged by those who would speak about ether? And
I don't know what they were talking about, because I don't think that you can know what someone thinks just by reading what they write. Like, I think you can get to have an intuition about someone's thought process by reading a lot of what they write.
Mm.
And I haven't read enough of those. I would say that it is consistent with what they call emptiness, because that structure is empty. It is described, and what we mean by emptiness is that its behavior is described entirely by its surface. So you can understand that diagram, which has 59 balls, you can understand each of those balls to be completely hollow.
Mm.
This is
So
the
it's
Mike
an
Wick guy
energy
in the
field.
chat. This is the Mike Wick guy in the chat who used to watch Church. I mean, he's familiar with her theory. He used to watch our streams when we streamed together 6 months ago, and Mike Wick is actually the one who referred me to Kevin a few weeks ago. So he's not unfamiliar with what she's saying. He's heard her say it before.
Okay. So, like I said, the from a mathematical perspective, what you would still need to derive is the manifold of those balls, if you like, to in some way derive out a solution of some form. And
the place that we're at right now in terms of reasoning is that we can't account for motion strictly using that table, because it doesn't have intrinsic motion. So what do? We take that shape and we induce an infinite motion on it.
You call them spheres, I guess. And I think the fact that they're spheres is also a part
problematic. Yeah.
Well, no, they're specifically spheres.
Yeah, they're spheres. I call them balls. Like, I don't know why. To me, I just I think of art,
Yeah.
balls.
So
maybe it sounds terrible, but I'm sorry if it sounds bad.
But someone could make the argument that, well, what's the flow of the first emergent process around which we see a manifold around that? What would I would, just for sake of argument, let's call it that 0 point. And then the other question that emerges from that is, what is the scale at which that happens? So we have a physical limit established by Planck, which says that you go down to 10 to the whatever it's 32 centimeters is the essentially smallest meaningful distance that we could go with respect to how we understand our current physics. Now, I'm not sure that that's a limit myself, but I understand why they do come up with these predictions. And so you have this problem which is what they call renormalization, right? So they basically do these calculations with respect to trying to work out mass and speed and velocity. It doesn't compute, right? And so they essentially do this renormalization with respect to the energies involved. And then from there, you get into what could be argued as a sort of circular reasoning. And then they go down to so Planck being a constant that we use to try to build out a working physics.
Yeah, I would agree it's a problem. My system doesn't have those problems because it's engineered not to have any problems, but I don't know if you're able to follow the logic so far. So we've established one form, which is static. And then we want to eventually be able to account for appearances, which is qualified infinite motion. So it's not true infinite motion, because we can conceive that there might be more motion under some other circumstances. However, it's a qualified infinite motion in the sense that we don't have any reason to believe that universal motion is ever going to stop. So this is sort of the sweet spot, is a qualified infinity that gives us that accounts for the infinite motion of the universe without blowing up into, well, there should just be infinite motion. So what we do is restrict the motion to matter, and then restrict it even further to say that as soon as matter is observable, it represents a deviation from infinite motion. So the way I would say that is that there's a dependent arising between a deviation of that shape. So the manner in which appearances come about is through deviations of that shape. And I'll show you a specific example of how that works, because it's a bit hard to understand. So a deviation is basically like, it's an abstract, it's another primitive. So it's a bit hard to follow, but deviation is basically, if you think of having a clump of clay in a sphere, and then you poke it, but it still has the same volume. So that's what a deviation would be, kind of in essence, is something that a continuous deformation from one form to another.
Yeah, so there's a principle of asymmetry to symmetry and back to asymmetry. Again, in our math would be described as a field movement, and as a sort of prime mover. And this has been used to sort of try to build out a again, how do we get biology to get to consciousness, and is there where
we're already past consciousness at this point. So consciousness is the empty nothing structure that brings about the periodic table.
So that this dynamic is predicted to be the most stable state between these. So you don't just disappear off into infinities and nonsense. So and the best way I can think of describing it as is asymmetry with respect to energy relative to what would be the next vector that the field would take. When it goes down, you can think of it as a step down in energy. In that instance, it becomes more symmetric across space. And then within that symmetrical state, this tendency is to go back towards asymmetry again, as we would see it across time. And and you can think of this as respiration, right? So what do we see? What's like the fundamental principles that we see with respect to biology? It's respiration, and at our level, we say, oh, he's breathing in, he's breathing out. Okay, and
so we want to be able to account for the process of respiration in life, obviously. So I don't think any other models can do that. So if you want to just share my screen, I've got a different. So once you've induced infinite motion on the periodic table, you get this other shape called the hyperbolic complement of the figure 8 knot. So if you connect all the points in the periodic table, induce motion between those points, this standing wave of that motion is that shape there. And it has infinite motion in it, but we don't observe infinite motion. And so the theory says that once that shape undergoes a deviation, it becomes observable, and at the same time, its motion becomes not infinite. So deviation from the shape of infinite motion equals deviation from infinite motion. And that's when you get into observability. So this thing is going to be giving you your framework from which observables that we're familiar with come about, and namely the shape of life forms is a deviation of that shape. So you start with that shape and you modify it and reform it like clay, and then you eventually get to the shapes of various life forms. So another prediction that this system makes is that evolution, the degree to which something is evolved, is indicated by how deviated it is from that original shape. And evolution isn't necessarily something that brings more intelligence. All evolution does is bring more consciousness. So, for example, the anglerfish, are you familiar with that?
Is it not?
It has like a light growing out of its head or whatever, because it lives underwater at a very, very deep, and there's no light.
Is it not better to say that you're moving towards more complexity in this instance?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Because the complexity comes in through the matter, because you need some pressure to deviate that shape. You get that from the complexity of matter. So the complexity of matter is a structure that holds the deviations in place, and that's fundamentally what your spine is doing. Your spine is holding all that deviation together. So yeah, that's a good question. And then once you get to that point, you can account for the motion intrinsic to life, which is helpful. because you don't have to worry about, well, why is there all this motion in life? Well, it's just a deviation of this original shape, and then all the other things in the body that have an input and an output, they're also of the same shape. So there's not just one of these operating in complex systems. There's many of them. Like there's one in the ear, and that's what allows the sound to be concentrated to one place, because that tunnel, like I don't know if you can actually see the structure of the tube on the inside, but it loops back around itself. So it's got a 3-component knot. So basically, when you're talking about, well, how do you account for the atomic type appearances that we have in physics? Well, that thing has infinite motion, but it also has a structure. And when that infinite motion is happening all the time, the structure is still giving an effect of which might call a granularity, which is where you get the apparent granularity that gives rise to stuff like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can only measure a time interval that's a certain size before it stops being experimentally viable and so forth. So you get the same results, but it's just that the logic is not the same.
That's
so the reason, I guess, coming back to our original discussion, the reason I think this can help bring religions together is because it isn't overtly religious, and it doesn't really speak to the truth of religions. And we can just say, well, religions are conditional truths that work because there's an absolute truth. But the religions a lot of the time actually confuse the absolute truth, because the purpose of a religion is fundamentally cultural, which may or may not have any bearing on how the universe actually works from the ground up, right? So we should if we want to care about this stuff, we should be able to do it regardless of our religion. And that's why I think we just return to pure logic. It's a lot easier.
Considered in this instance their adaptations to where this potential emerges, how it interacts around that particular, you could say that it's the Indus Valley, for example.
Well, this wouldn't really have anything to say about religion, because all it gets you to is phenomenal consciousness. Religion is something that you could say is happening within phenomenal consciousness. It's a kind of a socially emerging body of doctrines and practices and so forth.
You're describing.
I don't think that makes God any less real. I don't think that makes God any less real. I'm just saying that trying to agree, starting from a theological point, is going to be hard, but a logical point might be easier, because we can have all these deeper understanding that we don't really have to change. Like I would be fine if you bought into my system, but still subscribe to, I assume you're Christian of some kind. Like I wouldn't care.
No, I believe in God.
Whatever your religion is, it wouldn't bother me if you used my system. I would be happy that my system was getting used, basically. So I hope that
what you're describing is invariant causality. So
it would be a subject-independent causality, right?
And so
if you want to call it invariant, you could call it invariant, but there's already a bit of a context with invariance in existing physics. So I'm trying to not confuse people as much as possible, but you are technically correct. We are looking at variance coming about from something that is fundamentally invariant. And there is an analogy for this that already exists in modern physics, and that's the idea that the speed of light is constant. I mean, the speed of light in a given medium is understood to be invariant in modern physics. So we aren't using different logic than modern physics. We're just saying that the departure point is different. It has structure, rather than it's just an abstract light, energy, whatever.
So there's this discussion around, is there subtle variations in the constants that we see? And they basically so it's a case of relativizing the speed of light around this instance. So essentially, wherever they made the measurement, it was that became the definition of speed of light. So what should be time to travel 1 meter, they essentially relativized it, because they would get different measurements depending on where it was being done and taken, when you were counting for decimal out to whatever decimal places that they would do the measure. And so they tried to remove that variability aspect to it by essentially relativizing it. And I want to say that was in the 30s or 40s, I think they started to do that. And there's a reason for doing this in science, though, is that you want to be able to say, is lab Y doing the same as lab X? And it has its pros and cons, is all. That's all I would say. It's incumbent upon the person to understand the systems that they're working with and understand the extent and limitations of any intervention that you're making within it. And so this is why I was talking about when you're talking about consciousness, you want what is scale invariant and I would add pattern invariant with respect to abstraction out. And well, the way that we would do that is through using electromagnetic descriptors of a tensor field, basically. But what that tensor field is operating in, you run into that invariant causality wall, and you may as well just as well say, well, that's God, right, at that point, because it's a
I don't think I need to say that in my system.
Well, I mean, it's just from my perspective, right? If something is so, if it contains all, and it's essentially, I don't know if you could argue.
Well, does the periodic table contain all matter? I mean, I don't think that's controversial.
Well, this is the thing around the issue of super heavy elements and synthetic elements, right? Are they really synthetic? And it's a case of what's stable at the energetics that we're operating with, that we're sort of making a measurement with. So what's the super chemistry or chemical that essentially filters out and goes down into these islands of stability that make all the other elements, right? And but you can't say in this instance that it would be light, because, well, what's the frequency of the light? What's its propagation?
Frequency is not intrinsic, only energy. So frequency is something we measure.
Yeah, so
it's not a complete description of light.
So if you just took the energy metric of it, it's like trying to say, well, what's, there are measures of the mass of the universe, right? And it's like 10 to the 55 kilograms of mass in the universe. Well, I'm like, oh, is that really true? How do we know that if we can't, when we've already made, I want to say, we've broken models with respect to things like Big Bangs, etc. And you take things like Hubble Deep Field images, where there's supposed to be no structure, or there's not time post the emergence of the Big Bang and what they would call hyperinflation, that there would have been time for elements to cool down and make structure as we
so that's presupposing that there was a beginning in matter, which
and so that's we're sort of running up against that right now, which is the predictions are not holding, right? So
the predictions are holding just fine. I've managed to predict the form of all life forms.
No, I'm talking about in science in general, and something as like fundamental that's taught to children. There was a Big Bang event, and something came into existence and exploded and made all the matter that. Well, it's just, I'm just talking about what other people understand. So if you've got to be able to,
but what they understand is wrong. So they're going to have to be told that they're wrong, and that the reason they're fighting is because they're wrong, and they should start being right by stopping denying the truth.
Theory always runs into the actual results from experimentation. And so there was, like I say, it's a brilliant example. And I'm going to use this till the day I die, which is, have you seen the movie Oppenheimer?
I don't think so.
So it's relatively recent. It's just about the history of making the atomic bomb, and it's a bit too Jewish for my taste. But there's a scene in the movie where so Oppenheimer, who's basically it's sort of telling his life story, and he sort of found a niche as this theoretician that's basically trying to wrestling with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and all these the fact that there's this duality around matter with wave particle duality, etc. And he's the leading expert in that domain. And there's this scene where he's teaching his understanding of that physics, and a newspaper report comes through that the Germans have managed to split the atom, uranium atom in this instance. And he basically looks at that report and says, "Oh, I don't believe it. It's not possible." And essentially, there's this scene of him sort of standing there, cogitating by his blackboard and writing down something, rolling it out, and essentially putting in his components for his algebra. And then I want to say it's Rutherford who comes in and says, he sort of bursts through the door, and Oppenheimer turns around and says, like I said, who knows if it went down like this, but it's just a nice metaphor for what people are having to deal with. And so he sort of goes, there, see, it's not possible. I've proven it mathematically. And Rutherford says, well, you need to come next door, because in the experimental room, they've literally managed to create a fission type response, and they're getting this periodic bleep out that they're measuring with respect to I guess what a sort of proto fission or a non-critical fission reaction is occurring. And so he's had to theory comes up against observation, and with theory has to always, as much as it can guide us, if the observation is such that it says, well, it doesn't match the theory in this instance, you have to go with the observation. And so to bring that back to something like the Big Bang, where there's this, how did the universe begin? How did this? And so there was this. Oh, hello, big boy. You're right. Yeah, you can sit down and work. I forgot what I was saying about Big Bang, right? So anyway, it was a long discussion, right, and dialectic about what happened, how can we explain what it is that we see, and eventually Big Bang theory became the most parsimonious model with respect to our understanding of cosmology. And so, well, that's all well and good, but then if you take something like a direct measurement with something like the Hubble's, that's why the Hubble deep field image is so paradigm changing. And so, well, they suddenly see all this structure that shouldn't be there if the Big Bang models and the understanding of the age of the universe is correct. And so, okay, so suddenly the Big Bang theory, which had been the dominant paradigm, and all the math, all the theory would sort of point to that, suddenly is on a little bit of shaky ground. And then, so they put out the James Webb telescope, right? And James Webb confirms it in even more detail. So essentially, we now have to, or the physicists have to deal with the concept that from what we can measure is different to what the theory was predicting. That's all I was getting at in this instance.
Yeah, there's a problem with the predictions of a lot of models. They only apply in small intervals, and I mean, a model should apply everywhere, I think.
Well, it's the axiom of all models have a failing, which is they're models. And so there could be a instance where,
well, we're not going to get better than a model, because otherwise it's just reality, We
Right.
are
So
talking about a model for reality, but really metaphysics isn't about a model for reality. It's about how you prioritize concepts in your understanding of reality.
mm, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you. And again, some models are more accurate than others, is all. And that gets down to the point around, well, some philosophical frameworks are more useful than others. And so even though it might have been a prevailing paradigm, in this instance, it's no use wasting time on a philosophical pillar if actually at a fundamental it doesn't concord with reality. And so this is why you must always move forward with observation should always override the model that's instantiated if the measurement is such that it doesn't concord with the model system in this instance. And so, to get to what sort of energetics you would need to probe the boundary condition of that field, the manifold that you're describing with the large ball of, well, what's essentially the alkali metals, that group, right? And then you've sort of built out. So what would it take to sort of go down and probe at that level? And I don't know. That's
It's
not
not
my.
observable.
Well, that's the prediction
It's the
of the
ground
model.
of observability, right? So you can't observe an unobservable thing.
And so,
So you'd
a
only ever
physicist
be
would ask
discovering
you,
attributes of the periodic table. You wouldn't actually be able to falsify because all of your data would be within the periodic table.
but
I mean, the
there would
periodic
also
table
be the
only
axiom.
exists because there is some sort of underlying rule.
But the axiom becomes, if you can't test it, then it's no longer science in this instance. It just becomes
then science has a problem.
Not necessarily, because again,
Yeah,
it's just
the
one.
same thing as saying like, oh, is it true that sentence is true?
It's like saying,
is metaphysics scientific? It's like, no, science derives from metaphysics. Metaphysics definitionally can't be scientific, and therefore it's untestable. That doesn't mean you can't make a meta-analysis that would be equivalent to a test, but you'd have to agree on the parameters of the meta-analysis that they were actually indicative of anything.
But that's like saying theology is of no use in this instance. Well, I would say, well, if you can't,
theology has very limited use in this instance, unless your theology is somehow metaphysically significant, which most theology isn't.
And so I'm not that I would disagree with that. I'm just defining the problem space for other people to sort of approach this and try to conceptualize it. And so let's look at I'll use Shintoism as an example, which is that they have this worldview which is very panpsychic, and you could argue like a sort of they have different gods, right? As there's not one god in this instance. There are gods for different times of life, events, etc. And how does that stack up against the idea of there being the Abrahamic principle of there's just one God? And in a sense, both.
That's not the Abrahamic principle, though.
Well,
like, isn't the God supposed to be jealous? That means the God is jealous of the worship of other gods. So it's not one God.
Yeah,
it's
one monotheism.
One entity, right? Insisting that it be worshipped above all others.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue that it has that attribute given to it. Whether that's the case of that's true about God or not is that's another question. And you need the theologians you need to bring them along, because they might have a skill set, which is why I've said I wouldn't throw this stuff away. When you're building out a framework, you have to say, okay, that was incorporated and was part of the conscious epiphenomenon around that emergence in that state. And so it was serving some role. in this instance. And then, okay, that allowed us to have, let's say, a divergence of thought from the prevailing dogma in this instance. And it may be that you need this sort of creative interaction in order to move towards this idea of trying to conceptualize the tensor framework that encompasses this derivative into matter as we see it. Now, again, I would move towards ascribing, or we have to incorporate consciousness into that model. But then you would say, well, consciousness inherently has motion in this instance. And so if the premise that you would put forward is that there can't be motion in that higher order state, I would see what the theologians would say, which is you've essentially reached a dialectical end point.
And I would tell them that's a good thing, because physics should not go into theology any more than it needs to, because it's unnecessary. It may actually be counterproductive, because people in a religion that doesn't accord with metaphysical truth will be likely very offended if one were to use physics as a basis to argue against theological presuppositionalism.
So from a real world application in this instance, so we're on this sort of cusp of what is potentially, it's an inflection point. Which way it goes is somewhat indeterminate at this point, which is it could regress back to a more you could use the word primitive in this instance, where the rule set.
What could regress exactly?
Consciousness. So
the idea is that we didn't talk about consciousness. Notice how in the whole thing with the periodic table, I didn't talk about consciousness, because consciousness gives rise to the periodic table. Consciousness causes the periodic table.
For us, though, that are subject to the whims of this tensor framework, what we're concerned about is how consciousness manifests on this plane. And so we're at this.
So what you're talking about sounds like subjectivity, which is individual.
No, I'm not, because I'm trying to get to an example where I'm trying to say you need to be cognizant of where this stuff is come from. And it's David's point with respect to, you have to understand the philosophy, etc., and the ontological reasoning of how we ended up at this particular point. And so the real world example that we're facing right now is that you have this what's essentially a all-encompassing next generation surveillance system that's coming in, and that's going to be driven by the next leaps in computation, infrastructure and theory, etc. And that system is inherently open to abuse, particularly around where we can see the physical manifestation of that abuse essentially in real time. And so we can, a prime example I would give is the overreach with bureaucracy and corporations around mandating of vaccines. The fact that they want you to have digital IDs to track movement everywhere. Well, okay, so that's one system to move into, but is it the optimal system? And I would argue that you should be able to draw on, if you're building out the let's just call it the general intelligence that underlies this computation, that it has to be able to draw on the ethical and moral frameworks of all these different worldviews, including the Vedic ones, including the Abrahamic ones, including even the shaman ones in the jungles of South America. They must be able to incorporate this to aim for the optimal trajectory off that inflection point that we're at. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, but it sounds like a fairly significant departure from what we were talking about. So I don't know, David, if you want to recap, and if you want to go anywhere else with this combo. Looks like you were taking a nap there for a bit.
Yeah, I might have dozed off there.
How dare you?
I've heard her theories before many times.
That's funny. What a compliment. Like I said, in the theories that I've heard, I'm seeing how should we say simile in other theorems that people are working towards, and so this is, and so you know, what's at what point do we say, okay, that I'll give a more concrete example. So we're developing the tools where we can go down and modify biology in such a way as, rather, and I'll not say that we could make wonderful enhancements in this instance, but we're down at a level where we could make manipulations that could be inherently derogatory for the manifestation of consciousness as we have it around, you know, you talked about the spine, which is essentially there to hold the nervous system, and the spinal cord is essentially, it's a tube that goes out and expands into the ventricles, and around this is all the neural networks that form the substrate of fast informatic processing within the body. That doesn't include more encompassing models which try to incorporate extended mind-body interactions. And I can tell you for a fact that we're looking at synthetic biology right now that has, in theory, highly derogatory outcomes that has been deployed already, which they did through mass vaccination using gene engineering tools. Does that make sense? So we want to avoid these instances. So there's areas that essentially you say, well, in that case, that they become, it's almost too dangerous to go to the levels where you would probe that system, right? So if you were to talk about the energetics of the superordinate structure that we're describing, well, where do we stop drawing the line with respect to how much energy we try to pump into a system to probe it? And you know, I don't have an answer for that, because I'm not sure we have an idea of what paradigm breaking.
Well, it wouldn't work anyway, because by putting a bunch of energy in the system, you're distorting it. And you're always going to have the problem physically of not being able to know what the difference is between the observation device and the system under observation. You know, let alone
but it doesn't
understand
stop
how
subjectivity
interfaces with causality.
But the issue you have is, how do you stop now something like this type of physics, where you would say, okay, the way the physicists would think is, well, we need to go down beyond the energy
so
level.
I would just say you are not understanding physics, because presupposing that you can always go down to a finer level and get more insight misunderstands the uncertainty principle, which says that as you go down, there's going to be more observational interference, which is going to affect
and that's
the range of observables.
That's the computational paradox.
The very idea that arbitrary microscopic precision is an indication of something is misunderstanding physics, because you can only go so far by zooming in. The question is, can you justify why zooming in arbitrarily is some sort of a test for how good a system is? Like, why is that the standard? It's not any kind of standard, I would say.
If you're in a situation where someone can leverage an advantage in this instance, so it's just game theory at this point, which is, if someone can get, I don't know, another decimal place with respect to precision, and it allows a degree of prediction in interaction of systems, okay, that confers competitive advantage. You could say that it's kind of an axiom in our operational space that is always going to push in that direction. And so
Of
how
an
do
advantage.
we
Of an advantage.
yeah and
Well, why?
but it's the question of mankind, right? Which is why go down that pathway? And the boilerplate response is, well, you know, we could have improved healthcare. We could stop these
I'm just really confused as to how this relates to metaphysics. Are you suggesting some metaphysical systems give rise to problematic social behaviors or something?
Yeah, of course they do. That's manifest.
I'm just
right
not
now.
sure what the context is for the metaphysical discussion.
I'm just talking about it when you're laying out which is it's a math problem for individuals to solve. And so they would say, okay, well, that the manifold of the dimensions that you drew out, well, can some human being would say, well, I want to know what that is, right? they would try.
And I would say it's not anything. It's not anything, because for something to be a thing implies that it has a boundary, and this doesn't really have a boundary, so it's not really a thing.
But you'd add it from the reductive mindset, which drives much of scientific thinking.
Well, that's like saying, what is the periodic table made out of? It's not made out of anything. It's a diagram representing a pattern in matter. But it's not made of anything. So to say that the periodic table is made of something is a fallacy. You can say it's made of paper, but it's not made of paper, because paper is just the medium that it's used to be expressed.
Right, but
periodic table is an idea.
Made of information.
You could say it's made of information, but you can't establish that it's made of anything. You can call the abstract structure information, and I think that's a good idea, but you can't say that it's made of anything in a concrete sense.
Well, in a dualistic sense, because if you're saying where does information come into play? So if you're saying information exists in a separate plane in a dualistic realm or a template, then you could say it's made of information. But if you have a monistic, non-dualistic understanding, where does information come into the system?
You can just say that the structure gives rise to what we're calling information, because information is just turning,
then you're
understanding basically understanding what's going on in your perception, aka having an idea about structure. So you can say the very structure of the periodic table is the basis for what we're calling information, because it gives the plurality for what we're calling information to arise in the first place.
Example, Jen, of the type of thinking that would say it's because informatics is such a powerful driving force in human endeavor.
But that's the thing, it's not. It doesn't actually give any insights about consciousness.
I'm not talking about consciousness in this instance, right? All they're trying to do is build a better mousetrap. And so they would say, and so you've sketched out a structure, right? And so that someone would look at that and say, well, maybe that has implications for computation and design.
It does have implications, because it's saying that to have more than 4 variables per level of complexity is necessarily introducing redundancy within the variables. So it's placing a limit on the number of orthogonal observables that are simultaneously possible, which was already technically part of the uncertainty principle. It's just incorporating the notion of a kind of intrinsic dimensionality, that 3 + 1 is invariant.
Yeah,
and thereby grounding the whole system in a principle that you can call it an informational principle. I prefer to call it a conscious principle, because it gives rise to motion, and consciousness and motion are very connected.
This is where there's the overlap, which is what I was trying to get across, which is you need all these free disciplines that we were talking about to sort of make a swing towards the understanding of this fabric of reality. And in a environment in which evolutionary principles are still going to be at play, whoever gets to these or is able to leverage against the computation paradox, which is how many bits can you compute versus how many bits of matter are in the perceivable universe. They sort of tend to converge, and then you can't get past that what's essentially a boundary condition there. And so, but it doesn't stop people working towards it. And so if something like the metaphysics and physics outlined in what you're describing, you're saying, oh, there is this
intrinsic essence, yes, and it's called 3 + 1.
Yeah, and they would go down to test that at a ever more finer scale than we have right now.
They're welcome to try it, but it's already a presupposition of their own doctrine that space-time has this property of emerging from matter, or this whatever you want to call it, the attribution.
And
so what I'm saying is not actually that different from Western science. It's just it has a structure that I'm appealing to at the beginning. So I'm saying we're starting from the pure structure of the periodic table, and then we're descending into observable matter. And then finally we're switching from external to inside a body to get this other perspective, but it's still within the terms of the original thing, which is that shape with the twist in it. So I don't know how you would disprove that exactly. You're welcome to try.
I'm not talking about disproving it. I'm talking about what is what's a. So in the last discussion I had with David, he basically towards the end was saying, well, those heretical lines of reasoning, and well, okay, maybe, but does it stop people from going into the space where if you have, and so I remember reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance as a teenager, and there was a lot I'm just like, well, I don't get this, but there were parts in that book where he's talking to a yogi, right? And I'm trying to remember the exact exchange, but it was something like, well, what happens when like the sun explodes, or you know, some prediction of some sort of supernova type event, and it wipes sort of the planet clean. And the yogi's response was, well, it can't happen. And you know, that
yogi wasn't trained in physics. So that yogi was trained in yoga. So to go from yoga to physics, it takes a lot of work. And you know, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm the only one who's done it. So it's like expecting a yogi to have specialized physics knowledge, sort of misunderstanding what yoga is. Like you can definitely take yogic knowledge and instantiate it as physics knowledge, but it's not intrinsically physics knowledge. It's consciousness knowledge. So the yogi's only going to be able to answer that question insofar as it pertains to his estimation of the current mind state of the person asking the question. So a lot of times you got to understand the answers the yogi's giving isn't necessarily meant to be taken as an absolute truth. It's meant to be taken as what the yogi estimated that person was ready to hear at that time. Like, we're not talking about non-dualist philosophy right now. We're talking about physics. Because I know it doesn't make sense to talk about non-dualist philosophy to any great extent because we're not there yet in terms of actually grappling with those concepts, but we can engage with the concepts of physics, and they do branch out into the greater
I agree. I don't, like I said at the beginning, I don't think there's that much difference between the framework with which we're operating from, right? So some language may vary between different approaches coming from across disciplines. So we mentioned, well, what do you need to sort of understand consciousness? So we said there was neuroscience, physics, and philosophy. And so each
and so I would say none of those things. You can't use any of those things to understand consciousness. I say you can only use logic and consciousness.
But you've just gone through that process of saying, well, I bring physics to trying to understand this, and
I was able to do that through logic.
Okay, but you're still having to deal with the extant phenomenon, and so the model aside, okay, what I know what would happen when you would try to feed this information into a let's just say a population that could act on it, right, or try to act on it. Oh,
how could they act on it exactly?
Well, they again, to build out architecture that would confer advantage, and confer advantage where that may be a.
I'm just so confused what this has to do with metaphysics. Like, what does that have to do with an advantage?
Oh, it has
like,
everything.
To me,
It
the
has
advantage
everything
is the method of thought that if you understand the logic, you can apply it to anything. That's the advantage. You get to be arbitrarily intelligent.
So in this instance, you've got to. Where do you draw distinctions, right? So
I don't draw distinctions. That's why I'm so intelligent.
Okay. Keep tooting your horn, babe. But you've got to think about
no one
real
else
world.
is doing it. I mean, I just solved biology and physics and chemistry at the same time, and the best you can muster is just criticism. So it's irritating.
But you
can understand why I would want to get rid of the Socratic method entirely, given how unconvincing it is to actually understanding anything.
You haven't explained a whole bunch, which is at what level is the neural interactions occurring that allow for emergence of things like language, that allow for
language doesn't come from neurons, though. Language comes from the mind. The capacity for language comes from the mind.
Okay, what substrate do we infer mind on right now?
Light.
So you're missing.
So we're just going to keep going in circles, right? Light's fundamental from a physical perspective. Mind's fundamental from a metaphysical perspective, but they're consistent with each other. The metaphysics and the physics inform each other. So it's just going to be circular, but it's like.
No, so
what's the problem?
I'll give you a concrete example. So let's say we're moving towards brain-machine interfaces. Okay.
Okay, we're already at that point, but okay.
Okay.
So what? I have to be able to account for neurons? They're matter. Yes. They're already accounted for through the mechanics of matter, which my model gives in totality. So the presence of neurons would be indicative of a degree of a specific deviation from the original configuration, which had no neurons. And then it began to have neurons because there was a crystallization or a stilling of its infinite motion into a specific structure, which came into being as neurons.
Okay,
and then the neurons act as an amplifier for the conscious signal that's already there.
Okay, so in this instance, okay, when we're looking at neurons as saying they're the most advanced branches of a tree that's reaching out. Think of it like the spiraling.
I understand what neurons are. I know way more than I should about neurons. Like, what does this have to do with literally anything? In my worldview, the mind is an integral system, so the neurons are actually pretty not important. The mind as a whole is what's important. All the brain does, all the nervous system does is collate experience. So all it's doing is bringing it in. So you're saying, let's focus on the light going into a camera. I'm saying I want to know how the camera works.
Right. And so there are people looking in the brain right now, trying to understand how it's doing the operations of the camera. Right. So why, for example?
Well, they're misunderstanding the role of the brain in consciousness. They believe that consciousness comes from the brain. This is not what's happening. Consciousness is a property of the mind, and the brain is an amplifier for consciousness and a collator for consciousness. So
you wouldn't mind then. You wouldn't mind
maximum of energy around the brain, but the idea that consciousness comes from the brain is never something you're going to be able to validate with experimentation.
So you would be okay. You would be okay with me.
Please don't say something stupid about cutting out part of my brain. Don't say that.
No, I will.
If I break a radio, does that mean the radio station stops existing? Well, because that's your logic. If that's what you're about to say.
No. So
and trust me, I've heard all these arguments before. I've been having these conversations
important
for
distinctions,
years.
though. These are important distinctions.
They're not.
About yes, they are, because we've had this discussion. I had this discussion the other day, which is is a chicken's neuron fundamentally different to a primate's neuron?
Neurons are all fundamentally the same thing, but they have different sizes, densities. That's how they differ. But they all have the same function, which is part of just aggregating consciousness into a singular perception.
Okay, So it's still incumbent upon you having the degree of neuronal architecture present behind your eyeballs and between your ears in order to have the conscious experience, right? And so you're saying that if I was to remove part of a very, I could just, let's say, we
If you
can do
remove
this.
part of the brain, you won't be
No,
able to think the same way. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, so this gets down to the nub of, well, what's actionable information here, right? So we can establish, right, we can look at what you've described, and I would argue that anything beyond that sort of boundary condition, it's essentially, you might as well define that as God, right? It's the existence of essentially supernatural phenomenon that exists outside of anything that we essentially could perceive or probe. Okay.
So everything outside the periodic table is God? Is that what you said?
No. So
I don't understand what you said then.
You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
I just didn't understand what you said.
Okay. So if that, so let's use tensor field language, because I think it helps us get to the issue of the problem here. So as a in a clumsy way, like hominids banging rocks together and realizing that they can, sharp bits come off, and this makes a tool, right? So in this instance, we'll use tensor maths and bang them together like rocks. And from in order to fit in as a function in our tensor math, we could say whatever symbol, we'll even give it the infinity symbol or the ohm, if you want, as a sort of credit towards Vedic thinking, and say that is God, or the representation of God, the super intelligence that is the substrate of consciousness. Once you've done that, okay, now you have to say, well, okay, how do we, in our domain, right? Not because we can't do anything about that other space, okay, as it exists. We just accept that it's a reality in this instance. We always put it in our field equations, and it gets moved across the iterations as we try to solve and derive out principles. What we need to do is to say, okay, now we have to work and understand and make modifications in this space such that we can make things like more chemistry, more control over chemistry, so you can have nice, you can have a more sophisticated, and let's put it in a concept that isn't egregious for most people, which would be medicine. We can find a new medicine through this chemistry that can confer, again, advantage in this instance. So who gets to have that advantage in this instance, and how do we formulate?
Who gets to have the advantage of better medicine? Whoever understands chemistry better, which is me.
Okay.
So me.
Okay, but I don't see you making these molecules right now and curing the blind. So
right. So it's my job to cure the blind. Like, it's not up to you to
well,
tell
if you
what
say
my
you can do it,
purpose
if you
is
say you can do it,
I'm sorry, but
it's
who are you
incumbent
to tell
upon
me
you.
what I have to do with my spiritual achievements? Frankly.
So there's
because I'm not making molecules and solving blindness,
you have an ethical and moral failing. You have an ethical and moral failing. Then.
According to you, why the hell would I give a shit about your moral assessment of my actions?
So if you can make an intervention that could minimize harm, and you're not doing it, then you're essentially, and this is I've said this to David, you would have blood on your hands for not stepping in.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So what?
Okay, so what? So that then encapsulates the issue here perfectly for me. And so there you go, folks. That's the limit of the metaphysics there. So what?
Well, what's the issue?
That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know about the usefulness of it.
Well, we haven't gone into the entire metaphysical system. We've talked about physics because we were talking about possibly agreeing, and I thought the basis on which we could hypothetically agree would be physics, but that was very challenging. But
okay, so
yeah,
so
that
but
was
we
my
worked
point,
through your
so
system. We worked through your system, and
we
your
went through
metaphysics,
physics
your
according to my
metaphysics
system.
demonstrated through your consciousness was, well, I have this ability, right? You're so inflated, right, with
Well, I
with
have
your
the
own
periodic
importance.
table and the complement of the figure eight knot.
You just said so
I have
what?
that. That's evidence that supports that I'm right.
Yeah, but
You don't have anything.
we just saw the manifestation of what your metaphysics leads to.
It leads
And
to
there
I'm
is
right, and I have evidence
there
for
is
it.
the fundamental problem. There is the fundamental
I have
problem.
evidence
And
for
so
my worldview
there will
being
be
right.
there
That's
will
a
be
problem for
people.
you. I would agree.
No, it's not a problem for me, right? But
Well, you don't have any evidence to justify that your metaphysics is correct. I have the periodic table and the hyperbolic figure eight.
I have.
Come on, you don't have any evidence.
I have literal brain recordings and the whole panoply of data that goes with it.
So you have a bunch of machines that you don't even
something.
know how these
I can
fucking
do
machines
something.
work.
I do know how they
You
work.
can't-
I do
No,
know
you
how they work.
don't, because Western technology doesn't take into account how consciousness works.
It took 6 hours to get to the point
shut up.
of there you go. That's the peak of that system, which is so what?
Yeah,
Right.
evidence that is absolutely undeniable. It's so
So-
undeniable you have to invent stuff. That's the end result of my system. What's the end result of your system? Sucking down on vape juice while being totally out of shape in a country you weren't born in.
Says the person coming from New Zealand. Okay, again, the logical inconsistencies are apparent for everyone. David, thank you very much, dude. I've got to pull the ripcord because I need to get out this chair. Otherwise, I'll be in even worse shape. So,
Okay, God bless. Thanks for joining.
yeah, no worries, dude. Anytime.
Okay, yeah, I guess I fell asleep there, so I lost the thread there. I mean, we had a little rumble there at the beginning, and some
Look, man, you got to make it entertaining for folks, and if you're not doing that, then there's, well, you need to have fun in this instantiation, this emergent reality, you could say. So, and I find fun in sort of the contention issue. All right, take care of yourself, bro, and don't insult my children again, you motherfucker.
Well, no, I didn't mean to insult your children. I meant to insult you, but not your children.
Come off that way. You would get a beating then, bro. But take it easy.
Well, we'll see. Okay, God bless you. God bless your children.
Same to you, bro.
Thanks
Thank you, Jen. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Okay. Yeah, I was falling asleep there. I apologize. It was a long stream. I was tired when the stream started already. It's been like 5 hours, so I guess I'll just hand it to you if you want to make any concluding remarks. And it's been a while since we streamed.
Yeah, so there's basically no debate here because his side's completely wrong. So as you can see, he didn't actually have any justification for anything he was saying that was actually something we could work with and extrapolate from. So it's just a bunch of assertions of pre-existing doctrines. So I think I made my point with some of the aspects of reasoning, but he seemed really excited to prove me wrong, which I think is retarded to have to appeal to experiments that don't even demonstrate violations in the periodic table without heavy elements and stuff. You're just really grasping at straws, and it shows the degree to which the worldview of skepticism is actually quite presuppositional and is pretty much always special pleading your existing view. It's allowing you to feel justified in denying a worldview because it feels like it's wrong, which is absolutely asinine because non-dualism is going to feel wrong when you start working with it. And then once you're used to it, it'll feel right because that's just how stuff works. But stuff that's wrong, that makes no sense, that isn't emergent conditionally, is just going to lead to a situation where you can't talk to people who don't believe the same things as you do. Because you're so used to just memorizing attributes of your own worldview that you're not thinking about the logic of your worldview. Because if you did, you'd realize your worldview is shit logic and go on to a worldview that doesn't. But instead, you're trying to abuse logic to try to make it seem like your worldview is self-evidently true by invoking all the stuff about structure and all this other stuff. So that's why my tradition is so staunchly opposed to any type of dualism, which we consider to be the root of all these, or a root of all these social ailments. And so we are very clear to deny any form of dualism on the fundamental level of reasoning, and that's because it leads to this type of tunnel vision where all your learning just becomes aspects of the worldview to try to beat other people within your worldview who might know more than you. Well, that's not going to be conducive to actually reaching out to other people, because what you want to be able to do is, and Duvid is always going on about this, like accurately represent their opinions to them. And that's a bit hard because there's a difference between accurately representing a view versus representing a view in a way that's going to seem accurate to the person who said it. So there's a bit of a difference. It's a bit of a hard line to navigate. But yeah, with that. I
mean, depending on how you understand mind, you have to filter information through your own worldview. But I mean, generally, you say just, okay, people have different worldviews, and it's not necessary to, you just do your best to understand the other person's worldview. If you're trying to diminish another person's worldview, it's like your worldview is just wrong, and my goal is to demonstrate why your worldview is wrong. As opposed to some sort of comparative metaphysical systems, like the multiple truth hypothesis, working with the comparative metaphysics, where there's large amounts of uncertainty. All worldviews might be problematic in some ways, or have explanatory power that works more or less for various phenomenon. And I mean, we didn't even really get to reincarnation.
That's funny that we didn't talk about it at all. Almost, maybe a little bit at the beginning, but we couldn't get past the definitional regress of the whole thing. And then once you end up in definitional regress around consciousness, it's sort of like hard to pick it up from there, because there's no answer to that.
Well, to the concept of what is the essential I that survives death and could be reincarnated into something else. And it's a very difficult question to answer. And then you have to get past just say, okay, we have different metaphysics. So then rather than arguing about whose metaphysical system is correct, just accepting different, that we have different metaphysics, to do our best to put it forward, explain it, and then to even talk about hypothetical other metaphysics, general metaphysics of all the possible metaphysics besides our given metaphysics, and what the implications to something like reincarnation. So there's just like the hypothetical, like heaven and hell.
But you agree that metaphysics dictates one's view on reincarnation?
Well, yeah, because.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad, because
reincarnation
I feel like you've sort of taken up my conventions about metaphysics, which I appreciate, because I feel they're highly logical and systematic.
Yeah, that's why I said,
so
okay.
I appreciate that you've understood that, because a lot of people, as you can see, like the idea that you can't get past a primitive is very hard for a lot of people to understand.
Yeah, and so that you could have, just like your quantum periodic 3D periodic table could be applicable to multiple metaphysical systems. You could have reincarnation in multiple metaphysical systems, and it's complicated because most people
if your metaphysics includes the notion that consciousness has energy and that energy is conserved, then that pretty much implies some form of reincarnation. So that's really all you need for your metaphysics to pretty much directly imply reincarnation.
Yeah, so instead of just ended up in, a few hours of just pointless bickering, and then for whatever reason he calmed down, and you ended up explaining your quantum 3D.
Well, I've designed my teachings to be appealing to the Western rational mind, so I guess I've partially succeeded in at least getting that semi-positive feedback there.
Okay, well, at least we had a stream, and unfortunately it didn't cover the topic that much, but hopefully it was minorly interesting. I hope people you tuned in, gained from it. I'll try to add some sort of
I hope people found it interesting, and looking forward to the next one. I've been making a bunch of syllogisms, so probably stream about that sometime soon. It's
if you put
work in progress
together, or come up with something, we could probably stream, or if I encourage you to keep on making content. Networking is very difficult, and like I said, like generally I work together with anyone who's willing to work together. So if it's like nonsensical, like I'm working with Stephen James or Kevin McCairn, because
well, I tend to want to network with people that I think there's a chance that I can have like a conversation about metaphysics with you. That investment paid off, and mostly it's going to just be like the people that I'm teaching that I'm going to end up quote networking with, because that's just like that's the kind of conversations I want to have. I don't want to have arguments. If I'm having an argument, basically I want it to be like there should be a point to it, and just arguing in itself, like I don't really think that's. I think you agree with me on that. It's not.
Yeah, I don't like arguing.
Not that productive.
Like, I mean,
it's not that productive.
Sort of providence of who's reaching out to speak to me,
Yeah.
in some sort. Okay, there is, like I mentioned, Kevin Lee has a PhD in neuroscience, is interested in consciousness. Might be counter-Semitic or various other things that were other reasons why people suggested we stream together, because they wanted to see confrontation and debate. And so I tried to switch that more to okay, obviously we disagree and have different metaphysics, but can we put our minds together to advance some sort of theory on mind? And I mean, maybe not, but that was at least the attempt. And then when he mentioned those concepts on reincarnation and tensor fields, I figure like, oh, that sounds vaguely similar to Jennifer's theory. So I hadn't streamed in a while, so I reached out, and it was a good excuse to do a stream. So there it is. So have a great night, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Thanksgiving for anyone here in America.
Happy Thanksgiving, Americans.
Okay.
Thanks for the stream. It was a good one. See you next time.
Yep. And I'll put Sunday night week in review, and we'll see anything else more than that. Follow me on Twitter or any of the other platforms, and keep you updated. So have a great night. Thanks a lot, Jennifer. God bless.
Bye for now.